Post haste. Welcome to the secret.
My eggs is gonna come. It's big timing for me. We got 30 seconds till meat blows up. Then we should play safe.
Post haste. Here I am.
He could be used on the fours to get the draw meatball.
At your service.
Rosh is up.
I can heal you. You kill it. You
Fastest blade in the land.
heal a lot.
Steel and timber.
Can you stand close to it? Back up a little bit and stand close to it. So I can get behind it.
I strike.
Your top tower.
Ember, give me the shard, please.
I sprint. Yes. Oh yes. Silent as smoke. I'll heed.
Oh, didn't your bitch ass friend cry to the enemy team when he said pick Ricky? So that I couldn't play my best hero? Yeah, fuck you. I will. Silencer, we got this shit. Fuck them. We're gonna get some int on Silencer, and we're gonna go first blood top and kill Drought. It's really easy. Really fucking easy.
At your service.
You're not cool. You're not cool.
It's in the bag.
This one is in
I'd get
the
ready
barrel.
if I
It's
were
in
you.
the bag.
Don't tell nobody.
Let's go get some int, guys.
I guess size ain't everything, huh?
Your service.
The bag. The bag in flames. In flames.
Since you put it like that. I sprint. I want to die. As you bid. See no evil.
Can't really kill PB. If we see Drow, we
It's
can.
almost time for
30
everyone
seconds to
die.
go.
Quietly now. Oh yes. Like a
PB's going towards bot.
post haste.
And away we go.
Kill. Into the
enough.
shadows.
Oh, you got slow hands, dude? Is that what's going on?
Yes. Here I am.
We're good. I'm just glad I'm landing with you and not fucking Oracle.
You will die in a house fire. Oh, as you bid. Who shall I kill? I'm under attack.
I'm gonna rush 3 bottom for
I go in silence.
We're diving.
Definition of first blood.
I do my work at the cutting edge.
3 bottom still.
Quiet as a cat's
Sit
feet.
back up.
PB's back here.
Yes.
So you're gonna
look, it's me.
you get to take it.
Like a whisper. I see you. Since you put it like that.
That was nice. Oh, you already blocked it. Okay, I gave you another ward.
You're mine now. See no evil. Yes. Oh, as you bid. Quietly now. Quickly. Blown out on a cold wind. Whom shall I kill? Silent as smoke. Oh yes.
Thank you.
As you bid. Quick steel. At your service. Dispatched.
Drow's fucked. He cannot TP the lane.
I sprint.
Where that's a primal P5, so it's
Not for the likes of you. Attack. Not yet. Contract complete. I strike. Peekaboo. I fight.
I'll take that.
jump back.
Post haste. I go in silence.
Coin for me.
Quickly, quickly. I've been here the whole time. Silent as smoke.
Radiant's mid
No
tower's
drow
getting banged up.
for a long time here.
A new target.
Nice.
Where's the brush? Like a whisper. Liquidated assets. Oh yes. Yes. Yes.
Something bad's happened.
Do you guys
to
think
Radiant's
Midas this game?
courier.
Silent like smoke.
I could go Meteor, Midas, or Diffusal. I'm really rich.
Faster and stronger. Oh, how I strike.
Fucking never.
As you bid. Oh, as you bid.
Level 3 Drow.
Shall I
I'm gonna right click the bitch. Think she dead, boy.
sprint? I'll have you stop for my Saturn. For services rendered. Since you put it like that.
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
I owe you one.
Illusion!
Like a whisper. Dispatched.
Have fun trying to bust down Radiant structures now.
See no evil. Defend yourself. Steel and tempered. I go in silence.
Coming, Daddy. Use your wands. Use your wands. You're good.
Oh, look, it's me.
Use your wands.
There are some things you are meant to see, such as tomorrow.
Quietly now.
She's dead. Don't worry.
Quickly. Here I am. Invisibility!
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
See no evil.
Oh, he's TPing. Drow's TPing.
Double kill!
Drow's TPing somewhere.
No more from me. Just a doctor order.
Since you put it like that. Silent like smoke. Peekaboo.
Their Techies is pretty bad. Got that one first. Techies mid, careful.
Okay, I got Midas. I'm going for the late game. And I'll be stomping early too, but
I sprint. I'm under attack. Quietly now. Dispatched. Where's the brush?
I'll take that.
Oh, as you bid. Post haste. Oh, yes. Silent as smoke.
I'll take that.
Full.
it's now PB pause
Here
1.
I am.
Drow feeder.
Look what I dug up!
Quiet
Get
as
this
kept.
off and the Fate Award.
Oh, how I strike. Who shall I kill? I grow stronger. Quickly.
I think I've already this one out. That gets me going.
Dire's mid towers having technical difficulties.
Service. Quiet as cat's feet. Like a
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Quickly.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
Oh, look, it's me. Here I am. Quickly. Dispatched.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
You guys pushed.
As smoke.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
Like he's just
The Dire went and fortified their structures. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Illusion!
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
kill this meepo yet, guys?
Dire's lost the top tower.
As you... How the hell did you see me? That was odd.
Invisibility!
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Sneaky, aren't I? Oh, as you bid. Who shall I kill? Cash on delivery.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Whom shall I kill? See no
Dire's mid tower needs a little help.
smoke in your eye. Killing spree. Smoke.
They dusted me. Fuck. I need help. I need help. Fuck.
No, I didn't mean to hurt you. Much. Double damage.
Easy.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Not that I care one way or the other.
Even you should have seen that coming. But since you put it like that. Quickly, quickly.
Dire's mid tower's
Give it.
having technical difficulties.
Here I am.
Them Dire buildings are tough as nails for now. Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Good assassins never die. They just fade away. He's a pop.
I'm just messing with you.
I'll take
Radiant's
that.
bottom tower's seen better days. Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Hope the Dire work march over that mid tower.
Even stealthier. Attack. Like a whisper. New target.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
Have shovel.
Oh, look, it's me. Whom shall I kill? Oh, as you bid. As you bid. I sprint. Oh, yes. I like to die. Illusion! Yes.
Silence. See.
And smoke, since you put it like that.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
To the elements.
Dire's bottom tower got blown to bits.
So at least your teammates know what they're doing.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Run, Witch Doctor.
Dead. Just small. As you bid. Quiet as a cat's feet. Smoke for your power. Quickly.
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
Whom shall I kill?
Get techies, yeah. Kill drow, yeah. Have to kill drow here.
I know it's
No TP on her. No TP on the bitch.
but it is important to the game.
No TP, guys. Go.
Radiant's bottom tower. Killing spree. Radiant's mid tower pains to see.
Grindset death. Dispatched. Yes.
The Roche. Easy.
Oh, look, it's me. Not yet. Quietly now.
It's not about needing farm.
Silence.
Go. Go.
See no evil.
I'm coming back line here. I'm going all silence.
It was your time. The veil is drawn. You were my target all along.
This Ricky. Ree.
Oh, you're dead. What a surprise.
This Ricky. Ree. Thank you.
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
You will die in a house fire.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Death's bounty.
Courtesy of the Radiant. Guess what's happening to Dire?
Silence all.
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Radiant's mid tower. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
I have my dart too, so it's good.
Quickly.
Dart's really good against Meatball.
Post haste. Steals my cunning
There goes Radiant's bottom tower.
You're mine now.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
Since you put it like that. Steel and temper. Even stealthier. At your service. See here. Yes. Coin. Oh, as you bid. I go in silence. At your service. Oh, yes.
Haste.
Here's smoke in your eyes.
It's silence.
Chase.
No mana. I'm chasing though.
Like that.
We're here.
Why am I getting tipped, bro? Dude, my drop.
I see you.
Force staff yourself, bro. Force staff yourself. What are you doing? Force staff. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Dispatched.
Oh, fuck did I just watch?
Let me get my eggs real quick, and then I'm good. There is a what's it called? This is pretty good.
Here I am.
This dude said I'm gonna stand in the mine.
As smoke.
Trickster's Rune of Illusion.
Careful, they're back. I need 300 gold.
Kill.
Dire's top tower. We know the drill.
Oh, as you bid. I can't wait. Evil. Stealth makes wealth.
DD top, Ricky, grab that.
Okay.
DD top.
Double damage! You can see me. You're already dead. I sprint. Contract completed. Yes.
Got all that.
Oh, look, it's me.
Sorry, I kind of choked there.
Bid.
The Radiant's courier.
There are none so sad. To be seen like this.
That sucks that my courier died. That's my bad. That's my ags on the courier.
The Dire might want to mine their
I mean,
top
it
tower.
was fine. I fucked up. I should be able to outplay shit like that. That's a long fucking strike.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? No breaking down the Radiant structures like this. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
No. What are you? You're insane.
Radiant structures must have been Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Dire's bottom tower is getting business.
I see you all in
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
The Strauss still small, guys. We're gonna take advantage of that.
Quiet as cat's meat.
The wound of illusion.
Like a whisper.
Dire's mid tower is having any technical difficulties.
Silence.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
I'll take that.
Ground top, give me three.
The Dire couldn't hang on to that
Yeah.
mid tower.
Killing spree.
We're better up here anyways. My axe is gonna come. It's big timing for me. We got 30 seconds till Meepo's up.
I kill.
Then we should play safe.
Post haste. Here I am.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
You could be just on the floors to get the draw meatball.
At your service.
Roach is up.
I can heal you. Kill it.
Fastest blade in the land.
Heal a lot.
Can you stand close to it? Back up a little bit and stand close to it
Radiant's bottom tower.
so I can get behind it.
Can I get the shard, please? It's so
I handed it over. I handed it over to
As you bid.
Ember.
Ember, give me the shard, please.
Paid in full.
Try to just keep waves out for a minute until we get back on track here. I need to farm buyback real quick.
Yes. Expect to see less of me. Oh yes.
Push out waves and don't die.
I sprint. Oh, as you bid.
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Looks like top's gonna push on its own.
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
As you bid.
Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's
The
top
enemy's
tower's
tower
gone.
has fallen. By accident, if I had to guess.
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
Since you put it like that. Death's bounty.
I'm going boss.
I go in silence. Quiet as a cat's feet. Dispatched. Even stealthier.
I'm gonna farm BKB buyback. Yep. We just get bigger than Meepo right now.
Feel my steel.
I'm fucked. Shit.
Look away.
My BKB was on the courier. Damn.
I guess size ain't it?
Waves are pushed though. Waves are pushed though. That was the whole point.
Illusion.
Yeah. In your back. I'll meet you bot for a tussle if there is one. Get that rune. Get that rune.
A tool to teach.
Where'd it go? Gem on Primal Beast, guys. Gem on Primal Beast.
The silence is broken.
Why are you guys out of base?
Quietly now. Healthy, stealthy, and wise. Here I am. Assets. See no evil. Smoke for your pyre.
Let the tier 2 go.
Bye bye.
Post haste.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower's done for.
Look, it's me.
Got buyback.
At your service. Silent as smoke.
Krau's actually still pretty small.
Oh yeah, that's the good stuff.
They're coming. Potentially. Top.
Yes. I sprint.
We just need PB to die so we get gem back.
Like a whisper. You're mine now. Post haste.
This is our PB kill.
Got you
Yes.
even.
Radiant's top tower's hurt.
Like a whisper.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
Did, bro.
Dispatched.
Talking to him.
At your service.
I mean, he BKB. Now's our opportunity. But we don't have to do anything.
as you
We can
bid.
just high ground. It's fine. Do we want this?
Killing spree.
You are too noisy to live.
They don't see the gem right now. Oh, they saw it. Shit.
Gotta get that drow. Gotta get.
Drives the gem.
Radiant's top tower is hurt.
You might want to look into that.
The Radiant lost the top tower.
I can't even begin to describe how this up.
Yeah, my problem there was I got silenced by techies. After my BKB, that is.
Radiant structures must have been fortified. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
I think Necro had the gem there. Instead of Drow.
Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Dire has
We got bot tower.
Breaking through the Dire structures for now.
Necro confirmed gem.
I'll take that.
I've been here the whole time. Quietly now. I'm under attack. Death bounty. Since you put it like that. Silent as smoke.
PB has dust, DD, no gem.
Yes.
Necro has gem.
Here I am.
Ah, never mind, Meepo's there.
Quickly, quickly. Whom shall I kill?
How do we win this late game?
Yes. See no evil. The veil is drawn. Quickly. Yes. Made a killing. At your service. I sprint.
I got sleep. I got sleep. Is that Meepo 1 or not? It is. Shit. Let's go.
Radiant's mid
growl, tiny growl. Tiny growl again. Kill the growl, tiny growl.
I warned you not to skip.
Gotcha. Thank you. We go end.
Since you put it like that.
Force the buyback.
Yep.
There's no way Meepo don't have buyback.
Yeah, and we kill Meepo too. If it's just him.
Quiet as
Wait, Dogger, you don't know how much I just said. Like, yo,
Me too.
silent as smoke.
Jet save your turn or something?
Dire's mid tower needs a little help.
That's not enough. I got BKB. That's not enough either. That's not enough either.
Dire's mid tower is nothing now.
I literally have ult.
Dire's mid ranks is getting swamped.
I have no mana.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there, boys. Hell yeah.
Radiant's top tower is in bad shape.
Let's go base. Base, 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 base. Fuck them. Good job. Okay. Thank you, Oracle. Appreciate you, baby.
Radiant's top tower is in bad shape. Ain't looking good for the Dire's mid ranks.
You can kill growls for their first hike, so.
Dire's mid ranks didn't make it.
Dispatched.
Dire's mid tower is stronger.
I see you all in silence.
Dire's mid tower won't last as long.
This growl is really bad. We're still lucky.
Can't do nothing about Dire's structures right now. Dire's mid tower could use a little help. No breaking down the radiant structures like this. Hope the Dire won't march over that mid tower. Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Dire's mid tower.
Easy peasy.
The Dire's ancient ain't gonna last.
Steve. Thanks for playing, guys. Good night. No front line. No front line.
provoked and tired. My trade is death vast in darkness. Breaking my rule comes for you. Who shall I kill? Chaos.
beginner's pick.
The conclusion is
It's
foregone,
bad.
but honor demands we fight.
Places, everyone.
This little hootenanny's in the gall-darn bag.
$30 to go. The game is on. Got a feeling this is gonna be good.
Said from Bay State, who said that with any indigenous nation and or community, people vary greatly in what they know. There are not only difference between ordinary folk and expert, such as experiences, knowledge, keeper, healer, hunter, or ceremonies. There are also major differences of experiences and professional opinion among the knowledge holders and workers. As we should expect of any living dynamic among the knowledge holder and worker. Indigenous knowledge offer an important resource of for educating all education or students and improving relationship within the across communities. Framing these ideas as giving logic, we argue that if educator and policy maker are open, they can learn and great deal from indigenous knowledge and transforming education. Some indigenous knowledge in transforming education can be a common knowledge shared by all members of context of ethnic group. Many of these are learned through information are processed by local wisdom. Believe that this international webinar will be the sources of innovative ideas, concept, and breakthrough in the development of education for local content, which provide the concentrate the situation and of communities and relations with the local environment and context in provide practical solution in education. At least, I especially thanks the organizing communities for their hard work, perseverance, and patiently preparing and organizing this international webinar so that I can go well, smoothly, and successfully. Finally, throughout this international webinar, let us extend our new insight in education to build better education in Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wardiono, for the welcoming and opening speech. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we go to the main session, let's start this event by praying first. So, the event that will be held today will run well without any obstacle at all. Pray based on individual belief begins. Pray ends. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to the main session, that is presentation by our amazing speakers that will be moderated by Mr. Ricky. But before, let us present the CV of our moderator today. So, as what we can see on the screen, Mr. Ricky Setiawan was born on Medan, North Sumatra at December 16, 1987. He graduated from Open University, Bachelor of Education in Primary Education at 2008. Then he continued his master's degree in National Donghua University, Taiwan, and graduated in 2019. He worked as a teacher in Yuda University of Science and Technology, Taiwan from 2019 till 2021. And now he is a lecturer in our beloved university, State University of Surabaya, and of course, with amazing experiences and achievement. So, without waiting any longer for our amazing moderator, Mr. Ricky Setiawan, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Jenny, for your introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to our international webinar. And today we will have 3 great sessions. So we'll have 3 great sessions. Sorry. So the first session, the keynote speaker is Ms. Neil Taylor, an anthropologist from Australia, and the second will be Mr. Donny John Panizales Todusta, PhD from the Philippines. I call him usually as Brother DJ, and the last will be Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang, PhD. From State University of Medan. Okay, so without waiting for any longer, ladies and gentlemen, so please join this international webinar until it ends, and the link for the presentation will be shared at the end of this webinar. So let's go to the first session with Ms. Nell Taylor. And before that, I would like to introduce to all of you our first keynote speakers. Would you like to share screen the CV of our first keynote speaker? Okay, so our first keynote speaker is Ms. Nell Taylor, an anthropologist, communities manager from Terra Rosa Consulting from December 2016 until now. So Ms. Taylor, has extensive experience working trainer and assessor and has developed and delivered course material for heritage and environmental training in the vocational education sector. And we can see that the qualification of Ms. Taylor here is Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology and then Bachelor of Social Science and for sure, there are a lot of certificates in training and assessment, also in Aboriginal sites work. And the key skills here is native title ethnographic research, ethnographic research heritage surveys and consultations, vocational training and sensing, document production, digital engagement, and community consultation. And we can see a lot of project experiences here. Starting from 2016 until now. Okay, so without waiting for any longer, let's welcome the first keynote speaker, Ms. Nell Taylor. Hi, Ms. Nell, are you there? Ms. Taylor? How could I call you? Could I call you Nell?
Yes, that's fine. You can call me Nell.
Okay, Nell. Hi, I'm Ricky. So. Thank you very much for being our keynote speaker.
Recording stopped.
In today's international webinar. So, by the way, what time is it now in Australia?
It's 9:41 in Perth, Western Australia.
So it's because it's 8:41 a.m. Now in Surabaya. Okay, without waiting for any longer, ladies and gentlemen, this is our first keynote speaker, Ms. Nell Taylor. So Nell, time is yours. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me just figure out how to share my PowerPoint. Okay, can you all see my PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see the PowerPoint very clearly.
I'd like to welcome you to my talk about working in Aboriginal Australia.
Recording in progress.
And how it ties into Indigenous knowledge systems and transformative practice, projects, cultural mapping, Aboriginal ranger training and community arts programs. As part of this, we'll look at an Aboriginal dreaming story, the Seven Sisters Australian continent, and look at how painting the story can promote intergenerational teaching and learning. So today's objectives are to look at these activities as tools or strategies to promote the passing down of Aboriginal cultural knowledge in ways which are accessible and grounded in Indigenous ways of understanding, and to explore how cultural mapping, ranger programs and community arts can be integrated into education more broadly. So feel free to ask questions at the end and have a think as we go through about how some of these activities could be integrated into your professional practice. So I've already had been this in great detail, but Over the last 10 years, I've worked at Terra Rosa, and I've worked with over 15 different Aboriginal language groups in Western Australia. I also have a background in education. So I've taught English in Italy, Mozambique, and Australia. And I've also been recently involved in designing curricula for the Cert 3 in Aboriginal Sites work, which is a qualification that we now offer at Terra Rosa. I should make it clear before going on that I'm not Aboriginal. And as a non-Indigenous person, there's an inherent issue with representing or speaking on behalf of Aboriginal people. It would have been great to have some Aboriginal people here to co-present with me today, but that wasn't possible. So I want to make it clear that I am not here today to speak for Australia's First Peoples, rather I'm going to report on my professional experiences working in community development and in partnership with different Aboriginal groups. And in doing so, I'm reflecting on my experiences and on the knowledge I've gained through this work. I should include that I will also be covering some of the knowledge that I've learned, which are the key methods that anthropologists use. So Terra Rosa, what do? We do a variety of different work, but the business largely exists because in Australia, mining companies, utility, other services who are planning to use land are required to consult with traditional owners of that land prior to commencing their projects, and we help with that process. So one of the main things we do is heritage surveys. This is where anthropologists like myself go out with an archaeologist and traditional owner group involving cultural material, such as the blade that you can see in the picture here, or the engravings that you can also see here. It's always very exciting to find rock art sites because it provides an insight into what past people were thinking about, what they were communicating. You can see some curved shapes that look a little bit like bananas. They are boomerangs, which are hunting tools. And these things which look like handprints are not just an engraving, but a story about hunting and which animals they were hunting and how they were hunting. We find some of these sites which haven't been visited thousands of years and record them through GPS, through photography, taking scientific measurements, and through speaking with traditional owners whose ancestors created. And we submit all of this recording to government, ideally for protection. A company who wants to use that land may then be able to avoid that place in an ideal scenario. As well as archaeological sites, there are also what we call ethnographic sites. So anthropologists typically work with elders and knowledge holders to record the intangible cultural heritage. These are the named places, the histories, stories, and songs. Not something you can pick up and hold like an artifact or a blade you can't see it like an engraving, but knowledge, places with names are often water sources, hills, birthplaces, burial sites, those type of places. I'm currently in the position as communities manager at Terra Rosa, and this means my task is to deliver community development projects which are aligned with some of the outcomes set by the community. This is part of Terra Rosa's aim to give back to some of the communities we work with, and this is included in the past community arts programs, protecting Aboriginal heritage sites, cultural mapping programs, and Aboriginal ranger programs, which we'll discuss in a bit more detail today. One key theme with all of this is the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge frameworks, community-led design, and high degrees of collaboration between the facilitators, the consultants such as myself, and the community groups. So a little bit of background for you all. amount of diversity within Australia's Aboriginal groups. Now, you may have thought of Australia as one country with one government, but actually, Australia can be seen as 250 different countries. Each one of these colourful spots on the map represents with over 800 dialects. Each language is specific to a country or a piece of land and to a cultural group. Of these 250 distinct language groups, only 150 languages are spoken today. And of these, only 13 are spoken by the children. That obviously represents a huge issue of language loss, because language is identity. It's how we define our surroundings and our values. It's how we connect to our ancestors, and language connects Aboriginal people to their tribal law and culture. So there's a major issue in Aboriginal Australia with language and its sites and its embedded meaning. So this is a key issue which across the board, elders and community members are trying to reverse through some of the programs that I'll talk about today. Where are we working? We're in the Pilbara region of Western Australia. So that's the northwest of Western Australia. This area is both resource rich and culturally rich. It's an arid landscape. So temperatures reach over 40 degrees centigrade exists in pools throughout the landscape. There's big rivers through the country, like this one here, but they'll only run after a big rainstorm. For the most of the time, the rivers look dry, but the water continues to exist underneath the ground. Aboriginal people, this is a timeless and spiritual landscape. So within a group's country, there are sites of great significance, hills, water sources, and landscape features which have names, songs, and are intricately connected to what Aboriginal people call dreaming. Now, this is a very old landscape, and archaeological records confirm that this arid landscape, with its lack of water, has actually sustained human populations for the last 60,000 years. This means that Aboriginal people are known to be the world's oldest living culture. So this is another slide of the Pilbara region. And the Pilbara region has more than 31 Aboriginal cultural groups, often called language groups. Each culture has a traditional area where they used to travel through the land, practicing a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, moving between areas based on availability of food and, most importantly, water. Groups would meet up at the boundaries of their country for ceremony, marriages, and other trading business. These traditional homelands are referred to as a group's country. It's where people feel like they belong and they feel an unbroken connection to the spirituality of the land and the past ancestors who've walked that country. And if you have a look here, the places where I'm going to be talking about today are near Marble Bar. There is a spot on the map that says Marble Bar, and there's a spot on the map which says Nullagine. And in Nullagine, the Bulgu people are the traditional owners. And further into the purple, you have the Wadi Western Desert and the Wanman people. Now, they also live now in Nullagine for reasons I'll discuss soon. But it's a case of working with different cultural groups and trying to bring people back to their traditional country. So has anyone ever heard of the dreaming? This is a European name, and Aboriginal groups have their own word for this, but it usually means a time when the world was soft and great ancestors were travelling through country, shaping the land and putting the law and the language into the land. So this is a belief that Aboriginal groups hold, and a common story is of the great creation serpent moving through the country, creating rivers and valleys. And these journeys are sometimes started on the land, but ended up now shown as constellations. When Aboriginal people go to country, they feel the presence of these spiritual beings, and these creation spirits have power today for affecting the lives and well-being of Aboriginal people. This respect often lies in looking after country, looking after plants and animals. So in a sense, dream time is like a religion, and it remains the source and power behind Aboriginal culture. So you could compare it to the Quran, you could compare it to the Bible, or the doctrines of law or standards of ethics. It sets the rules on how people relate to each other, to plants and animals, and standards of behaviour. However, it's not written down, and it exists in no document, because Aboriginal culture is an oral culture, and these lessons must be communicated through storytelling, painting, and other art forms such as dancing and singing. This is also the Pilbara today. Iron ore is mined in large open-cut mines, and a fly-in, fly-out workforce travels up to this remote area to work in these mines. Aboriginal culture has to coexist in the context of mining and development to their traditional country. And there are other challenges faced by Aboriginal Australians today. So Australia is a very rich country. However, in the 200 years since colonisation, there has been great disparity between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Australians. Colonisation brought many challenges, such as forced relocation from traditional country, pastoral industry, mining, settlements, the stolen generation, where children were removed from their parents and placed in institutions, state policies of assimilation, the forced learning of English, and the denial of traditional language, separation of families, and the disruption of traditional practice, to name some of the main factors. Today, this has led to many inequalities, which are still being dealt with and still lived with. And many members of Aboriginal population also live in very remote areas of Australia, which comes with the additional challenges such as communications, access to health services, high cost of living. So where people once lived within those traditional boundaries of country that I was telling you about, they now live in regional towns with limited access to country. So despite these challenges, it's important to make the point that these cultures have survived, and they've shown great resilience in the face of colonisation. Culture, traditional knowledge and practices are still strong. Traditional law and ceremony is practiced over much of Australia still. So my challenge as an anthropologist has been, how do we work with community leaders to preserve culture, to promote intergenerational teaching and learning, to protect sites of significance? I spoke before about language and cultural loss, which is occurring at a staggering rate in Australia. It's critically important that this knowledge is passed down to the present day generations. This type of knowledge is so intricately tied with land and spirituality that it's best taught outside of the classroom in a scenario where we can take elders and young people back to country together. Mapping offers a way to do this. So during cultural mapping, we collaborate with Aboriginal communities to organise programs which see a team of elders, younger traditional owners, anthropologists and archaeologists travel through a group's country with the aim of documenting and recording places and facilitating the knowledge transfer between elders and younger generations. This process leads to the sharing of important cultural knowledge, which may be documented by videography crews, defined on a map, or painted in traditional styles. So this is a cultural mapping project we're currently doing with the Balgu traditional owners. This project is concentrated on documenting the Balgu people's water places throughout their traditional country. It's involved teams travelling through the country to known water places, assessing the health of these places through scientific water testing, collecting stories and histories of the area, and putting all this information into a book which can be used as a resource for future generations. We also do Aboriginal ranger programs. So these are programs which see traditional owners employed on their traditional country to care for it by preserving the plants, animals, sacred sites, taking elders out to learn their stories, cleaning out water holes, graffiti removal, regenerating the country through cultural burning and many other activities. So during this work, the rangers collaborate with technical specialists such as environmental scientists, anthropologists, graffiti removal specialists, who train them in Western scientific models of land management, whilst the elders are still there and are present to share their traditional knowledge of caring for the country. In this way, it becomes a two-way learning environment. And here's some pictures of our bush classroom, which we set up. So everybody is here sitting down learning about the plants and animals on country. In the photo below, the team are cleaning out a water hole and getting rid of an infestation of typha weed in that water hole. And in the photo on the far right, one of our consultants is working with a senior elder who's we are so privileged to work with these senior people. This man in the photo is the oldest Aboriginal person in the whole of Australia. He's over 100 years old, and he has such a rich amount of knowledge and information to share with everyone. And one of the things we're doing with this program is developing local guidebooks in Aboriginal languages, collaborating with linguistic centres to do this. So the rangers can also get a qualification out of this work, and part of my work has been helping the rangers attain the Cert 3 in Aboriginal Sites work and the Cert 3 in Conservation of Land Management. Now, both these qualifications use a co-assessment model with qualified trainers working in partnership with community elders to assess the qualification. Another model of intergenerational learning about Indigenous knowledge has been the community arts model. There's an Aboriginal community called the Erangaji people, and in this community, the elders are accomplished artists, and they decided they wanted to pass down cultural knowledge through the medium of painting. Now, these elders hold a great amount of knowledge about heritage sites, song lines, ethnobotanical knowledge. So this started an 8-year community arts program where every year the women come together to paint cultural knowledge. One of these projects, the women decided to document or map the story of the 7 sisters. Now, I've got a video to show you, which will hopefully work on this program, but I'll just tell you a little bit about the 7 sisters before we begin. So the 7 sisters story, it's what we call a songline or a dreaming track. It's sung in traditional culture during ceremony time. And what is sung is a story that moves through the landscape. It spans almost half of the Australian continent. and it's tied to the Pleiades constellation in the night sky. And increasingly, it's featured in stories around the world. Interestingly, it's featured in stories around the world, many of which are about a group of women. So the song and story starts near the northwest coast of Western Australia and travels through the Pilbara region, through Nullagine, and onto more remote parts of the Western Desert. And in doing so, it passes through many different Aboriginal language groups, each who hold their part of the song and the story. There are many verses of the story, but the key parts are about a group of sisters being chased through the landscape by a lustful man who wanted to take one of the women as his wife. But he was the wrong skin group, and so the marriage would have been illegitimate. The sisters flew through the country, stopping at places and shaping the land as they went, and trying to hide from the man. The sisters continued to run until they fly into the night sky and become the Seven Sisters constellation that rises in the early morning and tracks across the sky, still chased by a solitary star, which is the lustful man. As a values tool, I believe it teaches the principles of law, skin groups, and women's collective strength and notions of sisterhood. So I'll see if I can play this video now about the project. Please let me know if you can't hear it. Okay, the sound doesn't seem to be working, but that's okay. We can still get the understanding of how they're painting this story. So one of the things she's saying is that all of the dots represent all of the wildflowers in the country. And in the center of the painting, you have the camp of the Seven Sisters. And then all the animal tracks around the outside are the animals which they were hunting as they travel through the landscape. And the footprints represent their travels through the landscape. And the blue are the pools that they were visiting along the way as they traveled. And they're hunting with their dingo, their dog, and that's why there's dog footprints. And this is all connected to their dream time culture, big dreaming. And they involved the senior elders who were teaching the story while the younger women were listening to the story and painting under instruction. And that's the photo of the finished artwork and all the community members who were involved with putting it together. These two older ladies here are the senior elders who wanted to share their story with the younger women through this program. And then they taught the younger women the dance. For the painting, which is a dance. And this is what the community looks like, Nullagine. Very remote area. Stop. Okay. I've also included here some more photos of how the process unfolded, with the younger women collaborating with the older women to paint the story. And there's the whole community sitting together in front of the artwork. So this really was a very successful way in passing down some of those stories associated with that songline to the younger generation. And the community loved this first program so much that they wanted to do it every year with a different story involved. So the next year, we did this painting with the community, and this one was the story of the Jila Gujara, which is two snake dreaming. This one is from Kalamili, where those two old ladies were from. Now, those two old ladies, they grew up in a traditional lifestyle, living on country, and they only walked into towns and settlements in the 1970s. So they are an amazing resource of traditional cultural information and Indigenous knowledge. So this painting here was another one of those big dreaming stories that I'm telling you about of where their homelands are. Then there was this painting, which was the skin groups. Now, skin groups I've mentioned before, but skin groups are about who you can marry, and at birth you're given a skin group based on what your mother's skin group is, and certain skin groups can only marry certain skin groups. So the community wanted to teach the younger children about this cultural rule, and this painting shows the 4 different skin groups and the lines of right-way marriage between the different skin groups. And also it includes the totemic animals of those different groups. Then another year, the community painted the Miniburu, which is again the 7 sisters, and had the 7 sisters another part of the story of them coming together and hiding from the man. This artwork was put in a gallery. It was actually exhibited down in Perth. So we brought all the artworks down and put them in a big gallery that told all these stories. And this one was sold to a school, actually, and it's going to be used as a teaching and learning resource for a school. Then last year, the community decided to paint the story and the song of the Nullagine River, which is their local river, and how it flows through the landscape. And then just this year, I've just come back from a trip with this community. I've mentioned how those elders are from a place far into the desert, and they walked from the desert out into the community in the 70s. They have been asking us to go home to their community for a very long time, and we were able to find some grant funds to take them home. So in September 22, we took a trip to Kalamili. We needed to hire a helicopter to take the elders out there. And so we flew over the country back to their traditional country. We had a film crew who recorded their stories, and we traveled to places they remember being at as young women. And a film will be made about this trip, which the community can have to preserve that cultural knowledge when these people are gone. And then when they came back into community, they decided to paint one of the old ladies' birthplaces, which we found on that helicopter trip. And so the community came together as before, all the women and the younger women working with the older women, and painted Lily's birthplace, which is very special. And so this is the final painting in the series through over the different years we've done this project. So I think taking this back to an education context, when we think about incorporating Indigenous knowledge into education, we need to think about some of the barriers to the transference of cultural knowledge. And we need to aim to address those barriers before work can be done. So whilst passing down cultural knowledge is extremely important for the elders and a critical part of what they want to see happen, there are so many barriers to doing that in a contemporary context. People living away from traditional country, when Aboriginal people weren't able to remain on their traditional countries, they moved into regional towns, and it's often hard to afford the fuel and the car to get back out to traditional country. Busy daily lives, people have school and work to go to now. Another issue is that Aboriginal knowledge is not open source. It's not something that everybody has the privilege to have access to. It's stratified in who can learn what, and there are parts of the knowledge which is highly secret and would never be shared with younger generations until they'd reached a point where they'd gained the respect to be taught that information. So it's held amongst the vast array of cultural knowledge is actually held by a few older people and taught to younger generations when it's being not in any book. Schools don't teach it. And if they were going to try, which culture would they teach? Would they teach their local country, or would they try and teach a more general culture? It's also, what we need is contextualized, experiential and relevant learning. And we also need imagined landscapes, because if you can imagine this knowledge is so tied to land and sites that to take it out of context and teach it in a classroom, it just doesn't have the same effect. It is best taught when you're on the land at those places. So what we are really missing is appropriate teaching and learning tools. And it should be mentioned here that there are actually great synergies between transformative education and Indigenous pedagogy. So both celebrate collaborative design, both are very highly exploratory, experiential, holistic in theory and practice, creative, place-based, and focus on the principles of sustainability. So there's actually a huge opportunity to align these two things when designing curricula. So the key question, how to transform education? How to transform education through Indigenous knowledge. I've showed you some examples of community-led education models for teaching and learning Aboriginal culture. These strategies have been chosen by specific Aboriginal communities as ways which align with their preferred ways of learning, their knowledge systems and their values. The challenge is twofold. How do we continue to engage Aboriginal students in Australian classrooms in culturally appropriate ways of learning language, culture, and traditional knowledge? And how do we integrate some of these methods into mainstream classrooms through the Australian national curriculum so that all children, Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal, can benefit from learning about Aboriginal Australia? So some work is being done on this by Australian universities. The University of Melbourne has the Indigenous Knowledge Institute, where curricula is being developed which teachers can use as a resource. But what is needed, in my opinion, are more resources designed by Aboriginal elders and scholars, and much more face-to-face elder engagement in classrooms. So, thank you for listening today, and if you have any ideas or questions, I think we have time now to discuss. Questions? And thank you for listening to my talk today.
Okay, thank you very much, Mel, for your presentation. It's such a great presentation. And while we are waiting for the questions from our participants, I would like to resound all the presentations. And it's very interesting presentation that it shows the richness and the variety of the ethnic groups and languages in Australia, which is the same as in Indonesia. I mean, as we know, in Indonesia, we have thousands of ethnic groups and also hundreds of languages also. And I see that our participant is also interested in the cloth painting, which is, we call it same as Indonesia, we call it batik, the same like what I'm wearing right now.
Sarah, dan Sylvie.
Okay, so it's the same pattern, yeah, show that we have some similarities in some perspective. Okay, so I see that we have the first question here. Can the host show me the chat box, please? The unmute. Here is the first question. So to now, does indigenous knowledge need a relation of cross-culture and the local ones? So it's from Mahir Jombang. Okay.
I think it does because, well, it depends who the learner is. If the learner is an Aboriginal person, then the ideal way for them to learn about cultural knowledge is through their elders, and it doesn't need any cross-cultural input. However, if the learner is a non-Aboriginal Australian person, then there will always be a cross-cultural element because we will need to adapt the Indigenous knowledge frameworks for a mainstream classroom. And so, yes, I do think that learning Indigenous knowledges requires a cross-cultural approach in that context. And I think the best cross-cultural approach you can use is to bring an elder into the classroom and have them share their stories and represent their culture, rather than a teacher trying to represent it when it's not their culture. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thank you, Mel. Yeah, I think, yes, that answers the question from Mahir in Jombang. Okay, by the way, do we have any other questions? Okay, so, okay, we have Hussein from Surabaya here. So, what obstacles stand between indigenous kids and higher education? So how to handle that kind of obstacles?
Yeah, that's a great question. There is, I talked about some of the challenges faced by Aboriginal Australians in the years since colonisation and the realities of living in a post-colonial Australia. I think there are a number of challenges faced by Aboriginal people in terms of higher education. And one of those is that typically mainstream classrooms have not incorporated Aboriginal ways of learning. And so typically, you know, we still have classrooms which teach in a Eurocentric model. So, you know, it doesn't, I'll give you a very practical example. One of the cultural taboos in Indigenous culture, in Aboriginal cultures, is singling one person out and asking them a question, and eye contact, because eye contact is often seen as disrespectful, whereas in European culture, eye contact is a sign of respect. And so in a classroom environment, if you have a young Aboriginal child, the teacher looks them directly in the eye and asks them a question, singling them out. They feel disrespected and they feel shamed for being singled out, whereas a non-Aboriginal person would not face that issue. And so there's a lot of examples like that where classrooms they need to become more culturally aware, and they need to adapt to Aboriginal ways of learning, because at the moment there is statistically, you know, there is an issue when it comes to Aboriginal engagement in classrooms. We have much lower rates of literacy, much lower rates of school attendance, much lower rates of engagement in the higher years of education amongst Aboriginal students. And so that does really need to be addressed, and those barriers need to be fixed. But I think it all comes back to making the classroom a safe, culturally appropriate and culturally sensitive place to be.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Neil. And we saw here that Ms. Nini Mariana, one friend of yours also that you know her, is raising hand. Bu Nini, do you want to ask something perhaps?
Yeah. Thank you, Patty. Hi, Neil. Hi, thank you for being here and giving us such a very great presentation and show us how beautiful the Aboriginal arts is. And here I was just wondering, because I know your background and then a little bit, and then as a Western people, then what did trigger you at the beginning so that you have a very high passion to know about the Aboriginal indigenous knowledge?
Well, I studied anthropology, and for those who don't know, is the study of cultures. And so I think I developed my interest in Aboriginal Australia after working in Aboriginal Australia, learning all the things that I had never learned in the classroom, because when I went to school, a lot of these things which I talked about today were not talked about and were not taught to non-Aboriginal children. And so it really opened my eyes when I went on a few of these jobs and met these elders and learned about this rich landscape in rich cultural heritage, I thought, wow, like I never knew any of that. And I am Australian. How, and I'm from I'm from quite a privileged background in terms of having two parents who are educators. And I didn't know this. So I think there is a huge gap in knowledge in Australia between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal Australia, and there's a lot of misunderstandings, and really we have an obligation to learn about our first people when we are Australian. So that's why I developed my interest.
Yeah, you are very a great example of how we can do like cross-cultural understanding. And then that's nice, Neil. Have a good job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bunini, and thank you, Neil. And yeah, we see here there's one raising hand and there's another question. So we go to to Mr. Budi Halomoan Siregar first, who already raised hands. Mr. Budi, good morning. Would you like to ask questions perhaps to Neil?
Thank you, Bang Ricky. Okay. Thank you, Bang Ricky. Thank you, Neil. Introduce me. I am Budi. I'm a student in PhD program in University of Medan. If talking about the integration between local wisdom or indigenous knowledge and education is very interesting topic to discuss, according to me, right? So now, according to you, what are the principles that need to be considered to integrate indigenous local knowledge in mathematical learning? For example, on the topic of geometric transformation. I mean, what the principle that we have to consider to design a learning if we want to integrate between the indigenous knowledge and mathematical learning, especially for topic of geometric transformation. Thank you.
Wow, that's a hard question. I'm not a mathematician. Maths is not my strong point. I do think there are many things which we can integrate into math from indigenous knowledge systems. One of which, let me think about this. Well, one of which could be about the stars and star stories and how people calculated moving through the country and distances by using the stars. So that is something that Aboriginal people used to do, and I think that would be very interesting to integrate into a mathematics curriculum. Also, geometry in terms of dot painting and how colours are organised and patterns in terms of these traditional artworks would be interesting. Also, song cycles. And so song cycles are traditional songs which are sung in ceremony. Now, this would be hard to access this sort of knowledge because it's quite protected in terms of its safeness. But songs are sung which have certain scales, certain mathematical scales in their formation. And you could use a song to analyze the scale that song uses and the rhythms and how the music is formed. So just some ideas there. But I know that other people are doing some really interesting integrations of mathematics and Indigenous knowledge systems around the world. And yeah, there are lots of good examples online as well of different crossovers in that space.
Okay, thank you, Nell.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Budi, for your questions, and thank you, Nell, for the answer. And we have the last questions here, perhaps from Anna. Okay, so from Anna, right? And perhaps this will be our last questions for this first session. So what should a teacher do in implementing education through local wisdom if the teacher himself or herself still has minimal knowledge about the local wisdom that will be brought into the learning?
Yeah, this is a really good question because I think this is the key issue facing integrating Indigenous knowledge into Australian classrooms. Teachers feel ill-equipped to deal with the topic, and they feel like they are not the right people to speak for the culture, especially if they're not non-Aboriginal. So I think my main point would be that we just need to try as hard as we can to integrate Aboriginal and Indigenous voices into the classroom so that these cultures are able to speak about their own culture to students. So I said at the beginning, there's an issue with me representing Aboriginal people and Aboriginal culture, and I don't wish to do that. And that is always going to be an issue. And I think that if you really want a genuine co-design and genuine collaboration with Indigenous people worldwide, they need to be engaged in the classroom to talk about their own culture. In saying that, if that is not possible, the next best thing is having some really good resources to use, which have been designed by and approved by cultural authorities on that subject. And that would be the Aboriginal people of that cultural group who've designed these, maybe in with a partnership with the university or something like that, which can be used by all teachers with minimal they don't have to have, they can have minimal background understanding, and they can just use the resources which have been approved for use. And I think if you're doing those two things, you're well on the way to addressing that issue. And then I think the teachers need to feel inspired to go and do their own research as well and read up on the culture which they are aiming to represent in the classroom. And, you know, there's no, it needs to be a cross-cultural process and an effort by all involved to try and integrate these things as best one can.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil, for the answers. So I think that's wrap up all our first session with you for sure as our very great keynote speakers. Thank you very much. And here we would like to honor you a certificate of appreciation. Yes, can the committee share screen? Okay, perhaps we will take like picture or screenshot of capture it. Okay, already done or not yet? One more time, please. Done. Okay. So thank you very much, Neil. And perhaps after this, we will also have a group session with all the participants in our first session. So are you ready? Okay. So we'll take the pictures, the photo group session in 3, 2, and smile, and 1. Thank you very much. Okay. So thank you, Neil. And we wish that we can meet again. We can have you again as our beloved keynote speakers in the next event, in the next international webinar. Thank you and see you. Bye bye. Huh? Said. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so that's all for our first session. Now we go to our second session with our second keynote speakers, Donizon Panizales Sodesta, PhD. So I would like to introduce his CV first. Okay, so Donizon Panizales Sodesta, PhD. I call him DJ. So from University of the Philippines, Visayas, an assistant professor of education at the Division of Professional Education, College of Arts and Sciences, University of the Philippines, Visayas. And we can see the education is PhD in education in National Tonghua University in Taiwan. We went to the same university for our postgraduate. That's how I know him for the last 5 years perhaps. And I'm so happy to meet you again, DJ, today online. And we can see the research interest here in indigenous people's education, critical multicultural education, social movements in relation to education and service learning. And his current collaborative project is with Artivism Ilo Explores Eco-Justice Education issues along the intersections of local knowledge and food sovereignty and youth engagement and RS activism within agricultural communities and indigenous ancestral domains. Okay, so we have the next 45 minutes of your presentation and another 15 minutes for the Q&A session. So DJ, I would like, the participants would like to listen to your presentation, but before that, the keynote speaker would like all of us to see a video, 3 minutes video. So after watching this video, I would like to give the time to yours, DJ. Okay, thank you very much, and let's enjoy the video and the presentation from our second keynote speakers.
Pahuway, pahuway, kinanglan man sang baybay. Pahuway, pahuway, akon nga hatagan, ang akon kadagatan. Sang tiyempo magbawi, paagi sa nagakaangay, nga pagpapahuway. Ang Visayan Sea, sangkad nga dagat sa Masbate, Iloilo, Negros, Capiz, Cebu, Bugana sa Manggat, Tuman kamapuslanon hinangnangid naton nga tatapon kani papahuway pahuway kinanglan man sang baybay pahuway pahuway ating yahatagan ang ating karagatan sang tiyempo magbawi paagi sa nagakaangay na pagpapahuway pahuwayan naton kadadlo season pagdakop baligyasang tamban bulaw bumaa balantyong tuloy tabaga kagahasa-hasa agot sila magdamo kaga magdalangko kay may papahuway pahuway kinanglan man sang baybay pahuway pahuway aking nakatara ang aking kadagatan sang tiyempo magbawi paagi sa nagakaangay na pagpapahuway sugod sa Nobyembre a 15 tugtog a 15 sa Pebrero Visain si atong pahuwayan sa sulod sang 3 ka bulan halin sa Danau Escalante pakadto sa isa sang bantayan matabok sa parola sa gigantes kagdayon sa isa sang ulotayan ang Visain si dayon palibutan sang norte sa Capiz kag Amuman sang baybayin sang Lilo na Sidlangan kag sang norte sa Negros Island pagdakop pagbaligya pagbakal pangisda nga komersyal kag municipal tanan ini untatan ng ane a good Visayan si makapahuway papahuway pahuway kinanglan man sang baybay pahuway pahuway aton nga hatagan ang akong kadagatan sang tiyempo magbawi paagi sa nagakaangay nga pagpapahuway gani papahuway pahuway kinanglan man sang baybay pahuway pahuway aton nga hatagan ang akong kadagatan sang tiyempo magbawi paagi sa nagakaangay nga pagpapahuway
Good morning, everyone, and thank you. Brother Ricky, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, DJ.
Good morning, and I'm happy to see you. It's been almost a year since we've seen each other. I'd like to greet everyone as we say here, mabuhay, maayong aga sa inyong tanan. You can call me DJ, and of course, in Southeast Asia, we always value friendship. And when my friend, Brother Ricky here invited me to be here, I said I have to honor this friendship because he invited me, so I have to say yes to this invitation. And I would like to say good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for this opportunity to be sharing on a topic that is very close to my heart as well. And thank you also to the State University of Surabaya for this opportunity. I hope my audio is clear, and I will be sharing my slide. Please allow me to share my slide. Okay, here we go. I hope you can see my slides. Yes, and now I'd like to take this opportunity to share with you some of the key insights that I would like to talk about regarding indigenous education. My talk is about rethinking mainstream education's relationship with indigenous knowledge and some challenges and possibilities. A lot of the examples I'm going to talk about will be coming from the Philippines, and because that is where I do my field work. So the video that you've seen or that you've watched, actually, I'm sorry if there's no English translation, but actually the title of the video means Pahuway sang baybay. It means rest for the sea. It is actually a campaign. It's now a policy in our area in the Philippines where we close off the fishing in certain parts of the sea to let the sea rest because the sea also has to rest. And this kind of resting is very much common to our approach as well into the other areas of our islands. Like, for example, here we have in agricultural lands in the Philippines, we have a practice that is very common in indigenous lands. It's called the fallow period. It is also the rest for the land. So you can see here, this is a piece of agricultural land near the fieldwork site that my colleagues and I used to work with. And here you can see that this land has not been touched for several months. And usually the practice is that after harvest, a lot of farmers would plant on that piece of land again. But for indigenous farmers, they would let the land rest. And I would like us to focus on this word that they use. The word is rest. Rest is something that is usually associated with human beings or animals. Usually it is animals and human beings who are resting. But here, the indigenous thinking is that land should rest, the sea should rest because they also feel tired. And we think of land as something that is alive. We think of the sea as something that is alive. So we think of the land and the sea as living creatures. And it is not actually very strange to do that because in many indigenous communities, not only here in the Philippines, but in many indigenous communities uh, in Austronesia especially. And when I say Austronesia, it's the region of lands that stretch from Taiwan to the Philippines, down to Indonesia, and down to the island groups in the Pacific. And in many of these islands, they think of nature as alive. They think of nature as not just a place. They think of nature, for example, as a woman, as a mother, as a living creature. So for them, nature is not just soil or land where we live. Nature is one large living creature that gets tired and also must rest. And here lies the wisdom of indigenous knowledge, where we think of the land not only as a sort of resource, but really as a creature that lives with us. So in the Philippines, we have a lot of indigenous groups, but I think not so much compared to Indonesia. In Indonesia, you have thousands of ethno-linguistic groups. In the Philippines, we have around 80 to 100 ethno-linguistic groups. I belong to one of them. And the more languages, the more language diversity there is, the more there is also a diversity of indigenous knowledge that is available for us. And here, even if we come from different indigenous groups here in the Philippines, we have shared certain knowledges that are common with us, especially our knowledge about nature. So just to give you a little background of where I am. So I do a lot of my field work in the Philippines, especially in the island region of Western Visayas. And in the island regions of Western Visayas, there is an island called Panay. Panay is known for its agricultural lands. In fact, the word Panay is from the local term here. It's aninipay, which is actually like a tall grass that grows near rivers. It is sometimes also used as a term for rice. So here in this island, there are indigenous groups living here, and one of the indigenous groups that I work with, I think for more than 8 years now, are the Tumandok or the Panay Bukidnons. The Tumandok is both noun and adjective. Of course, we know that noun is a name, but adjective is also like a description because it is also used as a description for people who are natives of the land. Currently, they have already different kinds of livelihoods right now. Some of them are hunter gatherers, some of them are slash and burn farmers, And most of them are actually settled farmers. Some of them would find work in the city or in the towns. They could be seasonal workers or paid employment. And of course, a lot of them are also doing what people as buy and sell. They do entrepreneur. So they on regular days they speak a language which is called karaya, and that is their casual language, which is quite different from the language that they use during formal ceremonial events. And of course, there are only very few of them who can speak Ligbok. And the challenge for us is that the lesser people who are able to speak and understand the ancient language, the more that the knowledge that is within that language is also threatened, because when we forget the language, we also forget the memories and the knowledge within that language. So I've been working with this community. My friends and I and my colleagues have been working with this community for more than 7 or 8 years now, and we are interested on their practice called the School for Living tradition. So from Monday to Friday, their children, the indigenous children, attend uh, public school where they learn Western curriculum. It is only during weekends where their community set up their own school where they learn their own culture, their Panay Bukidnon indigenous culture. And we tried to work with them and study what they are doing in their School for Living traditions. And it is through this experience and many other experiences related to indigenous culture and working with indigenous peoples that that I get my presentation and the things that I'd like to share this afternoon. Sorry, this morning. And so, before I formally begin, I should like to acknowledge the indigenous peoples of both the Philippines and Taiwan, where I did a lot of my academic and research work, because they are the original guardians of the land. Now, for my presentation has three short parts. First, I'd like to discuss what are indigenous knowledge, where and why do we need indigenous knowledge in education, and the third is that what's the next after we have integrated indigenous knowledge into education? What is there to do next? So oftentimes a lot of the things that I've learned about indigenous knowledge is through immersion. So which means I have to live with the community and work with the community, and also importantly to also listen to the community. So there is an official definition of what indigenous knowledge is, and usually indigenous knowledge is known as the knowledge that people in a given community had developed over time and continue to develop. And who owns and where can we find this indigenous knowledge? Indigenous knowledge is collectively owned by everyone. There is no exclusive authority to own indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is owned by everyone in the community. So when it is used by the community, it is owned by the community. And usually we create these indigenous knowledge are created based on the experience on adapting to a local environment. So which means that if you are from an indigenous community on the mountains, your indigenous knowledge would also be different from the indigenous knowledge of indigenous people who live near the sea or who live in agricultural areas. It is a very place-based kind of knowledge, which means that this is the kind of knowledge that will be different basing on where the indigenous peoples live. And they have created this knowledge because they have passed down things that they have discovered from one generation to another to the younger generations, which means also that indigenous knowledge does not stay the same. The more that each generation uses the indigenous knowledge, the more it becomes a changing and more improving entity. So it is not static. Does not stay the same. It gets improved every generation. Now, there are different types of indigenous knowledge depending on which source you would consult. But for the purpose of our discussion this morning, especially for those who are interested in integrating indigenous knowledge into education, especially for our pre-service teachers, those who are going to be teaching maybe in elementary school or in high school or in early childhood education, there are a lot of indigenous knowledge out there. And it's important for us to know what are the types of indigenous knowledge that we can use for our own classrooms and for our own curriculum. So one of the examples of indigenous knowledge are information. So information is knowledge. So knowledge, for example, about what? So for example, we have knowledge about plants that we could use for medicines. There are also a lot of plants are all around, especially I think in Indonesia, that people use so that to repel the insects, because there's a lot of insects in our country. I live in the Philippines. I have traveled to Jawa Timur in 2018 for 1 month, and just like in the Philippines, we have a lot of insects. But people, both in Indonesia, in the Philippines, and many parts of Southeast Asia and beyond, we have used plants so that the insects will get away from us. There are also some plants that we could use and look at to find out if the soil has a lot of salt in it, because certain plants live in salty soil. There's also a lot of plants that our elders, our ancestors use to determine what season it is. So they just look at the plants, they just look at the different plants growing in the area, and they will already know what season it is. So a lot of these are examples of information that is still part of indigenous knowledge. Next, we have practices and technology. So examples of practices and technology are the things that we do. So the actions that we do as members of the culture, these are our practices and technology. So they include our healing practices, our farming practices, the practices that we do to preserve food, especially preserve meat or preserve our seeds. So these are our practices. We should also include fishing, because I understand that Surabaya is a coastal city. So a lot of people living around Surabaya have fishing as their main source of livelihood. And with the source of livelihood of fishing, especially around Surabaya, you have a lot of knowledge about fishing. We also should include house building, because in Southeast Asia, we build our houses differently based on our location and also based on our climate. Next, we have beliefs, and our beliefs are usually around certain beliefs like religion. And there are some religious practices that brings people together, like festivals and rituals. In our communities in Southeast Asia, weddings and funerals are examples of activities where we gather together, not only to do the rituals, but also to eat together. So for some anthropologists, these occasions, like weddings and funerals, are chances for us to eat together. And also one of the things that are part of our belief systems here in Southeast Asia are our regard for the sacred spaces. And this is very true in Southeast Asian countries like the Philippines, especially in my island, in the island of Panay, where we have used our regard for sacred spaces to help conserve nature. So for instance, we have a concept in the island of Panay called mariit. Mariit is an adjective that we use to describe a system of belief about certain places being inhabited by spirits or inhabited by entities that we could not see. So when a place is mariit, so the place is sacred. So this practice is can be traced back to the pre-colonial Philippine practice of animism, or the belief that everything possesses a soul. So for instance, in the indigenous knowledge, especially in my island, the tree has a spirit, the rocks have spirits, the mountains have spirits. So everything is alive for the indigenous point of view. So we have used this kind of idea to help us in nature conservation. One of the reasons why there are a lot of forested areas that remain in my island is that a lot of these forested areas are known to be mariit, meaning sacred, and therefore people will not go through these places. And because these places had been known to be sacred and mariit, and therefore off limits, they become the home of a lot of endangered species. in a lot of endangered plants and animals. And this is how indigenous knowledge could actually, indigenous knowledge and indigenous belief help in nature conservation. So, for example, here we have trees that we consider as mariit, and therefore people don't cut down these trees. And because people don't cut down these trees provide a home for a lot of creatures, a lot of birds, a lot of insects, because people don't touch them, because people think it's mariit. People think that it is the home of spirits. And because of that, it helps nature conservation. And also, mariit becomes the term for associated for to be careful, meaning this place is prone to accidents. There is a story with mariit because if you go to a place that is mariit, there is a big chance that you will get an accident, and therefore you have to be very careful and walk very slowly. So our policemen and our traffic enforcers in the city use this as a way to caution people against speeding or going very fast. So we have here a sign, just like here in this picture, like caution. It's mariit, meaning you have to be very careful. So another example or another type of indigenous knowledge that you could also look at are tools. These are the equipment that we use for hunting, for farming, for fishing, for storage, and we use them a lot, again, depending on where we live. Next, we have materials. Materials are the things that we use for many things, like house building, making baskets, weaving, pottery, and other crafts. Next, we have human resources. Our human resources are the people in our community with indigenous skills, like our healers. Uh, I think in some parts of Indonesia, you have traditional healers like your tungkot bayi. I'm not sure. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. So there we have traditional women healers in the community. Just like here in the Philippines, we have those too. In Indonesia, in some communities, you have these kinds of healers as well. So and sometimes these healers are also midwives. So they also help women give birth. We also have metal workers, we have fisher folks, we have our wise elders to provide us good advice. And importantly, especially here in my island, uh, storytellers and chanters are very important because they hold the memory of the community. They hold the stories of the community. In the indigenous group that I work with, chanters and storytellers are important because they hold the stories of the community that are very important to the community, like the epic chants. The Panay Bukidnons that I'm working with, they have a collection of chants that gets to be memorized by only a few members of the community. Next, experimentation. Experimentation are the things that we do in order to improve our daily practice. So, for instance, our healers, our shamans, our weavers, our craft workers, they become better at what they do by doing new practices or by incorporating new practices. So our healers, for example, experiment on a lot of plants for medicine. Our craft workers experiment with new ways of making metal crafts, and this is the way for them to test and develop their skills as well. Next, we have biological resources, and these are the resources like plants and animals that we need for our everyday life, like food, sometimes our shelter as well, and also our medicine. And next, we have education. For many indigenous groups, we who also go to school on regular days, but the way that they learn on a regular day when they are outside of school is through storytelling, through chanting, through singing, through dancing, and through a practice called apprenticeship, where a young indigenous uh, member of the community learns from an older indigenous member of the community. So if I am a young farmer, I learn from the old farmers about their practices. And also we learn a lot here in Southeast Asia, we learn a lot through observation. And this is something that is very common among many indigenous groups here in our part of Asia. And last, we have communication. sending messages. So we send messages by storytelling as well, by poetry, by songs, by dances, by chants, by also writing messages. In some indigenous groups in my island, they write the messages in wood, and that is they send these messages to another group of people. We also communicate through the use of drawings by weaving, and we have a practice in many Southeast Asian indigenous groups of tribal councils, where the elders of the community and the adults of the community come together to resolve and talk about very important community issues. And also, we have different kinds of mediation practices. We could not avoid conflict in many groups, and therefore there is always a person or a group of persons who are tasked to become the mediator to settle conflicts so that everyone will live peacefully in the community. And this is part of mediation. Now, we might be wondering, why is it that we have been so interested with indigenous culture only now? Why, especially here in the Philippines, that we are not interested about this many years ago? Well, in the Philippines, we have what we call as our colonial legacy. For more than 300 years, we were under the Spaniards. And when the Spaniards came to the Philippines and they saw the natives of the islands, there was no Philippines before. There was just a mixture of different islands and different kingdoms here in our country before. There was no Philippines before, but when the Spaniards arrived, they brought in Christianity and they wanted to civilize the people, and so they kind of want to change the indigenous culture of the people. And so what happened was that uh, even the this was there was a project, there was an ongoing project to change the natives from their own indigenous identity to an identity that looks like European, and that is a very long process. And even until now, many people and even natives in my island wanted to look more European, wanted to look more foreign than looking at like themselves. So that is something that is very common even until now, and that is part of the colonial influence in our country. And when the Spaniards left, the Americans came, and for the Americans to justify their rule over the islands of the Philippines, what they did was that they picked up different samples of indigenous groups and they displayed these indigenous groups in the United States in the 1904 World's Fair. So as you can see here on the screen, we have this is the advertisement for that show where native indigenous peoples are shown in many cities in the United States for people to look at, including that little child there on the right hand side of the screen. So indigenous people were displayed to the audience, to the American audience, to convince the American audience that we should invade the Philippines because they are a backward people and they need us for them to become modernized and educated. And this is one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why we don't have so much respect for indigenous culture even today. And this also means through the process of education, through the process of a Western style education, that the knowledge being taught in our schools in the Philippines are more Western knowledge than our own knowledge. So this kind of approach is to turn the native indigenous people into something that is recognizable to foreigners who occupy and invade the country. So that is the reason perhaps why even now, if you go to school and you ask kids why they go to school, it's probably because they were given a certain story, a certain narrative. And what is this narrative? That if you finish school, you can leave the land, you can leave the country, and you can earn money in another country. Usually that's the story that is being taught in school. One of the reasons why children are in school right now, so that they can earn money. And that is actually quite problematic as well, because what will happen is that a lot of us do not give the same dignity anymore to some of the practices that we have. Like, for instance, The study from our Ministry of Agriculture, our Department of Agriculture, says that the average age of Filipino farmer is 57. If that's the case, who will feed the Filipino people in the next 10 years? Because modern education seems to take us away from the land and from our identity. No one wants to be farmers anymore. Everyone wants to be white-collared workers. And that is okay, but the problem is what will happen to our land? What will happen to our livelihood when we have lesser farmers but more and more people to feed? So here in the Philippines, one of the things that had been tagged as one of the causes of this is our educational system. Yes, indeed, the Philippines has a high rate of literacy in Southeast Asia, but also the problem is that in terms of reading comprehension, we are quite low. We scored the lowest among 79 participating countries in reading comprehension. And a lot of the students also drop out of school. 11% of those who enrolled in previous years would drop out of school. And more than half of those who drop out of school are females, are girls. And the thing is that a lot of these dropouts, actually, what the numbers don't tell you is that a lot of those who drop out are actually coming from indigenous learners. They are indigenous learners who drop out of school. And that is very alarming as well, because instead of being able to have education, they would drop out. And it lowers their chances of not only participating as workers, but also of their skills on how to survive the modern world. So the problem for the government and for many organizations here is how to encourage more indigenous learners to stay in school. Because right now, a lot of them are not in school because of this problem. So the Department of Education came up with an Indigenous Peoples Education Curriculum Framework. And what is this framework, and why did they come up with this framework? Well, this framework was inspired by the United Nations call for Indigenous peoples education. For the United Nations, there is the need or the right to be for the youth to be educated about their own culture as well as their own indigenous language. And eventually, other scholars also supported this by saying that this kind of education should focus on teaching indigenous knowledge, models, methods, and content within the formal or non-formal education system. This means that there are different ways of having indigenous people's education. And in the Philippines, the government responded to this by creating formal education, non-formal education, and informal education that integrates the following: indigenous knowledge systems of the people, community history and languages. They have their indigenous learning systems, their community way of life, including their farming cycles, their life cycles, their fishing cycles. And also we have to also be sensitive to the educational goals, aspirations, and competencies of the different indigenous communities. And thus, it is important for education, for mainstream public education, to always talk with elders and other community members on the process of learning on how to assess and how to manage this education system. Now, this started formally in 2013, and the rules on how this is going to be done started only in 2016. So we are quite late in the game here. So what is this iPad program or Indigenous Peoples Education Program? The goal of this program is for us to come up with a basic education that is responsive to the context of the students, that respect their identities and promotes the values of their indigenous knowledge, their competencies, and other aspects of their cultural heritage. So this is a policy for curriculum and at the same time an approach to teaching and an approach to learning as well. And there are several objectives of the iPad program. This is from the iPad program of the government, of the Department of Education. I think in Indonesia, you call it Ministry of Education. So here we have the following objectives. We want this program wants to establish a rights-based partnership with IP. IP means indigenous peoples communities, so that they will be included, so that they will participate, and that they will be empowered to come up with programs, educational programs related to their everyday life. The second objective of the iPad program is to make a curriculum that is responsive to the culture of the indigenous people. Third is to build the capacity of teachers, because just like the points raised before, it is difficult to have indigenous education if the teachers themselves do not have the capacity to teach indigenous knowledge. Four, we have to develop culturally appropriate learning resources, so books, learning materials, all of these are part of all of this, because a lot of the materials that we have right now are still very much from the point of view of a learner who lives in the city, not from a learner who lives in indigenous community. And fifth, we have to strengthen a policy environment that is supportive of the indigenous people's education, because until right now, there's still a lot of schools and a lot of communities who do not understand why we have to have an indigenous people's education project. And six, we have to address the learning needs of indigenous learners who lack access to basic education services, especially when it comes to teaching and learning access. A lot of schools do not have the correct number of teachers, and they don't have a lot of resources. And it's a big issue here in the Philippines to have adequate resources given to all learners, regardless of whether they are living in urban areas or living in indigenous people's areas. So before I continue, let me share a short video. Hopefully, you can watch the video. I will okay. I will share this video. Hopefully, the okay. Please, would the host please inform me if you can or could not hear the sound of the video? Thank you. Can you hear the video? Could the host please tell me if you can hear the video?
Yes, DJ.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So I'll continue playing the video. Okay. So this is in the same island in the Philippines.
Halin sang pagbugtaw ko, nagabugtaw ako alas 5. Tama karaya ang ginapanaw ko. Halin sa balay, nagapanaw ako mga 2 ka oras. Kung magbaha, mabudlay, magtabo.
Our major problem is poverty. Most, if not all, of our students belong to families below poverty line. I can really relate to them because as a young boy, I have to help in the farm.
Sorry, DJ, the video is not played yet.
Principal of
Okay, the video is not playing?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me check. Share, new share. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, is it playing now?
Tama karaya ang ginapanaw ko.
Yes, Fred, thank you.
Balay, nagapanaw ako.
Is it playing?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I'll just play it, okay? And please tell me if it stops or it's not playing. Thank you.
Mga 2 ka oras. Kung magbaha, mabudlay, magtabo.
Our major problem is poverty. Most, if not all, of our students belong to families below poverty line. I can really relate to them because as a young boy, I have to help in the farm. My name is Jesus Insilada, principal of Caningon National High School. As a poor child and as an indigenous student, I myself have experienced to be underestimated. I have felt inferior. That is why indigenous people, the poor and the underprivileged, are very special to me.
Naguntat lang ako kay waay sinanay din kay gasto kay
Last school year, we had 50 students dropping out from school. One of the important solutions that we have is culture-based teaching.
Morning.
It is the method wherein we integrate every aspect of the culture and traditions as Panay Bukidnon.
It's not difficult.
This is a mathematics class introducing mathematical concept, which is arithmetic sequence using the Panubok designs. These are very familiar with the students, therefore, we can expect very active participation, engagement in the lessons. What is the constant number? 10.
para sa akon masapos ko naintindihan ang pagpanubok ko relate sa math kay ang pagpanubok partindaan sa among kultura.
Every squared is divisible by 2.
Mas gusto ko takan ang ang math. At syempre ang nakasana ang mga paagi bala ni Sir Isilada nga pagtudlo ka math.
Ang sekreto ni Sir Jesus sa pagpabalik kang kabataan bisan marayo ang ginaistaranan da, ginarespeto kag ginavalue gid ni Sir Jesus ang culture.
Okay, so I will stop now. Okay. New share. I have to go back to my screen. Okay. So this is an example of an initiative of indigenous people's education. So here, the iPad, or the Indigenous People's Education Program of the government, is seen as one of the possible solutions to encourage more indigenous learners to stay in school. And in order to do that, we have to come up with an educational system, with a system for teaching and learning that makes it engaging, relevant to the immediate lives of the learners. Because if the learners do not see any engagement or relevance about the things that they learn in school, and they do not find it in their own culture, it's difficult for them to be engaged in school. And so for the iPad program, we still have a lot of things to do because we still have to come up with community engagement and partnerships, because the school is not enough. It is not enough for the school to do it alone. Number two, we have to come up with more curriculum contextualization. The curriculum in the Philippines is pretty much a Western curriculum. The challenge is how to translate that into something that indigenous learners and their communities can appreciate. Next, we have continuous hiring and development of iPad teachers, also just like the main issue about how can teachers who are not indigenous peoples themselves, how can they use indigenous knowledge to teach their subjects or to teach their lessons. That is why we need to continue to hire teachers who do not only know about indigenous knowledge, but also are using indigenous knowledge themselves. And last, also one of the things that we have to do as well is to support what we call as the Mother Tongue Multi-Based Multilingual Program, or the MTB-MLE, where the early grades, and especially the key subjects like mathematics and science, are taught using the mother tongue of the learners. And also we have the project now we call the Last Mile Schools that provide access to culturally responsive education to schools that are very far away in the community or in the island. Okay, so what should be the place therefore? This is me winding up. Moving forward, what should be the place of indigenous knowledge in curriculum and teaching? Well, if you ask my opinion about it, and as someone who's doing research on it, and as someone who's working with the community with indigenous on indigenous knowledge, we need to go beyond just putting it inside our subject areas like math or science, because right now there are just content for our lessons. In mathematics, for instance, one of the approaches for integrating into indigenous knowledge in mathematics is called ethnomathematics. So it's like the mathematics of local culture, where you come up with, let's say, algebraic expressions or functions to explain certain patterns, like weaving patterns, just like in the things that I'm wearing, or this clothes like I'm wearing. You can express this mathematically, and that is just one. But there is a need to go beyond just integrating knowledge. The curriculum needs to reflect the community condition, because the curriculum was designed not for indigenous people. Our curriculum in the Philippines was designed so that we can create workers out of our students for companies and other people who do business. And so, what is the path moving forward? Yes, the government has their own indigenous people's education, but we should also empower indigenous communities to come up with their own education curriculum and with their own curriculum. So diversity is the key. There should not only just be one framework for indigenous education. What we want to push, especially with my friends and from the NGOs I'm working with, is that there should be a diversity of different models of how indigenous people's education should teach indigenous knowledge, especially that these should be designed by indigenous peoples themselves and not just only from the Ministry of Education or the Department of Education. Focus is especially needed for a kind of education that is close to the land or is having a close relationship with the land. And so, moving forward, we have to also reflect on our experience of being taught Western knowledge. So in school, I went to a very Western knowledge-based school where I was taught to learn Western knowledge so that I can be successful, I can be rich, I can get a job, I get paid a lot of money, I could own a lot of things and control the world. But if we look at indigenous people's schools, especially in the communities where I work with, they want to use indigenous knowledge not to control other people, but to live harmoniously in the world. So you, as an indigenous person, you do not own the world. The world owns you. And it's a different way of looking at reality. And so there are different models that we could use as indigenous knowledge of the land. We have so much of these different models coming from different countries with indigenous peoples, and we can learn from them. We can learn how they have negotiated the rights to the land. We could learn how they make inquiries and reflect about their experiences. We could learn how they engage with different people in the land and outside the land. We could learn about the different culture and the different languages that they have. And in doing so, we answer very important questions, whether you are indigenous or not indigenous, but living in the land. Where are you? And what kind of knowledge is available in the land or in the area where we live? What are the connections that we could make? And what is our relationship with Mother Earth? Or in our case, with Inang Kalikasan. That's our Tagalog word for Mother Earth. And in doing so, we reconnect and create a deeper relationship with the land where we are. And that is a different kind of education. And I believe that is how, in one of the ways where indigenous knowledge can transform education by changing our relationship with the land and changing our relationship with the knowledge that we learn. And with that, I'd like to thank the State University of Surabaya, especially the Faculty of Education and the Department of Elementary Education for this opportunity. Maraming salamat kaninyong tanan. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Good day, everyone.
Sama-sama.
Okay, I think that's it. I can stop share now.
Very much. Thank you for great presentation. We learned first from your presentation. So yes, both Philippines and Indonesia, I can say we have a lot of similarities. First of all, we are case of a lot of islands. There are Indonesia, I believe there are like 7,000 to 8,000 islands in violence in both countries for sure will lead to and languages for sure. That's why indigenous knowledge is very important for. So, Q&A session, and the first question actually is from our one. So, yeah, before that, this question first before we go to this one. Thank you, Gary. So, questions from Brother Benny Stiawan. So, you can say hello to him later. He's also attending this webinar right now. So, his questions are, there are two questions actually. Okay. First is, based on your presentation, especially that, you know, there's limitations in higher educations when we want to teach the students, is time limitations because it's already restricted in the curriculum. So that's the first questions from Mr. Benny. And the second is, according to Iconhead, that cross-bordering is the main problem to students, especially in higher educations, to study about science in the classroom, because the indigenous knowledge that they have is totally different with the science knowledge in the classroom. So is there maybe from you, your solution, maybe alternatives, recommendations, suggestion, how to build a bridge between this indigenous knowledge and the scientific knowledge in the classroom? So yeah, there are two questions from Brother Benny.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Benny. I hope to visit you again there in Surabaya, and thank you very much for this this question. Now, this question, I guess, is something that many science education departments, not only in Indonesia or even in the Philippines, are concerned about, but it's also a concern for many science education departments all around the world. How can we integrate the time for students, our service teachers, to learn indigenous knowledge, because we need to spend more time with them. Now, there are different approaches to that. Of course, we could not ask them to live there for a long time within a semester. And one of the approaches that other universities are doing is that they start the immersion in very short amounts of time, maybe just 1 or 2 days, starting in their first semester. So in their first semester, they go to the communities gradually. They don't spend a lot of time there, but over the course of the next semesters, they spend more time there. If you are interested, there is a paper about that by Deborah Tippins and Shirley Nichols and Vicente Handa. It was written, I think, from University of Georgia in Athens, where they talk about community immersion for science education undergraduates. And in that model, there is, prior to a semester where they have to do an immersion to the community, there are already instances where they have already visited the community before. So they already did some pre-learning activities before they visit the community. It's also important for universities, just like State University of Surabaya, to always have a community partner. So if you have a community partner, you already have a group or a community where your students can come in and learn. And the same community becomes the host of the next batch of students coming in, perhaps every year or every 2 other years. So that could be a model. But for us to learn about this model, or about the things that could work, or in terms of policy, in terms of how we run the curriculum for science education, it is perhaps recommended to also ask other science education departments in Indonesia what they are doing, and also learn from other models or other lessons. So again, it depends on the model that you use, and it also depends on the readiness of our communities to engage with the university, because not all communities are always willing to embrace people coming from the university. And the second question is a very science education question on do we bridge the world of Western science and how do we bridge it with the world of indigenous knowledge where our students come from. If you ask Jehedi and Aikenhead, there are different roles for students, especially for teachers. And for teachers, what is recommended is that we become not only teachers, but we also become what we call as culture brokers. So as a culture broker, we should understand what the other framework offers versus what the other framework offers. And our work as culture broker is very detailed and very time consuming, but it actually entails us being negotiators between these two worlds. So as teacher educators, or as, let's say, you who is teaching students to become future teachers, what are the possible skill sets that you can model to them that demonstrates your understanding of the two different knowledge systems of the Western knowledge system science, and of course the indigenous science that is in our community. So there are different steps and there are different experiences with that. I'm sure you have already interviewed a lot of teachers about their strategies. Perhaps what's the next thing that we could do is put together a lot of the strategies of teachers who tried their best to become culture brokers. And what are the practices that worked and what are the practices that still need to be refined. And with that, we can come up with a growing material, an evolving material on how to become better culture brokers, not only to educate our pre-service teachers, but also to model our practice to other universities in Indonesia as well. I hope I answered your question, Brother Benny, but if you have more questions, you know how to reach me. You can just send me a DM later. But thank you so much for that question. I think resonates well with our topic this morning. Thank you very much. Back to you, Brother Ricky.
Oh, okay, thank you very much, DJ, for your answer. And we will have the second questions here by Ilham, perhaps. Yeah, Ms. Buika, thank you very much. So yeah, we have one question from Ilham Handika here. What is the real challenge for indigenous people in defending their own traditional life from globalization impact?
Oh, okay. Wow. Thank you, Ilham. It's a difficult question, but also a very good question. It depends on the condition of the indigenous people, because different indigenous peoples in the world face some common problems. And one of the common problems of indigenous peoples is that a lot of some governments and some private corporations want to push them out of their lands because their land contain a lot of resources. So, and also a lot of governments sometimes, or a lot of companies, they want to get the resources coming from the land of the indigenous people. And having the rights to their land is one of the biggest challenge of indigenous peoples, because the indigenous people, their identity is based on their relationship with the land. If you take the indigenous people out of the land, their sense of identity and sense of self also gets threatened. So their place and their permanent place in the land, their rights to the land, is the main challenge to indigenous peoples. Currently, with the indigenous peoples I'm working with, having their rights to their land be challenged by other people is their main problem, because they want to defend their land. By defending their land, they defend their way of life. So, what is the challenge for us who are not indigenous or are not living in the indigenous lands is how can we support indigenous communities in their fight to protect their rights to their lands that are being taken away from them? So that, I think that's the short answer. It's a really complicated it's a complicated and complex issue, and I do hope that in your place, at least there in Indonesia, there are already people who are already trying to talk about this and do something about this. And thank you very much for that very insightful question. And this is also, I think, a question that people from the universities also need to be engaged with. I guess that's it. Brother Ricky, I hope I answered that question. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, DJ, for
okay.
the answer. And perhaps we have the last questions from Mahir here.
Okay.
Okay, so it's from Mahir in Jombang. To implement and immerse the encouragement of learners to learn the indigenous knowledge, should we put it into the curriculum, or is quite enough to have it as co-curriculum program? Suppose we have no support from the government yet.
Okay. This is a problem, I guess, not only in Indonesia, it's also a problem here in the Philippines. A lot of the initiatives that we have on support for indigenous knowledge and indigenous education still don't have enough support from the government. And usually the approach is, if it becomes official by putting it in the curriculum, therefore indigenous knowledge becomes more powerful. Because if we just put it within just one course or one subject that learners learn in the curriculum, it may not have enough power. So again, the curriculum is a very powerful document. Why? Because if you're looking at curriculum studies and curriculum practice from the point of view of post-structuralism, the curriculum has the power to include or exclude knowledge. So the knowledge that the curriculum includes are the ones that gets to be popularized, that gets to be supported. And the knowledge that the curriculum does not include gets to be erased and gets to be forgotten. And I think that's the fundamental principle that we should remember every time that we think about the curriculum, and every time that we think of the question of whether to include indigenous knowledge or not. Because if we just include indigenous knowledge like a supplement or a miscellaneous addition, we think of it as only as a secondary form of knowledge. But if we deliberately put it into our curriculum, it is saying that this curriculum also gives equal importance to indigenous knowledge. So when you are already at the process of reviewing your curriculum, you try to ask your colleagues, you try to ask your stakeholders, is indigenous knowledge something that we should clearly state in our curriculum, or is just something which is just an option? So again, it boils down to your institutional choices. I hope I answered your question, because it's also a very complex curricular and instructional issue as well, not only in Indonesia, but also in other universities around the world that offer teacher education programs. I think that's it. Brother Ricky, I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the three participants who gave the questions, and thank you, DJ, for the great presentation and answers. So I think this is the end of the second session, and we would like to honor you a certificate of appreciation. So yeah, here. Okay, here it is. So we'll take picture in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you. Okay, and after this, we will have a group photo session with all the participants, perhaps.
Okay.
Don't forget to smile for sure. So, ready? So, and thank you very much, DJ, and we wish that we can see you again in the future in the next international webinar in another event. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, thank you for still being us. So we will come to the last session, to the third session with Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang, PhD. Okay, I would like to introduce his CV. So Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang from State University of Psycho. Okay, I'm so sorry. There's like technical issues here. Okay, so yeah, I would like to introduce the CV of the last, our third keynote speakers, Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang, PhD from the State University of Surabaya. From the State University of Medan. I would like to call Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang as perhaps my brother as well, Abang, since I was born in Medan. So yeah, we came from the same provinces, perhaps. Okay, so let's see his educational history, his educational background: Bachelor of Math Education from Universitas HKBP Nomensen. The second is Master of Mathematics Education from Universitas Negeri Surabaya. So, yeah, alumni of our beloved UNESA. And the last, PhD from Mathematics Education from Murdoch University. I think it's the same university with one of our lecturers, Boneni Mariana. So we can see there are some publications here from 2017 until 2021, and then there are some bookwork here. Yeah, there's contact info of Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang from State University of Medan, Universitas Negeri Medan. So without waiting for any longer, I would like to give the time to my brother, my abang, Mr. Mangaratua Simanjorang. So time is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you for calling me abang. That make us closer. Okay. Good morning, I think. Good morning, everyone. So I am very happy to be invited to this event, especially to listen to the first two keynote speakers, because they present a very interesting, very important idea. Let me share my screen. Okay, so
so sorry to interrupt, Abang. Perhaps we cannot hear the voice clearly. It's a bit low. It's not too loud enough. So some participants perhaps cannot hear it clearly.
Okay, I'll try to set the volume first. Is it clearer now?
Yes, it's very clear. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, if the first two keynote speakers present their experience, their professional experience in the indigenous community, at this moment I want to share with you my own reflective story related to the indigenous knowledge, as being myself but at least community member. So my presentation, I choose this title from my presentation, Reflecting on Indigenous Perspective Potential for Transforming Education. Bang Ricky has introduced me before, so if any of you haven't heard about Medan yet, it's located in North Sumatra, close to Lake Toba, the biggest volcanic lake in the world. Okay, so I don't need to talk more about myself, I think. Let's start with this one. The first story that I want to share, it's about an experience of my friend. Actually, he was a doctoral student. And one time, his supervisor asked them to visit his farmer community and to introduce, to share their work to those community. But at that moment, one of the community member, his farmer, asked this student group. This is the question. Okay, maybe not the exact question, but the the content of the question is there. If I use your method, how much can I harvest? This is the basic question, I think, for this farmer, because they want to calculate their capital and their gain after some time. And my friend answered that it's about 1 ton, say something like that. The amount is not the important point, but the comparison between what the doctoral student may offer with their method compared to what the fish farmer has had before. So listening to this answer, the fish farmer that asked the question said, it's not good. With my current method, I can have 1.7 ton. So this is a simple situation for me that raise the existence of indigenous knowledge that is not less important compared to what we have in our education so far, even if it is in higher education level. When I am trying to formulate this presentation, I found this cartoon. Okay, so it's quite interesting for me. Yeah, it's about, yeah, I think Brother DJ have talked about colonialization in Philippines. We have also that period of time in Indonesia. So some Western country colonized some Asian countries in the past. And while doing so, they also offer knowledge or civilization based on their perspective. Yeah, but in this cartoon, kind of a critique with this word called civilization. Yes, here the white people. I'm sorry if I use that term. Okay, the white people said that I'm here to bring you to bring you the civilization. You can stop being natives and become customers. I'm not saying that this is 100% the idea of introducing knowledge to the natives, but there is something like this hidden in the process of introducing this kind of civilization. But my question is not whether they are having a hidden curriculum or not, but my question is, does new perspective mean the end of a previous one? This is the important thing that I need to reflect for myself. Does the new perspective mean the end of the previous one? If we learn Western knowledge, do we need to leave? Do we need to abandon our indigenous knowledge? Or is there any other way? Okay. While doing that, I remember Mbak Neni, Bu Neni, talk about transformation and use the butterfly as a metaphor. Remember that story? This idea came to my mind. Okay. It is true that a butterfly is different from a caterpillar. So butterfly is not caterpillar anymore. It transformed from caterpillar into a butterfly. However, all that a butterfly has come from whatever the caterpillar was. Okay, so even if we learn many good things from a Western educational system, we are not Western people. I'm not a Western people. I'm still a Bataknese people. I'm still an Indonesian. Even I don't know which one is West, which one is East, because the world is round. Okay, it's, I think, just a terminology that is used. So I can't abandon my identity as Bataknese, even if I learn more in a Western educational system. Okay, so one of our Professor Sujadi, may he rest in peace, he has a big influence in my development as a professional and also as an individual, because I learned many important things, many values from him during my study in UNESA. So he said to us in our class, a new perspective doesn't necessarily replace a previous one. This is the first one that I always remember and always share with my students. Okay, the second one, there is no best medicine that can cure all illness. Okay, even if we have a headache, some people have headache, those people may have different medicine that effectively cure that problem. Okay, so there is no best medicine that can cure all illness. So all illness, it's impossible for one medicine to cure all illness. So we need to consider the specific situation to have a specific solution for that. And also, analogically can be applied to indigenous knowledge. Okay. As I said before, even if we learn many things, many good things from Western educational system, we still need to hold our original identity. Okay, there are many different perspectives or many paradigms that shape practices in education. Maybe you have been aware about this terminology, about different paradigm, such as positivism, post-positivism, imperative, and so on. So in positivism, the only knowledge that can be accepted is that knowledge that has been proved scientifically. And in this view, they believe that we can reach the true knowledge, still bring the idea from positivism, but they said that it is impossible to achieve a 100% true knowledge. What we can do is approach this true knowledge, as we may aware that there are development in the knowledge that we have. Okay, in science, some concept may be changed in different time because of the development in knowledge and technology. While in interpretivism, the knowledge is built based on our interpretation, on our experience. Okay, so when we reflect on our experience, constructing meaning on that, at the time we construct our knowledge. and so on. So these all different paradigms brings different perspective, different views that influence the practice on education. Okay? So if post-positivism comes after positivism, should we leave positivism? The same question can be applied here. If criticalism come after the other three, positivism, post-positivism, and interpretivism, should we leave those all? Or can we integrate them to have a more comprehensive view on knowledge? This is the idea that is brought by integralism view. Okay, influenced by this view, that's why I am very impressed by the teaching of our professor that mentioned the new idea, the new view doesn't necessarily to change the old one. But the problem now, what about our indigenous knowledge? Because what we talked before are not our indigenous knowledge. They are also come from Western system. So here I want to share with you my own experience. Once, because there was a movie which this title. Once upon a time in RME group, RME here is a realistic mathematics education group. So previously I have an experience working with those people in this group, okay, preparing a textbook in RME style and discussing many things in implementation the idea. So at that time, I met a lady from Netherlands, a Dutch lady. She was a psychologist. Okay. So that was our first meeting. So we had no discussion before, no contact. That was our first meeting. At that time, she offered us a problem, a realistic problem that need to be solved. Okay, as an example for our work. And when I tried to solve this problem, I draw a picture on a paper, and try to input more information on the picture. But suddenly, she stopped me and asked this question. Wait a minute, you must be a botanist. As I mentioned before, this was our first meeting. So I was surprised, how can she tell that I am a botanist? So I asked her, why did you say so? This was my question. And she replied, I have collaborated with many people here. And as far as I am aware, only botanists think this way. What do you have in mind if you have this kind of response? So for me, it is a sign. It is a sign that there is something in botanist group. Okay? There is something in botanist group. If all botanist people think this way, if all botanist people think this way, so there must be something in the community that allow them to be able to develop that kind of thinking. Okay, so I was wondering, what kind of cultural experience or what kind of life experience does botanist people have that allow them to develop this kind of logical thinking, that allow that nice lady to find out that I'm a Bataknese. Okay, so there must be something in our community, in our life experience, because this thing should not be achieved externally. I mean, out of the community, it should be inside the community. For all Bataknese people to have that kind of thinking. So I try to reflect on this aspect. Okay, so it reminded me in one of our cultural products, which is upasa. Upasa is Bataknese rhymes. Okay, but there is something important. There is something unique in these rhymes that we will discuss later. Okay, this is one of the umpasa that we have. Okay, let me read it in our traditional language, Bataknese language. Napuran tano-tano nina rangging marsiranggoman. Tumpe badatta padaw-daw todita setotong marsigomgoman. If I can translate it freely into English, the betel plant, yeah, I'm not sure if you know this plant, but in Indonesian we call it sirih. Napuran is sirih in Indonesian. So this is the picture of sirih, the betel plant. Grows intertwined because it's a climbing plant, so it's intertwined while it grows. So this is the first part. Napuran tano-tano nina rangging marsiranggoman. So the betel plant grows intertwined. And the second part, tumpe badatta padaw-daw todita setotong marsigomgoman. And if I translate it into English, even if we are separated by distance physically, our souls are still closely related. Okay? So if we see the rhyme, tano-tano and padaw-daw, and the end of the line there, marsiranggoman with marsigomgoman, we can see the rhyme. But the rhyme is not the most important thing, because it is not merely about rhymes. Okay? Napuran tano-tano nina rangging marsiranggoman is a fact from nature. That betel plants grows intertwined is the nature of the betel plant. That's a fact. Okay? So the fact here is used as a metaphor. By saying metaphor, it means that we are activating two different domains at the same time. Okay, so our soul are closely interconnected, like the betel that grows intertwined. Okay, so we use in our traditional culture this fact from the nature. So it's not only about the rhymes, but there is something in the first line that has an analog, a similar meaning to the second line, which is the main message of the rhyme. Okay, so this is how Bataknese people think. If they use this kind of rhymes in daily lives, okay, so they need to think this way in their lives. So the necessary condition here is that we need to be aware of our nature, to be able to create that kind of rhymes. We need to reflect on the nature, and we need to make meaning of it. And at the same time, we need to do the same thing with human relations. So we may construct a metaphor between these two domains. Okay? So if this is the life of that community, they live in that kind of experience, then it is possible to develop that kind of way. So I mean, this is one example of the cultural life, cultural experience of Bataknis people. So apart from this, should be many other examples that can be explored. Okay, so my next question is, what if I brought this experience into my classroom? So what if I bring similar experience, I allow my students to experience the similar situation, the similar way of thinking? And the next question that comes after that one is, what kind of experience should I offer to my students to allow them to develop that kind of logical thinking that is unique to Bataknis people according to the Dutch lady? Okay, I use here the term, what kind of experience should I offer? Here, it reminds me to Schubert's idea of the images of curriculum. So here it is related to curriculum as life experience, not only a content. Okay, the previous keynote speakers talked a bit about this. So it's not mainly about the content, but we need to include the culture, the idea, the indigenous idea into the curriculum. So here I propose the life experience that is lived by the community is extracted and abstracted to be able to be brought in the classroom situation. Okay? There are many ways to do that, and here I put an example. This is one of the pictures that I take. I like to take pictures. And not only taking pictures, I also like to reflect on the pictures that I take. Okay? So here, my reflection is, sometimes limitations are there for safety. If we read on the picture, there is a sign, take care, steep, slippery slope. Okay, so they provide this maybe as a barrier or also as a guide, help for people to hold on something while work on this slope. Okay, so sometimes limitations are there for safety. So this picture reminds me on this thing. So when safety is not a problem, will limitation find another meaning? This is what I thought when I look at this picture. So what if we combine this kind of task, maybe art task or something similar with that? So we can combine this kind of task with reflective thinking. Say, take a picture from your environment, okay, and then put some reflection on it. If they have this kind of habit, so the student should become a reflective person, okay, reflecting on their experience become a habit, become the part of their life. So in line with the interpretivism view, it is possible for them to develop knowledge after reflecting on those experiences. Okay, this is another example. One of our professor in Universitas Negeri Medan, also alumni from UNESA, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, in doctoral, should be master degree and doctoral degree. Okay, so the product of his doctoral research is this innovation in learning model. So he developed a problem-based curriculum that based on Bataknese culture. Okay, so here he abstracted the way of Bataknese people live. Okay, how they interacted socially. Okay, and bring that abstraction into the classroom interaction activity. And a part of that, he also bring the values from the culture into the classroom. So in this way, he brings the indigenous knowledge, he integrated it into the classroom experience. Okay, so here I am offering, I'm raising two examples. One is by providing an experience through a task maybe or something else, or by developing an approach, instructional approach based on the indigenous knowledge, the culture that we have. So how can we do that? It is possible to do that idea if we ourselves transform ourselves. So there are maybe many experts that propose their idea, but here I am raising my supervisor, Peter Tyler, idea about transformation way. So it is transformation through 5 ways of knowing. These are the ways of knowing proposed by him. The first one is cultural self-knowing, or similar to self-realization. So here, I need to understand my background of culture and beliefs, my indigenous perspective that have influenced my values, my ideals, my emotionality and spirituality, which are reflected in my attitude, in my choices, and in my practices. Okay? I need to be clear on that idea. If I don't, it will be hard for me to introduce it, to integrate it into the my educational practice. Okay? The second one is relational knowing. After I understand myself, it's time to start to understand the other. Okay? Actually, for me myself, experiencing the existence of the others before me is also a time, a moment to experience myself. Because while I understand the other, I may see how I am different and at the same time similar to that others. Okay, so the attempts to relate to the other allow me to be open to difference. So while realizing my uniqueness will make me at once different from and similar to the others. It is true that the uniqueness will make me feel special. However, just like myself, everybody else grows to be a unique person as well, which then turns everybody into a special person. So how am I related to each of these special person? How can I being open to the difference? That's the second ways of knowing. The third one is critical knowing. Okay. So after I understand myself, I understand the others and my relation with the others, I start to understand how the culture, the beliefs, and the ideology govern my way of life and the way we relate to each other in our society and to nature. Okay? How this culture, this belief, this ideology influence my attitude, my practices, my way of thinking. So by thinking critically on that aspect, okay, being aware of my background and its influence on my views, I learn more and refine my knowledge about my society and also about myself. Okay? By trying to look back at my background and draw a connection between it and the way I am right now. That's what we have in this third way of knowing, critical knowing. So it's not just aware of my cultural background, my indigenous knowledge, but also critically learn more, deeper about it, how it influenced myself. Okay, the fourth way of thinking is visionary and ethical knowing. So this fourth way of knowing will unfold when I start creating my vision of a better world. After I know myself, I know the others and my relation to the others, and critically understand how my knowledge, my background influence me, then I have a vision. How can I create a better world? In this case, how can I create a better educational system, an educational practice that involve this indigenous idea? Okay, how can I use my indigenous perspective to provide a better education? This is the fourth one. And the last one, knowing in action. So here we are trying to make difference. How can I put my ideas into actions? So that vision of mine about the better world, the better practice, how can I put it into action? Okay, now here I'm thinking about what I can do within my capacity to make a difference in order to help the world become a better place, in order to make a transformation in educational practice, using that indigenous knowledge that I have. Okay, so I think I am not going to talk more. That's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention and for the time you provide for me. And apology for any mistake that through my words or my attitude before. Thank you very much. Bang Ricky. Yeah, back to you, Bang Ricky.
Okay, thank you very much, Abang. And I would like to say thank you to you in Batanis, Mauliate.
Mauliate.
That is how we say thank you in Batanis. And I'm so sorry I forget to say Horace to you in.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Actually, Horace is two words, Ho and Ras. Ho it means you, Ras means full or blessed. So blessed you.
Bless you. Okay,
in
bless
English.
you, Mr. Mangartua. Okay, so thank you very much for your great presentation. For sure, we learned a lot from your presentation today. And now we go to the Q&A session. And yeah, thank you very much, Puika, for sharing the screens. First, we have from Ilham, from Umram. Okay, so why is it so difficult for the president and representatives to pass the Indigenous Peoples Bill, which seeks to preserve Indigenous people's knowledge and rights? Okay, thank you.
It's hard for me to answer this one because I'm not the president and I also not the representative. So, but maybe because they don't come to UNESA yet. They haven't come to UNESA yet to have this kind of idea. So it's kind of political issue. And with political issue, I think there are many interests involved. So there are many considerations that I can't represent them to discuss more about it. So maybe first we can pray, if you like to pray, and then maybe we can introduce this idea more, so more people will be aware about it, and hopefully it will bring a wave that move them to the way that we think. I think that's what I can say about that issue. Thank you, Bang Ricky.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Mangartua. And yes, hopefully it answers the questions from Ilham. And here we have the second questions, perhaps. Yeah, it's from Amanda from Surabaya. So what are the challenges of culture-based learning in Indonesia? Which we know Indonesia is a multicultural country. So how do we teach other regional cultures in a specific location?
Wait a minute, I need to answer someone here. I'm sorry. Okay. This is interesting. It's a 1 million question, I think. Especially in our context as a multicultural country. I thought about this in my doctoral study, because in my research was about integrating ethics into mathematics education. So at that time, I was thinking about which ethical value should I offer. Should I offer Bataknist ethical value? Should I offer a particular view of ethics, such as Kantian ethics, or other views such like that, or my religious view? Because when I choose one of those, I may propose something that is not in line with others' view. Okay? So this is an important thing, especially for us in Indonesia. But if you remember, the second way of knowing that we discussed before, after I understand myself, then how I relate to the others. This is an important stage for us to raise this kind of issue from this question. Okay, how am I different to other, and how am I similar to other? Okay, that's why the second way of knowing is important in the process of transformation. So when we respect the difference, when we open to the difference, okay, we may enrich our idea, we may enrich our practice, individually and professionally. But when we reject that differences, in my research, I called it exclusive and inclusive way. Okay? When we exclude the differences, we may stay in our comfort zone, in the community that's similar to us, but that's it. Okay? We closed ourselves to an opportunity to develop more. But when we open ourselves, include those differences in an inclusive way, as I mentioned before, while experience the difference, we may sharpen our knowledge about ourselves. When we meet the other, we experience the other, we experience ourselves as well. So the difference is there for us to understand more about ourselves. Okay, so if we think this way, I think differences is not a problem anymore. But before that, we need the first way of knowing. We need to understand ourselves first. Okay, because without that, we may lose our own identity. Okay, that's what happened in our educational system that is discussed so far, also with the previous keynote speakers. When we involve ourselves in the what we call Western educational system, we abandon our indigenous knowledge, okay, our original identity, okay. So we become another identity. Okay, so I think that's the main point for that, to understand ourselves and how we are related to others, and continue with the other ways of knowing, the critical one, the vision, and the action. Okay, so I hope that answered that question, Bang Ricky.
Okay, thank you very much, Bang Mangarantua. So yes, I do agree. There are two key terms, two key points here: understanding your own self, or for sure, the second is respect is very important. So yeah, and perhaps we have the last questions here in the third session. Is from Muhammad Mahir. Well, how to react to the lack of trust of learners or parents in elementary schools by the new method, in this case, indigenous knowledge based on the local wisdom from another part of the city. For example, like Batanese brought to Javanese. Okay, since I think Mr. Mangartua Abang is Batanese, but ever study in UNESA, and yeah, you have that kind of experience for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, okay. Thank you, Pak Muhammad Mahir, for this question. Okay. This is another important question. Okay, the lack of trust of learners or parents. First, we need to remember that we are not abandoning one idea over the other. Okay, we are trying to integrate the indigenous perspective into the educational system that we have currently. Okay, so we are not we are not offering the indigenous purely while leave the system that we have now. The most important one for me is that by integrating this indigenous knowledge, we are put the students closer to the community life. We put the students closer into the life beyond the school. Currently, I think, if not all, most of our educational practice, okay, the experience in the school is not related to the life or the students. Okay? So the educational that we offer in school is necessary for the interest of the school itself. How to pass the examination, how to fulfill the task from the teacher. So we are not teaching, we are not educating our students for the life beyond the school. We are teaching them for the interest of the school. So by integrating this indigenous knowledge, we are putting them in their own community. Okay, they experience their own cultural life. Okay, if the parents understand this, I think the problem is not there anymore, because we help them to be themselves, not to put them away from their life. That's my perspective. Okay, thank you. Back to you, Bang Lee.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Bang Pangaratua. So yeah, I think that close up our last session, our third session for today international webinar with the theme of transforming education through indigenous knowledge. Once again, I would like to say thank you to Abang, and I would like to say it one more time in Batanese. So Mauliate, Abang.
Mauliate, Horas.
Okay, so now we would like to honor a certificate of appreciation to Abang. And how the host? Ready? Okay. So thank you very much for being the keynote speakers in our international webinar, and we will take the picture in 3, 2, and 1. Thank you very much. Done? Okay. Oh, sorry. They are not ready yet. Okay, already? Okay, one more time, please. So in 3, 2, and 1. Okay, thank you. And to close this, before I give to MC for the closing statement, we would like to have a group photo session with Abang, with our keynote speaker, Mr. Mangartua Simanjorang, PhD. So we'll take the photo group session in 3, 2, and smile, and 1. Okay, thank you. And before I give it back to our beautiful MC here, so I would like to tell off all of the participants that in the chat box, there are 2 links later. First is the link for the presents for today. So you need to fill it for sure, and you will get e-certificate. And there, the second link, it is from our second keynote speaker, Mr. Donizon Panizales Sodusta. It's an evaluation form, and we also would like you to fill it later. Okay, we will share both links in the chat box. And yeah, that's all for today. Thank you very much to all participants for attending, and yeah, stay patiently to join our international webinars. And once again, I would like to thank all the 3 great keynote speakers. Thank you very much, Neil Taylor. Thank you very much, DJ, and thank you very much, Mr. Mangatua Simanjorang. Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you. I will give this back to the MC. So Jenny, time is yours. Thank you and see you again in the next international webinar. Bye-bye. Saya udah menghilang ya, jangan dibangun. Ya, ngomong aja.
Well, thank you very much for Mr. Ricky. We know that we have not just one, but there are three amazing speakers that delivering such informative and insightful presentation and discussion. Also, once again, I would like to say thank you very much to our three outstanding speakers and also our amazing moderator, Mr. Ricky Setiawan. Well, honorable distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, apparently, this is the end of our international webinar, and those are the agendas that we have presented to you. So let's come up to the last agenda. We are going to have a closing ceremony. Well, honorable distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for participating in our event today, and hopefully all of us can learn something from it and got inspiration from it. So, because education needs inspiration and not just information, only inspired human beings can transform their own lives and lives around them. So, now we would like to remind all of you guys to please fill out the attendance and the evaluation form in the chat feature, so that way you can get your A certificate as soon as we finish this event. And if there are any problems, you can contact us through the number listed on the chat feature. Also, if you are looking for another event of us, you can check our official Instagram account in at HMGPGSD_UNESA and our YouTube channel PGSD UNESA. And also, we will share the material in website which is the link is dropped in chat feature. So on behalf of the commits, I would like to say thanks, and also we hope we will see you soon in another event. Enjoy your rest of the day. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A campus from the best city in Indonesia, a city with a long history of struggle and heroism. Welcome to Universitas Negeri Surabaya, a university with superior accreditation. Founded in 1964 as a teaching institute for education under the name IKIP Surabaya, to be an educational institution that carries the mandate as university that produces educators. Currently, UNESA, established as a center for education development, preservation of traditional arts, sports science, and inclusive services for people with disabilities. Growing to be a leading university, UNESA now manages 7 faculties consisting of 64 undergraduate study programs, 10 vocational programs, and 31 postgraduate study programs. The main campus is located in Lidawetan, Surabaya, with 7 main buildings.
Bukan hanya menunggu impian datang, bukan pula menyerah pada prahara. Inilah saatnya, tak lagi berpangku tangan. Unesa berkarya untuk negeri Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa menang cita. Sing-singkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah dan putus asa. Bergandeng tangan, satukan upaya, Unesa satu langkah di depan. Satu kata, hidup ini perjuangan. Tapi Tuhan selalu ada untuk kita. Jangan ragu lagi, asa ilmu iman takwa. Demi satu kata, satu Indonesia. Yakin kita pasti akan bisa meraih asa menggapai cita. Sing-singkan lengan, pandanglah ke depan, kobarkan semangat dalam dada. Terus berkarya selagi bisa, tak mudah lelah
Zoom akan berakhir. 3, 2, 1. Terima kasih.
Fill it later. Okay, we will share both links in the chat box. And yeah, that's all for today. Thank you very much to all participants for attending, and yeah, stay.
Bukan hanya menunggu.
And Indonesia, Bio Farma strives to innovate to produce new vaccines and biotechnology products for the benefit of mankind.
Indonesia is a country full of diversity with abundant natural and cultural wealth. It is home to the largest Muslim population in the world. As a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has great potential as well as challenges in developing a Sharia-based economic system. An economic system that focuses on the principles of justice and virtue in all of its processes. Justice and virtue for every party involved. A system that covers all aspects of people's lives, from industry to financial services and investment, from halal food and halal tourism to digital media, from halal pharmacy and cosmetics to Muslim fashion and more. The development of Islamic economy and finance has developed significantly in the last 2 decades and will continue to grow in line with the increasing Muslim population in the world. The KNEKS, or the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, exists as a non-structural state strategic institution led directly by the President, serve as a mediator and catalyst in developing the Islamic economy in Indonesia. KNEKS is mandated to accelerate, expand, and advance the development of the Islamic economy to support national economic development. KNEKS, which was originally named KNKS, was a recommendation from the Master Plan for Indonesia Sharia Financial Architecture, formed through Presidential Regulation Number 91 of 2016, concerning the National Sharia Finance Committee, which later expanded its scope of work to become KNEKS through Presidential Decree Number 28 of 2020, concerning KNEKS. Having a vision to make Indonesia an independent, prosperous, and civilized Indonesia by becoming the world's leading Islamic economic center, KNEKS has 4 main strategies, namely strengthening halal value, strengthening Islamic finance, strengthening micro, small, and medium enterprises, and strengthening the digital economy. Indonesia Sharia Economic Master Plan was created as a common guideline for the Sharia economic system. As the world's largest Muslim country, Indonesia is ready to be the world's leading Sharia economic center.
Organization of Islamic Cooperation, also known as OIC, is an international organization that serves as a forum of cooperation among Muslim countries in various fields, with health as one of them. Vaccines are necessary in preventing a variety of infectious disease and unexpected turns of events such as pandemic, while other biotechnology products are used for treatment of numerous non-communicable diseases. Indonesia has been entrusted as OIC Center of Excellence for Vaccines and Biotechnology Products in December 2017 during the 6th session of ICHM in Jeddah. Supporting the Center of Excellence is Bio Farma, with its long experience in vaccine manufacture, having research and development capabilities and facilities. The facilities are equipped with the latest technology and equipment to facilitate research and development activities that extends from lab all the way to the pilot scale production. Research and development covers upstream, downstream, and adaptive control quality process for the needs of new product development, whereas pilot scale production serves as an upscaling process prior to entering commercial scale production. Biopharma has numerous WHO pre-qualified products, thus enabling supply to various countries through UNICEF, with more than 50 OIC countries among them. With competent resources, this Center of Excellence shall strive to address global health issues, particularly relating to vaccines and biotechnology product capacity building among OIC member states. Knowledge and technology sharing will enhance the autonomy of OIC's member states in producing high-quality vaccines and biotechnology products, thus contributing to the well-being of the global community. Indonesia is ready to carry the task as Center of Excellence with Biopharma, among others, as a site for collaboration. Together with OIC and Indonesia, Biopharma strives to innovate to produce new vaccines and biotechnology products for the benefit of mankind.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the International Webinar on Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum. With me, Bayu Aditama, your host today. It is such an honor and also such a pleasure for me to be able to welcome you all in this forum this morning. First of all, thank you so much for joining us right on time, and we hope that all of us can get a lot of insights from today's forum. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, according to the State of the Global Islamic Economy Report 2022, that Muslim spend on pharmaceutical increased by 6.5% in 2021 and expected to grow by a further 6.7% in 2022. This number shows that the pharmaceutical market is poised for growth in the near future. The Indonesian Ulama Council MUI Fatwa Commission has announced that some of the COVID-19 vaccines are halal, while others are not. Although the MUI has declared that the non-halal vaccines can be used by a Muslim because of the emergency conditions, there is urge to receive the halal vaccine. Therefore, KNEKS, under its role, takes initiative to conduct further discussions regarding the Sharia health industry, especially on the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem industry through an international webinar. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event will be a continued discussion of market preference research on Sharia competent hospitals that have been carried out by the National Committee for Sharia Economy and Finance, KNEKS, and independent consultants back in 2021. The International Webinar on Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum aims to provide information to the targeted participants about the importance of access to halal certified pharmaceutical products. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our forum this morning, I would like to inform that every participant who already filled in the link that is given to you in the chat box will get e-certificate from this event. Also, during the discussion, during the forum, you can also deliver your messages, your question to our speakers by scanning the QR code shown to you like this. This is the QR code of the Slido. You can just scan it and also deliver any question to our speakers. Also, we will share the link of the Slido to the chat box. All right. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's start our event, our forum this morning by praying all together to the God Almighty. Therefore, kindly be invited Bapak Rianda Al-Fatan to lead our prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start today's webinar, it will be better for us if we pray to our God first, so He can give us beneficial knowledge from this webinar. Therefore, let us focus our hearts and our minds so that we can pray solemnly. In this event, prayers will be conducted in an Islamic way. For those of other religions, can pray according to their respective beliefs. Prayer begins. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'a wa na'udzubika min ilmin la yanfa'. Oh Allah, we ask you for beneficial knowledge, and we seek refuge in you from knowledge that is not beneficial. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Oh our Lord, grant us good in this world and good in the hereafter. Protect us from the torments of hellfire. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas sami'ul alim. Oh Lord, accept our deeds from us. Indeed, you are all hearing, all knowing. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alhamdulillah, we have done our prayer this morning. May the blessings of God be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, let's hear the keynote speech which will be delivered by the Assistant to the Minister of Finance for Macroeconomy and International Finance, also as the head of the KNEKS Secretariat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Bapak Wempi Saputra. Hello, Bapak Wempi. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, MC, for inviting.
It's good to see you, Pa. This morning, we would like to invite you to please deliver the keynote speech to the international webinar to the international forum this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Bapak Wempi Saputra.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, Mr. Abdul Aliasar, Director of Halal Products Industry at KNKS, Ms. Nila Amelia Mindasari, SA MBA PhD, Assistant Professor, School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Ms. Rajatul Akman Osman, CPA, Principal Partner and Halal Industry Strategist at Rosie Osman International PLC, Mr. Rahman Rustan, Operational Director, PT Bio Farma Persero, Dr. EPT Ilma Nugrahani, S.Farm, MSc, Associate Professor, Bandung Institute of Technology, Mr. Ongki Marta, VP Business Development, PT Jababeka TBK, Dr. Marco Timan, Founder and CEO, BB International, Dr. Nuruddin N.H. Sting, Managing Director, Barakah Taiwan Halal Hub, and distinguished guests and participants. Praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has granted His blessing and mercy, so we may gather today in the Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum discussion to give awareness to the public about the importance of access to halal pharmaceutical and healthcare products. The proceeding of the event is expected to guide related parties in providing halal pharmaceutical and healthcare products and boosting the growth of Indonesia's global economic position. Ladies and gentlemen, as you might already be aware, Indonesia is currently taking mandate and responsibility as the G20 presidency. Our presidency comes at a challenging time with the uncertain global economic recovery. The G20 is vital in navigating the economic turbulence we face and leading the world back to strong, sustainable, inclusive, and balanced growth. We must preserve the G20, ensuring it remains intact, effective, and able to provide concrete solutions to global economic problems. In order to strengthen the global health architecture, the theme, the Come Together, the Come Stronger, carried out by Indonesia's G20 presidency, emphasized the importance of global cooperation in overcoming current conditions and preparing for a potential future pandemic. Global cooperation is significant given the fact that every nation has considerably varied capacities in addressing health threats. Indonesia, as G20 president, has set three priority agendas, one of which is tied to strengthening the global health architecture. Priorities on the health agenda will be achieved through coordination between finance and health policy in pandemic prevention, preparedness and response, PPR, as well as strengthening health system and global financing. In June 2022, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Finance of Indonesia held the first G20 Joint Finance and Health Ministers meeting under the President of G20 Indonesia. The meeting was attended by G20 members, invitees, and international organizations. The meeting was held to discuss some of the progress that has been made by the Joint Finance and Health Task Force, including the development of the formation of the Financial Intermediary Fund, FIF, for Preparedness, Pandemic Prevention and Management. The second, to develop a coordination plan between finance and health for pandemic preparedness, prevention, and response. Regarding the new FIF financing mechanism, the G20 finance ministers and health ministers agreed on the need to a new multilateral financing mechanism dedicated to addressing the pandemic PPR financing gap. The G20 finance ministers and health ministers welcomed the progress made in establishing a financial intermediary fund, which was placed with the World Bank as trustee. A nearly $1.1 billion commitment has been secured for the FIF for the pandemic PPR. This figure includes contribution of $50 million from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting also raised the issue of the spirit of inclusiveness in handling the global pandemic. Inclusiveness is the most important thing so that all efforts can be combined between Ministry of Finance and Health and between developed and developing countries. Only then can we be effectively prepared to tackle the next global pandemic together. In just over 2 decades, health-related issues have become a centerpiece of global agenda. Global health has gained political prominence, driven mainly by the fear of global pandemics, where viruses have the potential to spread from one part of the world to another in a matter of hours. One recent example is the COVID-19 pandemic, which has increased pressure on health systems across the world, exacerbating existing resource and capacity constraints. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the system's risk posed by a global health crisis, the potential for disrupting routine operations of health systems, and their wide-ranging effect on economic and social outcomes. The pandemic has demonstrated that not only those health systems perceived as weak as struggling, but also that many health systems that are well-funded and are considered much stronger have failed to respond quickly and effectively. Despite their differences, all health systems proved to be unprepared to meet the challenge of COVID-19, which rapidly overwhelmed their outbreak response capacities and severely affected the supply and demand of essential care, resulting in increased morbidity and mortality rates. At an international level, the pandemic has revealed significant weakness in the harmonizing policies and health practices. Nations around the world exhibited a lack of coordination in information exchange and in the procurement of health equipment and medicines, which affected the rollout and distribution of vaccines. Ladies and gentlemen, luckily for Indonesia, the government focuses on improving health and improving the COVID-19 vaccination program. As of June 2022, Indonesia's vaccination program almost reached its target in June 2022's national target, covering more than half of the and drug.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is an international webinar, and for sure that it is such a really normal thing during the webinar, yeah, because we are currently depending on the signal. Bapak Wempi.
Sorry for missed it. Yes.
Okay.
May I continue?
Yes, sure, Bapak.
Yeah. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to continue. The halal industry opportunity is captivating. Multinational producers extend to obtain halal certification, indicating the industry's more extensive viability. Halal certifications is one of the essential aspects to assure products are halal in the blooming of the industry. Predominantly for Muslim consumer, the substance of the halal industry is the assurance that the products and services provided are halal and safe for consumption. Halal certificates guarantee that particular products have been rigorously scrutinized and declared in conformity with Sharia law, hence able not only to be consumed by Muslim buyers, but also inclusively for every people. Furthermore, competitive advantages are attained by business with halal certification. They incline to grasp the Muslim market in numerous countries. With the Muslim population, the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has immense potential to drive the Islamic economy and halal industry development through halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem. From a health point of view, there is a silver lining. The COVID-19 pandemic has made people more aware of our health and well-being. This is a great potential for Indonesian pharmaceutical manufacturers to increase their production scale. This is in line with the State of Global Economy Report 2022, which stated that Muslim spending on pharmaceuticals increased by 6.5% in 2021 from US dollars 93.5 billion to 100 billion and is expected to grow by a further 6.7 in 2022 to US dollar 106 billion. Moreover, increasing Muslim spending on pharmaceuticals has been followed by growing concern about the halal status of vaccines and other pharmaceutical products. With a significant rise in Muslim spending on halal products and services year after year, Muslims progressively require more businesses to accommodate their needs. Therefore, it is believed that the halal pharmaceutical market is poised for growth in the near future. Based on the need of Muslims for halal pharmaceutical and economy with the KNKS program related to development of the Islamic health industry, KNKS takes the initiative to conduct further discussion regarding the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. To conclude, I encourage and welcome all participants from various stakeholders and participant view and knowledge on this rising issue so we can contribute to strengthening the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem as part of the global halal value chain and fostering international trade of halal products. Finally, I hope we will have productive dialogue and fruitful discussions during this remarkable event. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Bapak WMP. We are requesting you to remain with us just a moment because we are going to have a photo session all together. Therefore, we are also inviting all of our speakers and participants to please open your camera, and we are going to do several times of screenshots. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there are several pages. I will give the cue. Please give the best smile of yours. We are going to take picture all together in this forum this morning in 3, 2, 1, cheers. All right. Another one, maybe another pose. 3, 2, 1, cheers. Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much also, Bapak Wempi Saputra. We truly understand that you are so busy, but then in the middle of your hecticness, Bapak Wempi still managed to come to our international forum, even though he's on the way. Maybe the signal is not really stabilized, but then we already hear the keynote speech from him. That is such a really honorable mention and also honorable moment that we can hear the keynote speech from Bapak Wempi. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next, we are going to start with the opening discussion regarding the presentation of market preference on Sharia hospital in Indonesia, which will be delivered by Ibu Nila Armelia Windasari, SA MBA, PhD. Hello, Ibu Nila. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wow, looking good, Ibu. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today.
Okay, Ibu, you may start your presentation during our opening discussion, ya, Bu. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibu Nila Armelia Windasari, SA MBA, PhD.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today, I'm going to share with you our latest finding research with the National Committee of Islamic Economy. And please allow me to share my PPT. So would the host allow me to share, please? Thank you. Okay. So Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me today for sharing our latest finding on the market preferences on Sharia hospital service in Indonesia. So this research is basically our research that we have with the National Islamic Finance Committee last year in 2021. So please allow me to open today's discussions with our latest research finding. I'm Nila Armelia Windasari from the School of Business and Management, Institut Teknologi Bandung. So what do we have on our research? Actually, it started with the problem that we have with the increased need for the health service. That we are actually facing the shifting on the public health behavior. If previously Indonesian people tend to have a self-medicating, and now it is shifting into visiting clinics and hospital. And therefore, there's also an increasing demand for Sharia health service. However, there is some problems that first, there is a very limited Sharia health service. Now we know that there is more than 3,000 hospitals we have in Indonesia. Some of them are branded as Islamic hospital. However, only less than 100 who are having an ongoing and having a Sharia competency certifications. So what makes those those Sharia competence hospital? What makes it different is the Sharia hospital is a hospital which provide the health service in accordance to the Sharia principle. And this needs to be certified under the rigorous certifications. There are more than 200 standards that has to be fulfilled. So therefore, in exploring the preferences of the Indonesian consumers, Indonesian patients for having the Sharia competence hospital, we are doing the series of studies, starting from the desk study, and then continuing with the interview with some hospital management. And then the third one, we're also doing the FGD with several patients who are currently ongoing in the some hospitals. And at last, we do the national survey, using the conjoint survey, to see how was the preferences. So as we know that in the Sharia hospital itself, Sharia hospital service ecosystem is not a standalone about the hospital itself. It is actually a network of service ecosystem that is supported by several other halal industries within. For example, for the Sharia hospital, it is also supported by the halal pharmaceutical and also medical devices to provide the pharmaceutical. And also it's provided by the halal food industries as a provider for the food. And other than that, we are also having the human capital, which is the physicians and the healthcare worker, who has to understand what was the standard for delivering the Sharia principle service. In the other hand, in developing the Sharia hospital, it should be also back supported by the Sharia financing, and as well as completed with some extended service. For example, nowadays we know that many other countries are starting the halal medical tourism and also halal hospitalities within the Sharia hospital ecosystems. So what was the finding? Our first finding on the interview result with the hospital management, that the hospital already obtained the certifications. First is there is an urgency for the standardization, because Islamic hospital should not only have the label as an Islamic, that should also be certified with a certain standard. While on the other hand, they also need the regulatory support, for example, in terms of the taxes, both at drugs and medical equipment. So far are taxed in the hospital, so it should be billed to the patient. So to build this kind of conducive healthcare ecosystem, it should need a backup support for the regulatory, especially in terms of the taxations. Another thing is we have to acknowledge that there is still low awareness for the hospital operator itself and also for the physician itself. There should be some internal educations of the culture of the Sharia services. So service should be seen as an internal value. It should be instilled in the mindset of the staff, because to fulfill those more than 200 standards, there will be some additional work to the service department to meet with the standard. However, the good news is, among all of our hospital management, saying and stating there is a positive experiences after when they are fully applying the Sharia principle. Actually, their patients prefer Sharia hospital after they have those kind of good experiences because of their pleasant experience. So it is not only for Muslim, also for non-Muslim. They receive it very well and happy. It is supported by the satisfaction survey, the empirical data, because they feel more protected with the standard that we have in the Sharia hospital. So we continue with the FGD result with several different type of patients. There's patients that are, we interview the caregiver, we interview the patient who have routine visit to the hospital, that also having a medical checkup, and also for the patients who are in the chronic and terminal care. Each of them has a different needs and requirements that should be fulfilled by the hospital. So at the third stage, we also did our conjoined survey. So this is a nationwide survey. We spread the survey all over Indonesia, Java, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi with the proportion samples. Also with the proportion gender, so to minimize this bias among the genders. And this is what you can see from the economic status. So now let me allow you to pay more attention in the experience with the Sharia service. Among our participants, 32% actually have experienced the Sharia hospital. However, it is less than other Sharia service. For example, we talk about the Sharia banking, Sharia insurance. Many of our participants still familiar with that other than the Sharia hospital. And you might see that there is also more than 25% of the participant, Indonesian consumer, that never used any of the Sharia service before, even though they're Muslim. So this is a big opportunity as the market of the Sharia hospital and also the halal ecosystem as a whole. So what was the result? So when we are asking one question, if you had the chance to select the hospital, what factors are important? Then most likely they're mentioning those 5 factors at the more than 90%. They're mentioning those 5. So this is not surprising. This is almost similar with the answers if we are asking about the general hospital selections. So how if we change the questions a little bit? So how if we ask them differently? We ask them to choose between the hard choice. So we see in the previous questions that most likely they are choosing the hospital, firstly because of the doctors, and the second one's due to the insurance coverage. So in this study, we want to focus on the Sharia aspect of the hospital. So it includes the naming and the brand name of the hospital, the familiarity. And then the second one is about the service quality. The third one is the infrastructures. The fourth one is focusing on the Sharia service. That is, how if we give them the spiritual guidance during the patient. This is a service that only given in the Sharia hospital. The second one is we give them the assurance that every food and pharmacies providing are halal. And then the third one is about the protections of the facility sanctity and aura. This is only provided in the Sharia hospital service. And also we give them a questions to choose on the add-on service. That is the integrated transportation service, halal culinary tourism, and tourism and accommodations. That is also in halal. So when we're asking them, we ask them again, if you had the chance to select the hospital, what factor are the most important? But we give an additional information. Remember that you get the best doctor at the same cost, at the same coverage of insurance that you currently have. So it will limit the factors of choosing based on the doctors and also based on the insurance. And how was the result? This is surprising. So if we see here is actually most of people are prefer the hospital with their familiar names and if they're having the international certifications. So you see here, the green one is something that they are preferred. So there are more than about 17 profiles. And the green one is actually the preferred one, while the red one is the non-preferred one. So we can see here, so where's the positions of the Sharia hospitals? The Sharia certifications, it's actually in the middle and it's not seen in the extreme. What does it mean? It means that people is not being familiar with the Sharia certifications itself. Well, the second and third thing is almost consistent with the result. The last thing I want to discuss with you is actually the most preferred one is the people will choose the Sharia hospital who provide only halal food and pharmacies available. This is an important opportunities for the halal ecosystem, halal pharmacies, and healthcare ecosystem to grow in Indonesia. While the last one is integrated halal culinary and tourism is also preferred. So how we can see the result in the more aggregated things. We will see that in Indonesia, still, we have to admit, the branding name of Islamic Think doesn't create a positive brand images. However, familiarity and the guarantee from the certifications create the trust building. So it's become the first thing we have to pay attention, how we can give our customer assurance. And then the second one is the intangibilities, the service from the healthcare workers are the important things. But let me give you, there is an opportunity. The third thing is the Sharia service turns out the big preferences more than the infrastructure after the branding and service were met. So the Sharia service having a big opportunities in this part. So what was the key takeaways that we can have from this result on this research? The service excellence, that should be the first one. The second one is about the image that we are creating with the halal service. The image that we are creating with this halal ecosystem. Because from that image, it creates a word of mouth, and people are much more believe in the word of mouth in Indonesia when it comes to the providing the service. The last one is the targeting and the opportunities of the Sharia hospital. So what will be our recommendations? The first one is, we know that from the empirical data, there is an increased number of visitors after the hospital gets Sharia certifications. So we should educate more hospital operator regarding the benefit of having Sharia certifications. And after they get certified, they have to maintain the quality of the service. The second one is, it is important for us to introduce our standard of having those Sharia competencies to be a comprehensive certification system that applies globally, not only in Indonesia. And I believe in Indonesia, we can be the pioneer of having this kind of certification system. The third one is, this is important for us having the forum today, is about the integrations with other Sharia industry sectors. Currently, the halal medical tourism is not considered necessary at the moment. However, we can build the community that already sees the health service as a primary needs. So this integration is important to improve the positive image of Sharia healthcare and Sharia industry as a whole. And at last, inclusivity of Sharia health service should be the common principle, and we should promote it as a universal value, that it's good to maintain chastity, it's good to have the halal food, it's good to maintain the aura, so that we can make the service to be more inclusive, and we should have the standard of the service, the representations of doctor and non-Muslim staff in the Sharia hospital. So last thing for me is, that's basically everyone can download the full report here that KNKS and us have provided and have reported. So thank you for your attentions. Let's have a fruitful discussion today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Ibu Nila, for all of your findings and also presenting all of the opportunities and also recommendation. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, please give appreciation for Ibu Nila. As mentioned before, that there is increase of the awareness on medical and clinical health treatment from the people of Indonesia, and also there is the increase for the demand of Sharia health services, and also there are a lot of new opportunities for Sharia hospital. Therefore, we have to discuss a lot further regarding these issues so that we can also discuss regarding the recommendations and also how to maximize, how to use this opportunity for the goodness of the halal industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our discussion this morning. But then I will also remind you once again that you can also participate in this discussion by delivering your question to our speakers. You can send your question by scanning the barcode of the Slido as is shown to you, this one. Yeah, we will also share the link of the Slido to you so you can deliver your question from the Slido. And also we are going to have two sessions of discussion. The first one will be about the key drivers in sustaining the development of halal pharmaceuticals. And then right after the break, we are going to have the second session, which will be discussing about the investment opportunities in the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion will be led by our moderator, the one and only, the Director of Halal Product Industry at KNEKS. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome the Honorable Bapak Afdal Aliasar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, Mr. Wempi Saputra, Assistant to the Minister of Finance for Macroeconomy and International Finance, also Head of the Secretariat of KNIKS, National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, Republic of Indonesia. The honorable speakers and distinguished guests and all participants, good morning and welcome to the International Webinar, Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum. Allow me to introduce myself, Afdal Aliasar, Director of Halal Product Industry, National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, KNIKS. I will be the moderator in today's webinar event. We heard from Ibu Nila is very interesting research about the customer preference on Sharia, healthcare industry, and also the pharmaceutical industry. So today we will continue the discussions. As we know, Islamic economy, not only in Indonesia, but all around the world, has increased significantly in the last 2 decades. One of the important sectors of Islamic economy is a halal industry. Research says that Muslim consumers spend more than $2 trillion across food, pharmaceutical, cosmetic, fashion, travel, media, recreation, and all the sectors, all of which are impacted by Islamic faith-inspired ethical consumption's need. Specifically for the pharmaceutical, the spending is about 100 billion per year. It's expected also to grow 6.7% annually. So this is very, very interesting topic. Today we will discuss about key drivers in sustaining the development of halal pharmaceutical. Okay, we would like to welcome our honorable speakers. First, Ms. Rosie Akmam Osman, CPA, Principal Partner and Halal Industry Strategist at Rosie Osman International PLT. Assalamualaikum, Ms. Rosie.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak
How are you?
Abdal. Apa kabar? Alhamdulillah, I'm good. I hope you are too.
Thank you to welcome in our webinar, Ms. Rosie.
Thank you so much for the invitation.
Yeah. Ms. Rosie is a pioneer member of Halal Professional Jakim Malaysia, Technical Committee for Halal Pharmaceutical, Department of Standard Malaysia, Ministry of Health Malaysia respectively, appointed subject matters expert for DSM Working Group for the world first ISO level standard on halal pharmaceutical and halal medical device. She has a very long career in the pharmaceutical industry, General Manager, Group Halal and Government Relations, Chemical of Company Malaysia Berhad, Business Manager, CCM Pharmaceutical Berhad, Finance Manager, CCM Chemical Berhad, Auditor KPMG, and contributes to numerous domestic and international halal-related events and publications. Without any further ado, Ms. Rosie, the first session, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Abdal. Let me share my presentation.
We have around 50 minutes for the presentation. Please, Ms. Rosie.
Okay, thank you so much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. I'm seeing a different slide here. I'm wondering why. Because I'm sharing my slide, but it's not the slide that I have. It's the Hang on a second.
Miss Rosie, can we help to present the slide for you?
Okay, Alhamdulillah. All right. I start again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi zidni ilma. O my Lord, enhance us in knowledge. Assalamualaikum once again, and thank you very much, Pak Afdal, and also VOCAT and EKS for this invitation for me to share my experience and knowledge in my journey in halal, which was professionally based on my accountancy profession. The first 20 years of my experience starts with accountancy as being inspired by the two accountants on ourselves 24/7. And after that 20 years experience, I was entrusted by my former company I used to work with, a chemical company of Malaysia, to spearhead halal for the company and consequently also for the nation. And therefore I was involved in both national and international stints. And the fact that I was also in the senior leadership, I got the opportunity to have the Lean Six Sigma belt certification. So Halalan Thayyiban is my lifelong passion, and this journey I would like to acknowledge and appreciate everybody who has been involved in this journey so far. And I also would like to appreciate your attendance here, and I would welcome your questions based on my presentation later, because it will increase my knowledge further. So this is what I'll be sharing today, my key outline of my presentation. But first of all, I would like to also bring up the fact that halal is like a always receive a mixed reaction when it's being mentioned to both Muslims and non-Muslim alike. It's an Arabic word, which means permissible, but it doesn't receive all the positive vibes when you are mentioning the other non-English words to others, like mentor, guru, sifu, and kaizen. Because of this misconception, when I presented in 2018 at the World Halal Summit, you can see the imbalance between fear, panic, opposition, reaction, rejection when it's not halal, and on the other side, there's a lackadaisical, in Malaysia we call it tidak apa attitude, when we come to wanting to use halal products. So, you know, this imbalance gives rise to the concern among Muslims, even up to the recent COVID-19 pandemic. So, to me, our knowledge is important because, as rightfully Allah stated in Surah Al-Kahf, how can you have patience in matters which you do not have comprehensive knowledge? So let's learn, unlearn, and relearn together in this webinar. Halal, stepping back so that we are all in the same mindset, I'd like to explain, use this Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse 88, as my guide, because to me this surah ayat give a lot of explanation towards the whole halal economy. Allah has stated, consume of the lawful and good things, halalan thayyiban. Halalan thayyiban, the word is conjoined. Halal, tayyib, halalan thayyiban. There's no wow or the word and in between, because it's like a twin word. So it's not only lawful and permissible, but it should also be good, wholesome, that encompass the aspects of safe, effective, quality, and hygienic. In this ayat, Allah also said consume. So that means it's eat, drink, ingest, and buy goods and services. And therefore, halalan thayyiban is beyond food and beverages. It involves everything, pharmaceuticals, and also the Sharia compliant health services. Allah also said sustenance in this ayat, which means to make people or keep them strong and healthy. And this is in line with Maqasid Sharia, the universal principles of preserving faith, life, intellect, progeny, and property. And with this and pandemic experience that we had, property also means livelihood. We lost a lot of source of income during this pandemic. And the most important aspect of this ayat is this last part. Allah said, be careful of your duty in whom you believe. Who is you in Allah that is mentioned here? Are the stakeholders within the ecosystem. And he stated, be careful. So that means we must do our work in this halalan ecosystem, halalan Thayyiban ecosystem with full integrity, excellence, and sustainability, because it will be benefit to and for the Ummah at large. So the key consideration as a step back in halal certification, just to bring everybody on the same level platform, the key consideration is the subject, the process, and the source. Where the source, you need to question, are the sources of halal material, or the sources of the materials halal and Thayyiban? And in the process, is there any halal threats, risk, or contamination, cross-contamination, mix-up, or even adulteration? I give you a short, simple case study where the subject is processed water. People used to laugh or questions why Malaysia put halal certification on bottled water, and I believe even in Indonesia now, there's a halal certificate, a halal logo on the bottled water. Why? When the source is halal, is Allah's creation direct. Water is Allah's creation, is direct. But have you considered the Tayyib side? Is it approved by health authority for its safety? Is it approved for the water or local authorities for the legal access to it? And in the process, is there any materials that can contaminate? So an assurance from a competent authority, halal, for example, Halal Indonesia logo being posted on the bottle, give assurance, a third party assurance that the manufacturers complies with all these requirements. So the overall concept of halal certification is that halal certified products will not only benefit Muslim but also everyone, because of it has the underpinning verification of the Thayyiban aspect of safe product effectiveness, quality and hygienically processed, wholesomeness, and this is a value add, a kaizen to the existing ISO, GMP, HACCP certification. So now, how does the Thayyiban aspect goes with pharmaceuticals? It's already embedded, the Thayyiban aspect is already embedded in pharmaceuticals, because pharmaceuticals is comprising of medicines, the prescribed over-the-counter and health supplements. So anything that is registered as pharmaceuticals have undergone research and development, good ingredient sourcing, quality ingredient sourcing, product manufacture is goodly processed with SOP, warehousing also has SOP, and good customer management. So things that we can learn from pharmaceutical industry that is similar to halal certification is that it's highly regulated, it has good manufacturing practice, and there's pharmaceutical quality system. And one thing also that is common in, between pharmaceuticals and halal is the misconception about alcohol. You know, during the COVID-19, we read about people drinking hand sanitizer because they think it's the alcohol that is in the intoxicant. So I'm sharing with you an infographic made by the late Professor Zulkifli to show clearly the differentiation between intoxication and industrial alcohol. So other things that we can take into consideration from the pharmaceutical industry into the halal certification is the existence of pharmacopoeia. I understand Indonesia already has the Indonesian pharmacopoeia. So let's upgrade it to halal pharmacopoeia. And then there's a pharmaceutical quality by design. That means the halal or the quality is inbuilt. So let's have halal inbuilt into the system. Because halal certified pharmaceuticals means it's the marriage of pharmaceutical quality system that's value add with the halal assurance system. And this is actually Kaizen concept. Why is it halal, but it's not necessarily halal certifiable for pharmaceuticals or even some of the items? in the food production, because even though like liquid vitamins of A, D, E, K comes from natural sources of plant, but in order for it to be put into say powder form, it has to go into these rate limiting steps and filled with gelatin so that it can be like powdery form. So then this gelatin may be sourced from non-halal animals. And because of them not being able to be halal certifiable, that's where the misrepresentation or misperception of what halal pharmaceuticals is all about, right? So the concept of informed decision is important. Informed meaning having knowledge about information or something that is important to you, and decision is the choice that you make about something after considering a lot of possibilities. And in order to get these possibilities, you need to know there's availability of choices. You need to consult expert advice. You need, for informed choices in halal pharmaceuticals, you need to consider the maqasid syariah before you make that informed decision. Because through these informed decisions, you'll be able to balance between this fear, panic, and opposition, indifference, and this indifference is also found in the research done as presented by Ibu Nila, but she did not present this one because she was concentrating on the first 5. But halal pharmaceutical also, or halal haram product was also not considered that much in the survey, because as you can see from COVID-19 pandemic, all this, the fear or rejection about COVID, about the vaccine affects life and livelihood. We need to contain the pandemic. So another aspect is mutual respect. This is the quote from my former boss, Mr. Leonard Arif, that if you as a manufacturer want me as a patient to take your drugs as long term, you should respect me as a patient. You should respect my belief and take consideration that halal is going to be a big part of my decision. It has to be a big respect, mutual respect on both sides. So with informed decision and mutual respect to make sure that there are availability of choices to make halal vaccines or halal medicine, you also should need to converge the Sharia science and technical and muamalat together with public-private partnership to get all the halal pharmaceuticals ready, availability of choices ready for people to make informed decision. Another part that I managed to find out prior to this is that Indonesia already has all this first on the biopharmaceutical product already, but I would recommend that you incorporate it into the SMIC technical upcoming draft on halal pharmaceutical, so that you can further enhance your center of excellence, being the first of the halal biologics pharmaceuticals. So who are the stakeholders? I've presented this in that same World Halal Summit, comprised of the consumer, the halal industry itself, and then the influencers, where additionally for the industry, there's also for pharmaceuticals extended to hospitals, the apothec and other healthcare professionals. And with the pandemic situation, the importance of the government and regulator to facilitate and coordinate public-private partnership, the halal compliance, and also the halal aspect, the halal ecosystem is quite key to coordinate the whole process. Another aspect that also surfaced very strongly during the pandemic is the importance of media broadcast, be it the official channel, the social media has gained prominence, and professionals are becoming influencers too. So this is where I also see where the hospital apothec and other healthcare professionals can play a part as a responsible stakeholders. So which role is yours, my dear participants? Because overall, it is our duty, because we matter together we can get everybody to achieve more in order to sustain our life and livelihood. As important as what Ibu Nila mentioned just now, knowledge will lead to patience, which will then lead to respect, so that people can make informed decision. So let's ensure that every single link that we make in this chain of the halal ecosystem, halal pharmaceutical ecosystem, is perfectly calculated. Let's do our job perfectly to pursue Allah's pleasure. Our work is our ibadah. My work is my ibadah, and I hope yours too. Thank you so much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. MashaAllah, it's very, very interesting presentation, Ms. Rosie.
Thank you.
I take some note about the informed conscience, mutual respect, and also the stakeholder must be facilitated and coordinated by the governments and all the participants.
Yes, definitely.
And also media is very, very important.
Definitely.
Okay.
Social media, of course.
Yeah. Okay, all participants, if you have a question, you can send the question to the Slido. Now we come to the next speaker. Please allow me to welcome Mr. Muhammad Rahman Rustam, Operational Director, Biopharma. Assalamualaikum, Pak Rahman.
Waalaikumsalam, Pak Afdal.
How are you?
Nice to see you this morning. Yeah, I'm fine.
So, Pak Rahman di Bandung?
Oh yes, Pak. In the factory, Pak.
In the factory, okay. Thank you to join our webinar, Pak Rahman. Yeah. Before we start our session, I want to introduce Pak Rahman. He began his career with Agency for the Assessment and Application of Technology, BPPT Jakarta, and Organon Indonesia as Conobel, a multinational pharmaceutical company based in Netherlands. He continued to grow in some strategic position at Biopharma, such as President Directors in 2018, 2019, Marketing Director 2017, Corporate Secretary 2008 until 2017, Senior Manager PPIC, Quality Assurance System Manager, Production Manager and Formulating, Filing and Packaging. Upon his career, Pak Rahman was one of the Indonesia delegates for World Health Assembly in 2012 until 2018, WHO, Geneva, Switzerland, and delegates for Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, Health Minister Conference, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, in several years, starting 2013, 15, 17, and also 19. Pak Rahman also a lecturer of pharmacy practitioners, UNPAD, Mars, UMI, Research Executive Advisor, SBM ITB. He also served as the expert of PP Indonesian Pharmacists Associations. Pak Rahman, we just heard from Ms. Rosie about halal and also the importance for the halal industry in pharmaceutical. I think your session has also your experience and the producer from the halal pharmaceutical industry. I think very important for us to get some insight from you. So the time is yours, Pak Rahman.
Ya, thank you, Excellencies, Bapak UMP Saputra, Pak Afdal Aliasar, Ibu Nika Wilandari, and Honorable Speaker, distinguished participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la syarikalah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Allow me to share my presentation. Yeah, first of all, we would like to express our gratitude, especially to the organizing committee, KINEKS, for inviting us to join this important conference to share our perspective on key drivers in sustaining the development of halal pharmaceuticals. What are the challenges and opportunities in preparing the pharmaceutical industry for entering halal market? Pharma business characteristics are highly regulated, scientific, capital intensive, and fragmented market. So it's high cost, high risk, and long-term activities. So therefore, it will be more beneficial for the Ummah to consider halal aspects starting from R&D stage. In Indonesia, we face that more than 90% raw materials are imported, mostly from China and India, some from Korea, United States, and European countries. The pharmaceuticals could be divided into two main groups, chemicals and biologicals. The challenges of biotechnology products are complex, unstable, compared with conventionals. The trend of future medicine will be dominated by biological, consists of vaccines to improve immunity to a particular disease. Biosimilar, it is a biotechnological product that it is proved to be comparable to an already approved reference product in quality, non-clinical and clinical evaluation. For example, therapeutic protein. The blood derivative product, medicinal products based on blood constituents, in particular such as albumin, coagulating factor, and immunoglobulin of human origin. The pharmaceuticals derived from biological sources will be trend as a future medicine. A new biotech product in the R&D pipeline will face a complex processes and need to fulfill several stages. The vaccine of biotechnology products candidate should pass the preclinical test to animal, clinical phase 1 for safety, phase 2 for immunogenicity, phase 3 for efficacy with 4 subjects. Starting from lab scale to licensure, the process could take more than 10 years for development. That's why it will be not easy to change one component of pharmaceutical or biotechnology products once the candidate has passed all the tests requested. The source of active and pharmaceutical ingredients could be provided from animals, humans such as blood products, plants, microorganisms, or synthetic chemicals. This diagram shows us there are several critical points in pharmaceutical ingredients in terms of halal requirements, particularly animals and human derived. But not only porcine, the materials comes from bovine or avian. If the processes are not based on Sharia, we cannot say that the materials are halal. For raw materials, supporting data requested commonly are certificate of analysis, flow of process manufacture in vendor facilities, and statement of porcine free. But our questions are, is it produced in dedicated facility, means no mixture equipment with other non-halal materials? Do the supplier implemented the cleaning validation? Usually, supplier has a certificate of analysis, but not familiar yet with halal certification. Since the halal standard for pharmaceutical and biological has not yet established like food and beverages, countries in OIC region need to find the solution for any standard harmonization. We have discussed in our association in OIC Vaccine Manufacturer Group and with some institutions such as International Halal Accreditation Forum in Dubai. The important things that people will not doubt to take a medicine and vaccine for improving quality of life because the vaccine and medicine are emergency case. During the Islamic Conference of Ministry of Health of OIC member states in 2017 in Jeddah, Indonesia is elected as the center of excellence on vaccines and biotech products in OIC regions. The COA are launched in 2018 in Jakarta. Spirit of OIC Center of Excellence is to strengthen the collaboration among OIC member states in terms of R&D collaboration and technology transfer to other brothers and sisters in OIC region. And among the members of OIC vaccine manufacturer groups, which Bio Farma is elected as a vice chairman of this organization, one of the program of OIC VMG is capacity building, sharing knowledge, sharing know-how and experiences, conducted workshop for members and achieving self-reliance in vaccines and biotechnology production and availability. The strategic role of vaccine manufacturer in Indonesia are to fulfill the national immunization program. Since Bio Farma had been recognized by WHO, its excess capacity could be supplied to other countries to support the immunization program, especially in emerging countries and other OIC member states, such as Saudi Arabia and other regions. There are more than 100 vaccine manufacturers around the globe, but less than 30 manufacturers are qualified by WHO. Alhamdulillah, Bio Farma is one of the manufacturers recognized by WHO. Starting 1997, vaccine manufactured by Bio Farma are qualified by WHO, it's polio and measles, and followed by other viral and bacterial vaccines. Until 2019, there are 14 products are qualified by WHO and has been distributed to more than 150 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, in this slide, allow us to deliver our recommendations from industrial perspective. For the short term, we suggest our pharma industry to review their existing products. Review which is including all raw materials as component and supporting, also supporting process of production starting from upstream to downstream. The facilities utilized and the system and policy of the company based on halal assurance system. The company evaluate and register existing products once it is clear. As a midterm program, we recommend that halal should be designed from the beginning of research. Using free animal origin or at least non-porcine materials should be set as company policy. Therefore, halal aspects should be set from the design. As one of the important part of this presentation, allow us to deliver the collaboration model. Halal aspects should be considered starting from research stage, involving academician or research institute, government and regulators, business such as industry and ulama should be involved starting from the design. Halal by design are the important things. The last slide are conclusions. Complexity of research and development of biotechnology production technology, the consortium starts from R&D stage, academia, industry, government, community, and ulama. Halal by design is very important as well as quality by design. The joint research among research institute and pharmaceutical industry to provide raw materials and halal medicine. The majority of pharmaceutical raw materials are still imported, so the cross-sectoral coordination contribute to halal criteria of medical products and vaccines. And the global forum to identify technology progress, the resolution to determine halal criteria in OIC member countries. I thank you for your kind attention. I stop my slide. Terima kasih. Syukran jaziran. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Over to the moderator.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Rahman. This is very important information. Pak Rahman mentioned that Indonesia is a center of excellence on vaccine and biotech product from the OIC countries organization. I think halal by design is very, very critical because vaccine production takes very, very long periods. So when we start from the beginning, from the research to get halal vaccine, I think with halal by designs, we can produce more product with halal certified in the future. Thank you, Pak Rahman.
Definitely. Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Next, for the third speakers in the sessions, I would like to welcome Dr. Apotheker Ilma Nugrahani, MSI. Ibu Ilma, Head of Halal Study Center, Bandung Institute of Technology. Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi Bu Ilma.
Thank you very much, Abdul, for very nice invitation.
Yeah. So this
Yeah.
morning we have two guests from Bandung, Pak Rahman and also Bu Ilma.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you
Yeah.
to join our webinar, Bu Ilma.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to join in this very honorable event to talk with a very expert from
Okay. I would
biotech.
like, yeah, I
Yeah.
would like to introduce Bu Ilma to other participants. Bu Ilma is
Please,
undergraduate from School of Pharmacy, ITB at 1992, pharmacist profession, apothecary, 1994, a magister from Pharmacy Faculty, Indonesian University, doctoral again from School of Pharmacy, ITB in Bandung Institute of Technology with sandwich research with chemistry department of Tokyo Institute of Technology. Bu Ilma is the head of Halal Study Center, ITB and School of Pharmacy Library. She has written more than 100 manuscripts about health, pharmacy, analysis methods development, and educations. So we have Ms. Rossi from the Halal Concept, Pak Rahman, Halal Product Producers, and also Bu Ilma as a pharmacist. So time is yours, Bu Ilma, please.
Thank you very much for Pak Abdal and for very nice introduction. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share my presentation entitled Supporting Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Industry Ecosystem from our Green Campus ITB or Bandung Institute of Technology. First of all, I would like to introduce Halal Study Center ITB, Bandung Institute of Technology. It's a multidisciplinary group of expert in course members from several faculty of ITB. There are School of Pharmacy, and FTI, FMIPA, SPPK, SITH, Business and Management Study, and etc. School. We study and develop the regulatory science and technology of halal produce under the coordination of LPIT or Lembaga Ilmu Pengetahuan and Teknologi, or in English Institute of Science and Technology Development of ITB. And just information that HSC or Halal Study Center ITB activities nowadays, we do the dry experiment, wet experiment, and also of course the course and training, and some webinar and FGD performance. In dry experiment, we do data collection and prototype development, and also study on regulation, planning, tourism, and Syariah economy and finance study by SPM and SPPK, compiling information about the regulation, critical points, and non-halal matters. And also in that experiment, we try to develop halal material, process, and product development to substitute the non-halal substance. Next, we also develop any halal authentication analysis methods, and we have aspired to establish a halal center laboratory. We hope that the dream will come true. Public service and human research development also we integrate with the BPJPH, no, to train PPH or halal product assistant certification training, and also halal auditor and assessor for LPH. And we did and we perform, we held the halal course regularly, and in our plan we also will perform the summer school on September in this year, and besides webinar and FGD. Regarding the pharmaceutical and health product concern, let us see the website of BPOM, or Food and Drug Monitoring Agency of Republic Indonesia, and Kemenkes. In today, we can find that there are many registered products, included drug, here is food, cosmetic, supplement, herbal, drug, and healthcare products. You can see that the cosmetics is the most item from the registered BPOM, and followed by food, and then drug, and after that herbal medicine. I mean that's after food, it is followed by healthcare product, and then here drug and herbal medicine, and last is supplement. I think in some discussion that it's cosmetic also, it's almost similar with healthcare product to manage and to produce and to but they have a different way to what is it, registration. That's TKRT, or the healthcare product must be submitted to Kemenkes, and while cosmetic to BPOM. And we also can check here that the percentage and number domestic and non-domestic product of market for healthcare product is about 75% is domestic product, and this is a very big market opportunity, I think. And the remaining 26% is taken by imported product. If the halal regulation has been established, the contribution of the domestic product, I think it should be able to compare and be increased significantly. So it is, I think, it's an opportunity for us. And please check the mandate of timeline of BPJBH for the certification halal certification. That's to ensure legal rights, convenience, safety, and health of the products, halal products, that must be fulfilled or finished to about 1 million halal certification from 20 with the various of the time target. But just I would like to remind that we only have maybe 4 until 7 years to finish all of the halal certification with so many products. So on the other side, that we can see that many critical points are included in the food or production and until dispensing, until the patient consumption, for a drug and for the healthcare product. It's every step may become a critical point, from the raw materials, environment, which is processed by adding by additive excipient and by using some kind of machine, and environment, until the packaging and how to distribution and dispensing to the patient and consumer. It has potential to contact with non-halal product, non-halal method. So here, BPJBH and BPOM and Kemenkes, we do ensure the safety, quality, and halality of the product to produce the halal and toyib product. And now, from our experience, actually, the halal authentication by end testing on halal inspection to the finished product it's less efficient and effective compared to the something that have been firstly planned well to produce a halal product. Why? Because in the work of authentication by testing, the time, man, region, instrument methods is very high cost. So we promote as similar with the previous presenter that halal based design is better to be followed with the definition as the a systemic and scientific approach to designing the development of halal product that begins with planning and selecting halal materials and processes under halal management and according to the Sharia, or in the other sentence is better prevention than cure. So well planning and designing are more efficient than testing. It's I hope that all agree about this opinion. So what is that? Halal-based design stands for pharmaceutical and healthcare products to produce the halal and toyib, halal and good quality product. Firstly, identify the halal product profile. Second, halal product ensuring systems must be established, and the halal manufacturing process is also according to the good manufacturing process that have been set. It is maybe for Indonesia following the CPOB or good manufacturing process and Pharmacope of Indonesia, and analyze all substance used by risk and critical point assessment. Next, selecting and sorting the halal materials for the formulation and preparation, production facility and quality, monitoring to about their halality, and of course the comprehensive strategy to elaborate the halal ensurement system and GMP must be conducted. And halal certification submission finally to BPJPH that assist with LP form MUI, and that's all to produce the to release the product to the market. Concern about the potential of the non-halal product with the three haram materials that must be avoided. Concern about be careful of the biotechnology and fermentation products such as vaccine, serum, stem cells, cell tissue culture, genetic engineering product, etc., which that may use the non-halal mediator, and also the synthesis compound which use solvent and suspected non-halal source reagents. And we also must aware about the nanomedicine and nanocosmetic, which can enter the bloodstream systematically. And of course, a lot of excipients and additives that still imported from the overseas countries, such as gelatin, suspending agent, emulsifying agent, etc., and as well as packaging materials that may contain at least three haram materials that are pork, any parts of pig, and comar, and dead animals. And what the challenge and opportunities? Halal by design of pharmaceutical product require careful supervising and halal management in all steps. And in my opinion, in our opinion, I think Indonesia is the biggest Muslim population country and is very rich with natural and herbal raw materials. So, and has many experts in basic production development. It is very potential to be a big producer instead of consumer only. And case solve problem and opportunity of few at once, please support the domestic product development. Besides, we must provide the big data to integrate the information about the regulation, raw material sources, chain resources, processes, instrumentation, human resource, product, and market, and so on to be accessed easily to next to we can be integrated, developed together, and maybe can start up initiation for the young blood nowadays. It's very, very like to support or to develop the startup industry. Okay, so potential pharmaceutical and healthcare development result from ITB we offer the multidisciplinary expert from School of Pharmacy. We have 4 departments, pharmacochemistry, biological chemistry, pharmacology, and pharmaceutical formulation biotechnology. That, of course, is very close to a relation of the pharmaceutical and healthcare industry. And also we have SUPH or biology technology and chemistry department, and also STE, electricity information faculty, also machine faculty, that may together arrange something to build the ecosystem of the healthcare and pharmaceutical industry. And also maybe for the finance and ecosystem, finance and economical study and extra. And we also have some facilities of laboratories in every faculty, of course. And in the future, we have goals to make a halal center laboratory. And what the kind of what the products of my campus was, from dry experiment. Recently, we did we make a prototype to solution for selecting halal products such as fruit, food, drug, cosmetic, health, and household supplies that integrate with existing online market data and BPJP from BPJPH and UI data. It is a big one that more than 200 million. 200 million active internet users in Indonesia nowadays. And start or support pushed by pandemic situation, the transaction for online healthcare and cosmetic products were recorded to increase extremely. For example, antiseptic class transaction increased by more than 500% in the last year. But you're not aware maybe that halal and non-halal products are mixed in the online market. So consumer need guidance to search and to shop the halal product. We named the application as halal too. This can be searched in the internet. And the last year, one of a group of our students won the competition of halal innovation. And for that experiment, we do halal product development, such as halal vaccine media development collaboration with Bio Farma, halal anti-sclerosis product development by from Herbal, and rapid test development and so on. And we also develop halal analysis method for halality check, vibration using continuing the established methods such as vibrational spectroscopy, PCR, and chromatography. And the new one of method is solid thermal analysis and diffractometry. Still in development, but I think it can be used as an alternative methods. And we also perform course training and webinar, such as a regular course every semester and year, and international summer school about halal in coordination with the School of Pharmacy. And by mandate from BPJPH, we perform training and works to provide pendamping process product halal or halal production process assistance to support the target of about 100,000 PPH by the government. And LPH assessor, also we provide the LPH by certification of assessor to assess LPH, the new LPH, or lembaga pemeriksa halal yang from that is growing fastly because to support the halal certification. And in planning, we will also perform the training for penyelia halal that can work support in industry. And in planning also, we would like to follow our certification of halal auditor to support some LPH that's growing fastly in recently. And then here are our webinar that I have been performed to collect to update the information and ideas. So as the conclusion, we performed research, also education, training, and webinar. And note please that integrative data is a very crucial point to support the research and also the development of the pharmaceutical and healthcare product. And halal-based design will be more effective and efficient than testing or authentication and inspection. And we provide competent experts and ideas to support halal pharmaceutical and healthcare industry development. We are open to kinds of collaboration and do not hesitate to contact us. Finally, thank you very much for LPIT TV, PPMI TV, BRAIN, their industry and collaborators, and especially for KS. Thank you so much, Pak Dal. I think.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Ilma. And also congratulations for the winning for ITB Halal Center and some competitions. Yeah. Okay. All the participants, now we are entering the discussions part, question and answers. If you have a question, please send to the Slido, also maybe put on the chat on the Zoom. But before, I want to ask some questions to the speakers. My question to Ms. Rosie. Ms. Rosie, as we heard from the other speakers, from Pak Rahman, Bu Ilma, halal by design approach is very critical. I think all the speakers agree about that, halal by design approach. So if we look at from the angle from the governments, what do you think, how governments can involve in these collaborations? What are the roles of the governments? Maybe from your experience in other countries and also maybe in Malaysia, the roles of governments to ensure the halal by design approach is working.
Thank you very much for the question, and thank you, Bapak, for the introducing that concept in more detail, Bapak Rahman, yeah, for introducing that concept in more detail just now, explaining about it. In Malaysia, our latest standards for halal pharmaceuticals, the MS 2424, 2019, has already emphasized on what we call it as halal built-in. So it is the halal quality by design. We call it halal built-in, inspired by the almarhum Professor Zahri Ismail. I'm sure some of the Indonesian lecturers are familiar with him. Alhamdulillah. So this is one of his contribution and what do you call it? Forever for us, his amal jariah. So in terms of this halal built-in, it is not only the part of the processing that we are considering in these standards. What Pak Rahman has shared just now is from R&D right to the end in terms of processing. But halal by design should also start from the management. Internally, the stakeholders, internal stakeholders will start from the management. The top directors, the top management must be fully involved and fully supporting the compliance to halal, the needs to comply to halal, because it is not only in terms of sourcing the materials, but also on the human resource aspect. And the human resource aspect is not only in terms of getting the halal executive or people who are aware of halal, but knowledge dissemination to the whole organization. Yeah, because like what Ibu Nila has presented just now in terms of the Sharia hospital, where she recommended that the whole Sharia hospital personnel are aware of the initiative. So it should be for halal. When any organization is embarking on halal, the whole organization must be aware, sensitized about the company wanting to comply with the halal requirements. So going to what Pak Afdal asked in terms of the government, yes, Alhamdulillah, in terms of Indonesia, you already have the agencies or the ministries in charge of halal, in charge of health, both within the government. So now the Ministry of Health and the BPJPH has to be closely collaborating the way that the NPRA and JAKIM are closely collaborating for halal pharmaceuticals in Malaysia. And another agency, government agency that's important in this element is the standards. So in Malaysia, we have the Department of Standards Malaysia in the whole ecosystem. So for Indonesia, the Badan Nasional Indonesia should be involved also. And the fourth one is definitely KNEKS. The counterpart in Malaysia is HDC. So these four key entities are important in order to direct cohesive collaboration. Like I said just now, public-private partnership. So it must first be public-public partnership, then extended to public-private partnership, so that everybody is of the same mind. Because like just now, Pak Rahman showed in his presentation about the Center of Excellence for vaccines, and also the discussion at CPHI about the need for halal pharmaceutical standards. But all that has been discussed also, and the SMICC, SMIC, the OIC, channel for standards are already coming up, drafting the standards for halal pharmaceuticals at OIC level. It's now currently in the public comment. That means from they are seeking comments from the member states for that particular standard. So I guess it's the representative on this many industry or many association or committees that is discussing it globally. The connections and the collaboration needs to be more intact, more synergized, so that we don't lose out the information with one another. So perhaps KNEKS can play the lead role to connect all this.
Okay.
Back to Pak Abdal.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Rosie. So the key is collaborations. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Key
Thank you.
collaboration. That's one, Pak Abdal. But there must also be one. The head of the coordinator. So one body that has all the information coordinates between all these agencies. So that's why I said back to you, I would like to suggest that KNEKS play that role.
Okay, noted. So the top management, the political will of the governments to do the halal by design in the pharmaceutical industry. I think that's the key that you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rosie. I'm going to Pak Rahman. Pak Rahman, Ms. Rosie just said about public-private partnerships to develop maybe as one of the channeling of the opportunity to invest more the capital to the pharmacy industry, to halal by design developments. What do you think about this public-private partnership for the biopharma and for all the others producers for the halal pharmaceuticals? Ms. Paraman.
Thank you, Pak Afdal. So I have the same point of view with Ibu Rosie. We cannot work alone for this ecosystem because there are a supply chain to assure that the sustainability of the vaccine or medicine manufacturing are in place. So if we break down all this chain, we can find that raw materials, and we have mentioned that in Indonesia we have more than 90% raw materials are imported, and mostly from India, China, and some of them are from United States and European, which is their countries has not familiar yet with the halal system. They well known about the quality system. Yes, they have the regulation and international standard to assure the quality, safety, efficacy, which is a Toyiban aspect. But for the halal aspect, we need to brainstorm with our partners in their countries. And one key point is we need to assure the supply chain which implemented the halal assurance system, starting from raw materials, supporting materials, and supporting equipment. And this will be helpful for the industry, not only in Indonesia, I believe in Malaysia and other countries, to register their products that all the supply chain has met the halal assurance system standard. So that's why the public-private partnership is the keywords for this success story. Industry like biopharma or other manufacturers, even in Indonesia or our partner in Malaysia, we are depends on the raw materials from other industries. So we need to have the strengthened collaboration not only from the pharmaceutical industry itself, but also from the raw material industry and the basic chemical industry and the supporting equipment industry. So this will have a long supply chain, and I agree with Bu Rosi suggests that one body need to be a coordinator or need to be a dirigent for this orchestra. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Paraman. So, yeah, biopharma cannot work alone. I think that's the key. We have to work together, and all the producers, maybe not only in Indonesia, producer from materials from other countries, but we want also to get more materials coming from Indonesia, certified by halal and can be used in the industry, pharmacy industry. So next to Bu Ilma, what do you think, is that difficult to do the research to get more materials ready for the pharmaceutical industry? So Pak Rahmat, no need to import from other countries. I think the roles of the halal centers in the university, and not only from ITB, maybe from others, campus can be worked together to get more materials to be ready. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you so much, Pak, for the very nice question. Yes, I think it is a similar problem to the research institution also in the university. Before we produce some kind of raw materials halal, we also need the other substance to start the research. And until now, for the raw materials preparation or for the take out or get a reagent is also still hard. I hope that from the regulation for have a special treatment for the researchers, so we make it easier to perform the research, and after that we do hope that we can produce the significant result of our research. As an information for today, maybe we need at least 3 months to 2 until 3 months to find the reagent for next reaction and research. But on the other hand, as I have presented in one slide, that actually we have a very high potency to develop the herbal or to develop plants raw materials. Yeah, the raw materials that are sourced from halal, of course, as you said, that will come from plant source. But again, I think I'm still optimistic, yeah. And I offer the expert from ITB, I think, so from what is it, chemist, technology, yeah, from the chemistry itself, and also from School of Pharmacy. Actually, we has or we study about how to synthesize chemicals and also drug and pharmaceutical products. But again, we ask or we need the nice, the good ecosystem to support the research also in raw materials. So it is like, what is that in Indonesia? Lingkaran setan like that. If we hard to find a reagent, it is hard also to make, to produce something that's significant to the raw material for pharmaceutical and also for healthcare product. Maybe that's Pak Afdal.
Okay, thank you, Bu Irma.
Yeah.
So I noted that ecosystem for the research must be also we develop in Indonesia. I think we need to call all the professors, Indonesian professors around the world, to come back to Indonesia to do the research together.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Irma. Okay, now, yeah, we would like to get the question from the participants. Okay, I think I get a question from Ms. Rosie about the, okay, informed decision. Okay, one question, Ms. Rosie, from the participants. How to make informed decisions about halal is necessary or compulsory in healthcare industry, since most of product in healthcare industry considered as emergency or darura. So this is, I think, is a very important question. Some people say, okay, this is darura, so we can use it.
Yes.
But without starting the halal by design concept, darura will be continue, but we want to change it. Well, what do you think about how to make informed decisions? Small ones?
Yes, definitely the usage of the word darura is like overrated, especially when now there are more options available on the part of health supplements and even the over-the-counter, like the ones that doesn't require prescription. I believe there are lots more of such products that are halal certified and widely available. So that is the first step that we need to get and encourage the public, especially the Muslims around the world, not only in Malaysia and Indonesia, to start looking out for the halal certified products on pharmaceuticals that doesn't require prescription, that is readily available on the shelves, on the counter, online. So this will create demand for the medicines, the one that require prescription, to be halal certified. You see, so without the availability of choices, you are unable to make the informed decision. You can only stick to one because your preservation of life, your preservation of your health is the most important in the Maqasid Sharia. But when there's option, and that option is suitable for your health, for your life, then you should choose that option. So this informed choice decision, informed decision making process needs to also be module or knowledge sharing, just like how we started the information sharing on halal and halal certification. So that should start, the ball should start rolling in terms of this informed choice decision making, as with the involvement of the health professionals and the Sharia experts. So the Sharia experts and the health professionals need to then collaborate together, converge their knowledge to come out with the SOP or some sort of references that can be understood and applied by the public at large in order for them to make the informed decision. And the social media influencers can be used to guide the public how to make these informed choice decisions. So in a short sentence, as a summary, informed choice decision, you need to start the ball or the sensitization just like the way how we sensitize people about halal certification. So it has to start now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rosie. So agree with you, demand from the consumers, because
Right.
when consumer asking for the halal pharmaceutical, and then the producers will start to design and then to develop the product and make the product available on the market. So,
Yeah.
okay.
If I may ask Pak Abdal add some more, just like what Pak Rahman was saying and also Ibu was saying about the ingredients, the availability of the ingredients, the supply of the ingredients, the raw materials and all that are actually controlled by non-Muslims, and they're not aware about these halal certification requirements. So that part is also important to start the knowledge sharing with these people, because that's the upstream, the highest of the upstream. Without these people that produces the ingredient buy into the concept of the need to do halal certification, you won't get the availability of choices available that soon, and therefore you can't make that informed choice decision.
Okay.
Betul Pak
Ms.
Rahman?
Rosie. Yeah. So the producers need to be aware the requirement of the producers, because the customers need that kind of halal product to be available on the market. Okay. I want to continue to Pak Rahman about the availability of the product available on the market. So I think we would come to vaccine product. I'm sure Biopharma has a roadmap to get more vaccine available or certified as a halal vaccines. Maybe Pak Rahman can explain more about the roadmap of Biopharma.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, Pak Afdal. I think this roadmap have also shared with the Ministry of Health and other related institutes, because the vaccines and medicines, like Bu Rosie mentioned, if there is no alternative, we still can, it's allowed to use the vaccine or the medicine with one notes that there's no alternatives. Because if we need to change one component of vaccine or the medicines, it has long consequences, and we believe that it can in fact impact to the quality, safety, and efficacy. And for the vaccines and medicines, we need to test the animals for preclinical trials. And then if the tests are passed, means that the candidates of the vaccine or medicines is safe, then we can follow to the trials to the human health with phase 1 for safety, and then followed by phase 2 for immunogenicity, and phase 3 for efficacy. It takes a long time. So that's why we suggest to have the new products as halal by design, starting from the beginning. Then we can use the optimization of halal raw materials, halal process, etc. So back to your questions. In the short term, the company needs to evaluate all the existing products. The existing products, which include not only the raw materials, but also all the processes, the production, the quality control, the storage, and distribution. The big challenge is the supply from imported vendor or suppliers. Bu Rosi mentioned that all the countries, not all of them are well aware about the halal criteria or halal requirements. So we need to train in part of the collaboration and partnership with our supplier. That's the short-term program. For the midterm, we need to collaborate with other related stakeholders like universities, like ITB, Institute Teknologi Bandung. Yes, we have some partnership in terms of research. Bu Ilma mentioned about the media research. That's for the midterm program. We have to strengthen the collaboration starting from R&D with other institutes or universities or other research entity. For the long-term period is the getting the harmonization about the criteria for halal vaccines and halal medicines, because from some point of view, they are emergency case, so there's no not regulation, but in some countries in OIC region, it's not mandatory, but it's voluntary. So that's why, because there's no harmonized criteria for halal in vaccine medicine. It's different with food and beverages. They are already in set, they are already in place. Now we need to discuss with other countries, our brothers and sisters in our IC member states, to have the same criteria for vaccines and medicine in terms of halal. I think that's hopefully it will answer the questions. Over to moderator.
Yeah. Thank you, Paraman. Okay, I think our discussion is very, very interesting and critical for the development of the ecosystem, halal pharmaceutical and healthcare in the future. But we have a very limitation of time. Before we are close the first sessions, I would like to get a conclusion remark from each of the speakers, maybe in 1 or 2 minutes to all the participants. Yeah, Bu Ilma, maybe you can start, please.
Thank you. So I think we all have one conclusion that halal by design is the best way to optimize the halal production for pharmaceutical and healthcare. And secondly, is collaboration and coordination, togetherness from all aspects from institutions, which will be very valuable to build and to develop pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem. That's all I think. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Ilma. Thank you. Success for the ATB halal centers. Paraman, please.
Yeah, thank you. So halal need to be set and implemented in our supply chain. Now it's time for collaboration instead of competition. Thank you.
Thank you. It's very, very short, but very important for all of us. Yeah. Thank you, Paraman. Ms. Rosi?
Yes, totally agree with Pak Rahman. No more competition, especially within the OIC member countries. Let's work together because it's not just at each country's level, Malaysia level, Indonesia level. It has to be at OIC member country level to have this coordination, the collaboration because we need to start from the top supply chain, where the majority of the ingredients producers are not familiar with halal, what more getting a halal certification. That's one of the great issues of a halal certificate holder in any country that holds the halal certificate. And then also to the consumer side, it needs a global, or at least the OIC member countries' consumer demand to show that we need the halal certified pharmaceutical products and all other products too, so that the top will be alert and get the supply chain ready, and the bottom is aware there's availability of choices. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rossi. Yeah, this is the end of the first sessions. This morning, we have very interesting discussion with the participants. Thank you, Ms. Rossi. Thank you, Pak Rahman, Bu Ilma. I think I make some notes critical about the informed decisions, halal by designs, and lastly is very important. I think we cannot work alone. We must work together and bring these concerns not only in Indonesia but maybe to all the world producers for the materials, for the halal pharmaceutical, so that we can serve our consumers with more halal product in the future. All the participants, thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, and I will refer back to the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Rosi, Pak Rahman.
Indonesia is a country full of diversity with abundant natural and cultural wealth. It is home to the largest Muslim population in the world. As a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has great potential as well as challenges in developing a Sharia-based economic system. An economic system that focuses on the principles of justice and virtue in all of its processes. Justice and virtue for every party involved. A system that covers all aspects of people's lives, from industry to financial services and investment, from halal food and halal tourism to digital media, from halal pharmacy and cosmetics to Muslim fashion and more. The development of Islamic economy and finance has developed significantly in the last 2 decades and will continue to grow in line with the increasing Muslim population in the world. The KNEKS, or the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, exists as a non-structural state strategic institution led directly by the President, serve as a mediator and catalyst in developing the Islamic economy in Indonesia. KNEKS is mandated to accelerate, expand, and advance the development of the Islamic economy to support national economic development. KNEKS, which was originally named KNKS, was a recommendation from the Master Plan for Indonesia Sharia Financial Architecture, formed through Presidential Regulation Number 91 of 2016, concerning the National Sharia Finance Committee, which later expanded its scope of work to become KNEKS through Presidential Decree Number 28 of 2020, concerning KNEKS. Having a vision to make Indonesia an independent, prosperous, and civilized Indonesia by becoming the world's leading Islamic economic center, KNEKS has 4 main strategies, namely strengthening halal value, strengthening Islamic finance, strengthening micro, small, and medium enterprises, and strengthening the digital economy. Indonesia Sharia Economic Master Plan was created as a common guideline for the Sharia economic system. As the world's largest Muslim country, Indonesia is ready to be the world's leading Sharia economic center.
Organization of Islamic Cooperation, also known as OIC, is an international organization that serves as a forum of cooperation among Muslim countries in various fields, with health as one of them. Vaccines are necessary in preventing a variety of infectious disease and unexpected turns of events such as pandemic, while other biotechnology products are used for treatment of numerous non-communicable diseases. Indonesia has been entrusted as OIC Center of Excellence for Vaccines and Biotechnology Products in December 2017 during the 6th session of ICHM in Jeddah. Supporting the Center of Excellence is Bio Farma, with its long experience in vaccine manufacture, having research and development capabilities and facilities. The facilities are equipped with the latest technology and equipment to facilitate research and development activities that extends from lab all the way to the pilot scale production. Research and development covers upstream, downstream, and adaptive control quality process for the needs of new product development, whereas pilot scale production serves as an upscaling process prior to entering commercial scale production. Bio Farma has numerous WHO pre-qualified products, thus enabling supply to various countries through UNICEF, with more than 50 OIC countries among them. With competent resources, this Center of Excellence shall strive to address global health issues, particularly relating to vaccines and biotechnology product capacity building among OIC member states. Knowledge and technology sharing will enhance the autonomy of OIC's member states in producing high-quality vaccines and biotechnology products, thus contributing to the well-being of the global community. Indonesia is ready to carry the task as Center of Excellence with Bio Farma, among others, as a site for collaboration. Together with OIC and Indonesia, Bio Farma strives to innovate to produce new vaccines and biotechnology products for the benefit of mankind.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to the International Webinar Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum. In this second sessions, I will be the moderator with the topic investment opportunities in the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystems. All the participants in this second discussions, I would like to invite our first speaker, Mr. Ongki Marta, VP Business Development PT Jababeka Terbuka. Halo, selamat siang Pak Ongki.
Siang Pak Afdal.
Apa kabar Pak?
It's good Pak. Very good Pak. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you Pak Ongki to join our discussions in today's webinar. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in last 2 months, I heard that Jababeka just pre-launched the Kawasan Industri Halal. Halal Industrial Park. It's very interesting to get the plan and more development for the halal industry in Indonesia. Today we will discuss about the investment opportunities in the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem, and also not only for the pharmaceutical, I think also for the bioproduct, Pak Ongki. Okay, without any further ado, please welcome Pak Ongki. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Afdal. On this occasion, I would like to present about JWK rules in development of halal industry with the transformation of smart industry 4.0. Okay, this is the history of industrial park in Indonesia. So at first industrial park were developed in 1970 by the government or the state-owned company as a reaction to the needs of industrial park. This first industrial park is known as Jakarta Industrial Estate Pulau Gadung or GF. As the flow of investment was increasing in Indonesia, then in 1989, private company were allowed to develop industrial estate. JWK Industrial Estate is the first private industrial area in Indonesia, so we can call ourselves as a pioneer. Then in 2009, the government is quite the development is of industrial park into the third generation. A more modern industrial area with better facilities such as a special economic zone. And in 2020, we start entering the industrial 4.0 generation. Then this JWK in facing global change with industrial 4.0. JWK has applied industrial 4.0 regarding service, infrastructure, and management. We established President University to prepare smart resources. JWK is also developing a new area, namely JWK 9, which is direct toward a smart industry hub in which there is also a halal cluster. Then we also have a smart port called Cikarang Dry Port, smart infrastructure such as smart water treatment plant and waste water treatment plant, smart power plant called Bekasi Power. Then at this time, we are also preparing a research and development place to facilitate tenant or factory in the JWK Industrial Park. And all of our estate management has been integrated with several tenant of factory need. JWK has three pillars. The first one, land development, including industrial park, residential, commercial, and office, etc. Then the next business pillar is infrastructure. So we have Bekasi Power, Cikarang Dry Port, water treatment plant, and water treatment plant. And the third business pillar is leisure and hospitality. Now we have three golf course in Cikarang, Tanjung Lesung, and Magelang in Central Java. Then we also have tourism area that have been included in the special economic zone. The name of Tanjung Lesung and Morotai. As we can see here, JWK has been transformed to 30 years. At first, we were an industrial estate company that was founded in 1989, and we transformed into the integrated township when JWK expand its business to become an industrial park with urban facility from 1995 to 2010. Then in early 2011, JWK became a city developer by developing a new city in several locations with industrial and tourism base. Our target for 2024 is to go toward integrated city, integrated smart city 4.0 and smart society 5.0, which include the halal industrial hub. So this picture shows JWK ongoing project apart from JWK Cikarang Industrial Estate. We also have a project in Menara Batavia, which in office center in Jakarta. Then we also have the Tanjung Lesung tourism area in Banten, and Kendal Industrial Park in Central Java, Borobudur Golf area in Central Java, and Morotai tourism special economic zone in Maluku. Okay, the following is the Jabeka Cikarang Master Plan. The area that is currently being built in 5,600 hectare, and currently we also developing Jabeka Phase 9 with an area approximately 500 hectare. Currently, the population in Jabeka Cikarang is 1.2 million people, with 730,000 manpower, 10,000 expatriate, and 2,000 national and multinational company from 30 cities. Again, this is a pie chart of the industrial Jababeka. The diagram shows that there are 2% of the pharmaceutical industry in Jababeka with fairly good infrastructure, complete facility, and very supportive industrial environment. This is a great opportunity for the development of the pharmaceutical industry in Jababeka. And this our world-class facility at Jababeka. You can say that Jababeka is a one-stop service. All of the facility need by industry and urban area already here. We have three kind of project here in Jababeka. We have smart city, residential area, industrial area, and hospitality area. On this project have been integrated into smart city. All service already use application from monitoring, maybe paying water bill, exporting goods, customer service, paying electricity, or all of which can be integrated with one application. This is a research and development facility provided by Jababeka for industrial tenant, such as system development, project development, robotic, 3D printing, etc. Okay, we are currently preparing a roadmap for the development of Jababeka Halal Industrial Park. Seeing the slide, Indonesia has a opportunity to develop a halal hub in terms of pharmacy and cosmetic, finance, food and beverage, travel and tourism, fashion, etc. Therefore, Jababeka want to develop a halal industrial hub when prepare integrated area, industry from upstream to downstream, process activity that are in accordance with Islamic Sharia, including ranging from water treatment, water management, supply of raw material. This here is the definition of halal industrial estate that mentioned in the previous slide. We are currently running the process from its stage from licensing, certification, management that is included in the halal industrial estate procedure. The current government is aspiring to development of the domestic halal industry, one of which is through of establishment of halal industrial estate. The extent of the halal industrial estate is expected to attract global investor to make Indonesia the world halal center. The government has prepared 6 halal industrial estate, and Jababeka now is currently preparing a proposal to the government regarding the status of halal industrial estate. In the addition, we are preparing certification, target market, appropriate infrastructure and management system. JBK want to launch the best halal industrial park in Indonesia. This is JBK Halal Industrial Roadmap. We started the initiation from 2020, but as we know, the COVID pandemic attacked Indonesia not long after that, so our progress was a little slow. In 2020, we prepared a feasibility study. We create team, master plan, and the action plan. Then in 2021, we start prepare to platform related to logistics, certification, raw material needs, preparing human resource, preparing lab, and research and development. This year, we have received certification from several things. One of them is water supply, logistics, starting to find market, doing promotion, and already launched a halal cluster project. And then our target is in 2024, we launched JBK Halal Industrial Park with the best management JBK Halal Industrial Park in Indonesia. This is the location for the JBK Halal Industrial Park master plan. We have prepared approximately 500 hectares for the halal hub. This location is outside JBK initial development of 5,600 hectares. This is our new development location in JBK Cikarang. The following is the progress of our development JD Hub cluster. Basically, it is a JBK e-commerce digital hub, which is included in the halal cluster. JBK has prepared a halal cluster with the digital hub concept to help tenants carry out halal certification and export halal product. These are tenants who already have halal certification in JBK Industrial Estate. Okay, so that is it. I really hope that this presentation is useful. Thank you for your attention, and return to moderator Pak Aftar Alisar. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Very interesting information about the development of JBK Halal Industrial Estate. Yeah. I take some notes. 2% of your current tenants are the pharma industry.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 2% to pharmaceutical industry in JBK.
Good.
And we have 10 hospital in international hospital in JBK. Ada Mitra Keluarga Hospital, Permata Keluarga, Harapan Keluarga, and other. We have 10 hospital in JBK.
Okay, very interesting. Okay, so we go to the next speaker before we discuss later. Our next speaker is a very prominent scholars in the halal supply chains. Please welcome Dr. Marco Timan, founder and CEO, LBB International. Hello, how are you, Mr. Marco?
Selamat siang, Pak Afdal. I'm very well. It's a great honor to be here at this international forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marco, for joining our webinar today. I would like to introduce Dr. Marco to all the participants. Dr. Marco Timan is the founder of LBB International, the Netherlands, Malaysia, Indonesia, a supply chain strategy consulting and research firms. LBB advise clients in the area of procurement, productions, and halal business management. So Dr. Marco also doing the research fellow with the University of Malaya Halal Research Center in Malaysia. So I think all the participants, if Google the research halal supply chains, will come the names. Dr. Marco Timan is very, very prominent. So Dr. Marco also the Senior Editor Advisory Board of Journal Islamic Marketing, Emerald, UK, and Editor Board Member of the International Journal of Islamic Marketing and Branding, Inter Science Publisher, Switzerland. He's also a frequent speaker in many forums in Asia and Middle East, and also in Indonesia. So now we would like to get more insight from Dr. Marco regarding the development of the halal supply chain, halal clusters, and what should we do in the pharmaceutical industry sectors. The time is yours, Dr. Marco, please.
Thank you, Pak Afdal. A very good day. May peace be upon you. I would like to thank KNIKS in particular for inviting me to speak on this important topic, I think, on halal pharmaceutical and healthcare. I will put my slide on. I will be covering more insight into the investment opportunities. In particular, I will be covering the urgency of creating halal pharmaceutical and healthcare. Also, what are the opportunities for Indonesia? Thirdly, I will be covering a case study on modern halal valley, halal cluster in Indonesia, which has been developed, is in development, and I think one of the great example of an halal ecosystem. And finally, I have drafted some policy recommendations for Indonesia and the Indonesian government. So what is the urgency? So as we all know, is that halal goes beyond food and is going into the non-food areas. And if there is one good thing out of this COVID pandemic, is that the Muslim consumer is clearly concerned about the Sharia compliance of vaccines and medical products. So there's a lot of pressure now, since COVID in particular, to get the vaccines, medicines, and healthcare services both halal and tayyib, which was also highlighted by Ms. Rosie in the first panel, is that the Muslim world is very dependent on all the vaccines and medicines from non-OIC countries. This is a concern where for the halal assurance of medicines and vaccines, that there is a much better control and stronger production in OIC countries itself. As highlighted by Pak Rahman from Biopharma, he mentioned there's a big shortage of halal raw materials, ingredients, additives, but also culture media and many more. And from my perspective, this is an important bottleneck in order to create a successful halal pharmaceutical and healthcare cluster and industry. So that shortage of raw materials need to be addressed, where Indonesia, for example, could play, I think, a very dominant role. Which was highlighted by the various speakers this morning, is that halal pharmaceutical is complex. And to create medicines, vaccines is a long road, a complex journey. And to halalize existing medicines and vaccines can be very complex. In case you change an active of a medicine or vaccine, it requires possible new clinical trials, which can be not only a very long process, but also a very costly exercise. So it is therefore, I think, important to look at halal pharmaceuticals and healthcare in more detail. And I think from the COVID pandemic, it is a high priority area, I believe. So what are the opportunities for Indonesia? But foremost, how do I see the future of halal pharmaceuticals and healthcare? First of all, there has been a traditional approach to pharmaceuticals of remove the porcine out of the pharmaceuticals and also alcohol towards, I think, a total halal supply chain and value chain. This is also addressed by Pak Rahman that said we have to look at the raw material supplies, who controls the raw material supplies, look at the storage and transportation. The containers that are sent all over the world, are halal and non-halal being mixed? In the warehouses, is halal and non-halal mixed? Also at the distributor, at the pharmacy, how is the halal integrity protected throughout the supply chain and the value chain, by also looking at branding, marketing, Islamic finance, takaful. So there are many more components with regards to halal pharmaceutical and healthcare than only looking at the components of a vaccine or the ingredient. The future of the halal Sharia compliant hospital, in the nice introduction of the seminar, it is moving, I think, in the future, in the years to come, from a halal Sharia compliant hospital to an entire halal healthcare network, looking at prevention to make people healthier, also looking at emergency care and aftercare after an operation, and also elderly homes. So to look at the entire perspective of halal healthcare instead of just the hospital. From halal manufacturing, it will be moving away to production of halal in halal clusters, where you have working on a comprehensive halal ecosystem. Thirdly, instead of developing unique country standards, that we are moving towards a harmonized single halal pharmaceutical and healthcare standard. I think that is extremely important. And we see efforts by OSCE SMIC in that area. We see efforts also by individual countries. So I think it's important to appreciate the work which is done by OSCE SMIC and looking at, can we adopt the OSCE SMIC standard. Finally, I think the future is from halal competency training to train the halal committee, halal management team, and also internal halal auditors towards integrating halal in our medical education. So at the university that teach the doctors, the nurses about medicine, pharma, and healthcare sciences, halal needs to be integrated as part of the program, which is not the case in most OIC countries. So what are the opportunities for Indonesia in particular when it comes to halal pharmaceuticals and healthcare? So first of all, I think it's important to create strong, comprehensive halal ecosystem through a cluster approach to halal pharmaceuticals and healthcare. Secondly, is looking at production of halal certified raw materials. That is the bottleneck, and also highlighted by Professor Ilma. A lot of work needs to be done on raw materials. Also, Prof. Ilma, she highlighted the strength of Indonesia in the biodiversity in Indonesia, which can be leveraged for plant-based drugs and medicine. I would also like to refer here to an important hadith, which the Prophet, peace be upon him, he said, Allah did not send down a disease without having sent down its cure. In other words, our Creator created the remedies first, then the disease. So we need to look at the strong biodiversity of Indonesia. Where can we find those medicines that can cure diseases, that can help in pandemics, and many more? So a lot of research funds will be needed indeed. I concur with Professor Ilma on R&D in Indonesia to get them approved as plant-based drugs and medicines, and that they are proven to be effective. Also, I think what is important is to include halal into the medical and pharmaceutical healthcare sciences at universities. It is important to create a halal ecosystem. Why is to simplify organizing halal production for manufacturers, also to connect the producer of halal pharmaceuticals to ingredient suppliers, fast-track innovation, and also advance also in halal maturity for companies from a product approach towards a supply chain and value chain. And this is so important to protect the corporate reputation for companies. I've been very privileged to work with Modern Halal Valley in Indonesia. I've been part of a team to create their master plan, and also currently part of a team to further market Modern Halal Valley and also implement the Halal cluster. So Modern Halal Valley is located in Banten, Cikande, 1 hour drive from Jakarta. It is 500 hectares in size. It can be expanded in future to 700 hectares, and it is a comprehensive halal ecosystem. So we have areas there for manufacturing, logistics, halal labs, commercial, Islamic banking, finance, also space for SMEs, and also soon a connection to Tanjung Priok, the main gateway in Indonesia. We talk about Modern Halal Valley as a cluster, and we have created a Halal Valley Society, a cluster organization to manage the cluster not only within the park, but also outside the park. So connecting to farmers, even 1,000 miles away in Aceh with farmer programs. We also have industry programs with SMEs, large industries. We have collaboration with universities to conduct R&D and research, and of course, good relationship with national and local governments. We also create the Halal Cluster Network, and we have signed agreement already since 2019 with Halal clusters outside Indonesia as well. So with Spain, with Malaysia, and also in Taiwan, with Baraka Halal Development. This is important in order to create synergies. We talk about the Ummah, about collaboration between brothers and sisters, and we have to make it happen. So therefore, we need to link those clusters together and to create a synergy and advantages between clusters. I would like to share with you some policy recommendations I have for the Indonesian government. It's very important to create halal clusters, to create a strong foundation of halal pharmaceutical and healthcare industry in Indonesia. What is important, first of all, to understand what is the current foundation of the existing Indonesian halal pharmaceutical and healthcare cluster. So what is Indonesia good at, like the plant-based medicines? Biopharma is a strong institution already, having developed a lot of halal pharmaceutical products. What should be the focus and design of Indonesia's halal pharmaceutical and healthcare cluster with the biggest potential, market potential, but also where's the strength of Indonesia in there? And finally, what are the key building blocks? So what are the components? Where should be the halal parks? What kind of industry should be developed? The detailed components. Also is important to create incentives to attract industry anchors. So when you design a cluster, you identify certain industries or suppliers or certain technologies that should be present in Indonesia. So there should be special incentives created for that. Also, it's important for Indonesia to simplify setting up of foreign companies in the country. Not only manufacturing, but also services. And currently, the paid-up capital requirements are quite high for service companies, which made it difficult for service industry to set up office in Indonesia. The final recommendation I have for Indonesia is also to adopt the OSCE SMIC halal standards, which I think is critical to have an acceptance of halal pharmaceuticals made in Indonesia for all over the world. This was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. I think thank you very much for the policy recommendation. I think it's very, very important to develop the value chains that you mentioned just now. The pharmaceutical industry need to understand the value chains of halal and start to produce the halal product, start from the infrastructure through the industry cluster. Okay, our next speaker is coming from the country. I think I can say this country is a rising star in the halal Islamic economy. Please join me to welcome Dr. Nuruddin T.H. Ting from the Managing Director at Baraka Taiwan Halal Hub. Assalamualaikum, good day. Dr. Ting, how are you? Okay, could you please unmute, please?
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Walaikum
good.
salam. Thank you, Abdal. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ting, to join our webinar today. Okay, before I will introduce Dr. Ting to all the participants. Dr. Ting is a Managing Director at Baraka Taiwan Halal Hub International Group, Senior Vice President, Baraka Capital Holding. Also, Dr. Ting is a Taiwan Chair, Baraka Ethical Consumer Union, Chairman at the Taipei Grand Mosque, also Chairman CAO, Brilliant Private Equity Management Incorporations in China, Senior Director, Tano China Capital Management, and Senior Directors, Ernst & Young, SPP, Industrial Bank of Taiwan, Senior Engineer, China Engineering Consultant. So Dr. Ting is very have experience, start from the engineer, now as a Managing Director of the Halal Hub in Baraka, Taiwan. We want to get more insight from Dr. Ting. We know Taiwan just, I can say this rising star in the Islamic economy, and now we can see the Taiwan also in the some index report coming from the other researchers. Okay, without any further ado, Dr. Tim, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Abda. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'll start with sharing my presentation. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you can see from the presentation, let me share the. Sorry. Let me share the.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. The topic today is I want to present is Power Indonesia Halal Healthcare Ecosystem Development using International Fund Resources with the Islamic Financing Mechanism. And you can see on top is Allah had already created human.
Excuse me, Dr.
body
Ting,
perfect.
the voice can you make it louder, please?
Okay. On top of here, we can see Allah had already created human body perfect. And it's our belief halal medic is the true recovery key for human beings. Today, although I'm Baraka Halal Hub is a certification body requested by Taiwan government to establish, and sorry, that's let me readjust this. Okay. Today, the topic that I would like to share with all of you is the medical and clinical practice of new era of 21st century. This is from the investment point of view, and particularly coupled with the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare. Up until today, I think majority of the medical treatment are still using chemical medicine treatment, which is suppressive. That is developed over the past few hundreds of years. But up until the turn of the century, we have already found significant progresses by 3 Nobel Prizes. Number 1 is the Nobel Prize 2003 that human body found about human body cell ion channel discovery, which is further notified by the Nobel Prize of 2021. Ion channels are important for many physiology process and disease conditions. In 2009, we found it is found telomere and telomerase enzyme in chromosomes are important, significant, play role in health recovery. So it is the turning point that we should refer to our self-healing system equipped by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala with simply medicinal food, not too much or fully discard about the chemicals. Then the treatment can be done by iron recovery plus medical food and plus exercise. So in the 2003 Nobel Prize Chemistry, we found that ions passes through the the channel pore by gating the flow of ions across cell membranes. And cell membrane voltage, also known as ion pumps and ion channels, are those tiny batteries and resistors inserted in the membrane to accomplish many different biological functions to heal diseased cells. We can see the figure in the right is acupuncture. We have the traditional Chinese treatment with acupuncture treatment is actually stimulates membrane ions, ion channels for normalizing cell functions and gain sufficient nutrients and electric energy for cell recovery. So how does human cell work? Normally, our cells operate at about 20 to 25 millivolts. This is a very tiny little current or voltage on which the body operates. When we have to heal ourselves, the voltage will bring up to minus 50 millivolts. The increased voltage brings healing. So we can see from this operating voltage, and over here is healing. And if we intake too much acidity, we will decrease our voltage and to plus. So anything acid is a electron stealer, anything alkaline is an electric donor. So when our voltage is become positive, then we will start function optimally when they are deficient in minus voltage. So in this figure, we can see cell regeneration and chronic disease healing. The there are about 37 trillion cells with 200 cell types of human body. And each type of cells may have different lifespan. You can see on the right. So, and where our cell may regenerate for the period of time, special period of time depending on the cells. And it is important to find out in the 2009 Nobel Prize that for discovering the protective role of telomere and telomerase enzyme in chromosomes. By introducing the telomerase into normal human cells is crucial for cell regeneration, and also finds out how conserved function of chromosome telomere repeat sequencing protects against degradation and recombination events. Telomerase is playing a very important role. Studying of the telomerase and telomere maintenance and for cancer treatment based on the targeting of telomerase activities has been going on over the past few years and has very flourishing improvement. And iron treatment is for receiving sufficient nutrition regarding it regulates metabolism, and traditional acupuncture and further electric acupuncture play very important role for triggering iron signal for health treatment. And it is important to note that a herbal medicine healthy food is good for generating of telomerase enzyme for regulating the cell regeneration for cell rejuvenation. So this is a very important findings over the past 26 years. So up to the left of the presentation, we have these 3 Nobel Prize winners of significant discoveries on human cells. And to the right, I would like to share with everybody is the global institutional actions. We follow the United Nations Environmental Program with the financial initiatives. There's already been abundant financial resources. It's called world's multi-trillion-dollar ESG investment funds available already. So in 2009, we have the Greening Award Investment Fund publication, noting that it is very important to take environmental, social, and governance issues into considerations. So all these funds are supporting all the developing countries developing ESG projects, even including household, residential, schools, or workplaces, healthcare facilities, even for highways and so forth. Anything that is for supporting the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations. And today, I would like to share with the financing mechanism of ESG project funding. We have 2 major players. One is the asset manager. The other is the project company, whether to develop halal estate, halal industry, halal tourism, or any other ESG project. This is very precisely and 100% Sharia compliant. Firstly, we require an Indonesian bank to serve as the safe box for the international funding to land into Indonesia. So we called it advance payment guarantee. It's 100% of the face value. Our minimum financing size is 100 million euro. So with this safe box assures the fund that land into Indonesia will only be used for the development of the contracted project. Then the funding bank is comfortably to put in a series of monthly advance payments, we say 2 years in 23 monthly payments for the project development. So the funding bank will delegate this the funding bank will delegate the asset manager or the investor to oversee, to assist. Actually, we say it's a turnkey financing for the project company. The cash flow is like that. Firstly, 23 monthly payment will be put into the Indonesian bank through the asset manager as an investor. Then with 23 monthly withdrawals for the project company, it can develop the project appropriately. And upon 2 years, we have already the asset developed, can be pledged to the asset manager. Then the guarantee of the fund for developing the project can be released. This advance payment guarantee can be released. Then, after a certain period of grace period, maybe 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, depending on the financial feasibility study, and the project starts making repayment from operation cash flow. Then make the repayment to the funding bank. And as you can witness, there are only 97% of the fund goes to the project company, and only 97% of the fund needs to be repaid to the funding source. While the funding is 100%, there is a 3% over here is to establish ESG assistance fund for example, for the flood relief or for the development of disadvantaged areas in Indonesia. This 3% is non-repayable. So this is a shopper-friendly financing sources that we would like to bring into Indonesia. And it is 100% project financing. We can finance from 0 to 100%, from A to Z, naming we do not request the developer to put up any substantial amount as collateral, and we can fund the project 100%. There's no need for 20% principal and 80% loan. No, this is 100% project financing. And it is 100% Sharia compliant. And in particular, we are using foreign direct investment mode, so there will create zero national foreign debt burden. So this financing source and financing structure is super friendly, and it's 100% Sharia compliant. And as you can see, we here at the bottom is the shareholder structure that before the full repayment, the developer will allocate 20% shareholding because the developer contributes the local affairs, but the investor contribute 100% of the fund. So it's a 80%, 20% project shareholding structure. And this is within the first 2 years, it's a development period. Then there's some grace period depending upon the how the project itself, the project specific conditions. And after the full repayment, we will turn the project. So we bring in the fund, we bring in the technology or resources together with the local developer to accomplish the project and have the project run operating in successfully. After the full repayment, we turn the project into the hands of the developer, so the developer may have 70% of shareholding, and we will walk away. I mean the investor walk away and become a minor shareholder. Okay. So this is a to the right, to the left is the nature of the fund, which is a UN ESG investment fund application and implementation. The nature of the fund is voluntarily participated by more than 180 international major financial institutions.
Dr. Ting, excuse me, Dr. Ting. The time is it's a limitation for the time. Maybe you can finish the presentation.
Okay, within 2 minutes.
Please. Yeah.
Okay. So step 1 to step to number 8, we will until the project funding, we will strictly follow the UNEP procedures. Okay. So, and this is the proposed action plans for Indonesia. In particular, to the to the left, number 7, we propose that Indonesian to establish Indonesian medical plans inventory, including DNA bank. Okay. Then this is we will follow UNIDO, FAO. This is the proposed Baraka International Halal Estate Indonesia, and we have witnessed also there are about, for example, this Anki with Tababeka and also modern in development. They all have in Halal Estate. We do not mind to cooperate with both or either one of the successful developers. We just want to bring in, for example, those halal industries from Taiwan with high potential to be grown by the vast Indonesia market. So we are providing, inshallah, we can integrate financing resources, technology, and so forth together to work with Indonesia. And of course, this financing is very new. We need the support from Ministry of Finance and OJK to support, to realize the success of the fund landing into Indonesia. Thank you. That's all my presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ting. That's a very interesting presentation regarding the ESG project funding, how to develop the halal pharmacy from the beginning. I think you mentioned about the herbal treatment development in Indonesia as well, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now we open our discussions. For all the participants, you can submit the questions to all the speakers into the sessions using Slido, also the chat in the Zoom meeting. But before, I just would like to ask to Pak Ongki from Jababeka. Yes.
Yeah.
Pak Ongki, you mentioned that this year Jababeka introduced halal industrial estates and tried to introduce this initiative to the existing tenants. From the current development, what do you think that the response from the existing tenants, and are they mentioned something, for example, a new requirement, or what actually the needs from the industrial players related to the halal industrial estate?
Okay, thank you, Pak Abdal. About regulation, government is very support for JLPK and develop halal industrial park. I'm very interesting for Dr. Makro presentation about developing halal in modern land in West Jakarta corridor. Maybe JLPK location in West East Jakarta corridor, and we have many opportunity because we have many tenants to 2,000 tenants from 30 countries. Maybe we can collaborate about APG, academisi, businessmen, and government with collaborate to develop industrial park in Jalbeka Cikarang.
Okay. So, back to the questions. We have a question from the audience to Pak Ongki. We read the questions. How to create connectivity between halal industrial park around the globe to ensure the halal traceability of the product. So we know the traceability, maybe your tenant is the producer of the end product. They buy some materials from the others country, from the others halal industrial park. Is there any system that you also want to introduce to get this traceability will be easy to inform to the consumer at the end?
Yeah, thank you. I think infrastructure in base for the first we have Cikarang Airport to connect to from Cikarang to direct to Priok is delivered to many countries from Bea Cukai, from for all logistic support in Cikarang Airport. Then we have any infrastructure. Now we certification in halal from many institutions about water treatment plant and other. Maybe the main of the infrastructure or base for to sending for the product to global network.
Okay. Okay, I think Pak Ongki, I think we need to discuss about the codifications here. Currently, the KNICAS already introduced how to do codifications, so the exporters or importers for the halal product can also mention the information of the halal certifications when they are doing export and import. I think that will be good if we can implement in your dry port in Cikarang.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ongki. Okay, let's see the question from the audience. Okay, Before we go to the audience, actually, I have a question to Dr. Marco. Okay, Dr. Marco, you mentioned about the halal pharmaceutical value chains development and halal healthcare network development, production in halal clusters, harmonized halal standard, and many, many things that we need to improve to get better ecosystem for the halal pharmaceutical. But the question, when it comes for the prioritizing, which one of the aspect that we need to look at the top priority? What do you think about that, Dr. Marco?
Thank you, Pak Afdal. I think which was highlighted also by the previous speakers from biopharma is that there is a shortage of halal raw materials. So I think there's an opportunity, I think, for Indonesia that they can manufacture halal ingredients, additives, cultures. So that seems to be the bottleneck, halal raw materials. So I think there's an opportunity to leverage on the biodiversity of Indonesia, the strength of Indonesian farming, the culture in herbal products in Indonesia, to create massive production of halal certified ingredients, additive cultures made in Indonesia, certified by BPAPH. So halal ingredients, I think, is needed. It is important to look at the cluster approach, because with a cluster approach you can better organize, you can better upskill, you can create faster innovation, and you can better control supply chains. And that was also mentioned by biopharma. We need to control those supply chains. We don't have control of our raw materials. Get that control first. So I think my focus would be to boost production of raw materials, ingredients, leveraging on Indonesia's biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marco, for the answers. Okay, back to the audience. One question to Dr. Ting. This is our friend also, Mr. Wahyu from Modern Industrial Estate, asking to Dr. Ting. I would like to ask Mr. Nuruddin tips or experience to attract investor, especially to the drug industry, to the halal area. What should be done by industrial asset manager or governments? So Dr. Ting said the question is how to interact the investor to invest in the halal industrial estate. Please unmute, Dr. Ting.
Okay. Basically, I am a certification body, but also, as you can see, Artford International Group is a financial consultant. We can actually, for the department, we will integrate financing resources. And for the potential projects, and I think we can team up with Modern because we have already entered into MOU in 2019 about this. We can actually bring in the plants or some potential companies into Indonesia. We provide the funding. Of course, all those projects needs to be bankable and have. We will review the potential for financial forecast, and as long as our fund can be successfully landed into Indonesia, we can help. We don't mind to where the project to be launched, as long as it's within Indonesia. And as you can see from my presentation, this is a very friendly financing scheme. So any project that is fits in ESG, in particular halal food or halal tourism or halal pharmaceutical projects, we will review the potential of the project, and we will be like to cooperate with any project owners or developers in Indonesia to realize the Sharia economy boosted by international financing sources with 100% Sharia financing scheme. We are able to do. We are ready, willing, and able to cooperate with anybody.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ting. So I think the halal industrial estate manager need to understand the requirement from the investors and understand what are the needs and develop some what do you call it? Not only incentive, but also the funding, how to implement the financing of the development in the next future. Okay, back to the questions. Actually, I want to ask Dr. Marco. In this morning, we heard about the halal by design from all the speakers. They are agree halal by design need to be implemented in the early stage for the pharmaceutical industry. So what do you think to how to implement this halal by design in the cluster development, especially to introduce the awareness to the producers or the industrial players, for the ingredients players, the materials players, so they will be more aware about this concept halal by design. What do you think, Dr. Marco?
Thank you, Pak Afdal. It's a tough question because the pharmaceutical industry have been dominated by players from non-OIC countries, so they have a very limited understanding of halal. So what I think is needed short term is that halal needs to be integrated in business management education. I wrote a book on halal business management, giving master classes, conducting that at IPMI International Business School, doing it internationally, and we have a good traction also among international participants. So we need to bring halal education into the business schools, need to bring halal education in medical schools, integrated with education for nurses and doctors, and show the existing halal industry players that there is a big need in the Muslim world of halal pharmaceuticals and halal pharmaceutical ingredients. Try to educate them, but I think foremost to show leadership by OSCE countries such as Indonesia, to start actively like biopharma to produce halal pharma for the world and to produce the ingredients and additives that are needed to be halal certified, so that Indonesia can be a powerhouse of a global leader in a global supplier of raw materials for the pharmaceutical industry, which are of the highest quality standards, big volumes, and of course halal certified in the Halal Indonesia. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Marco. So it's a long journey in the future, to insert the halal understanding to the business player through the business school to the medical school, so they will understand and they will more aware to develop halal by design since the beginning. Thank you very much, Dr. Marco. I have a questions to Dr. Ting regarding the turning point, medical and medicinal science. Could you explain more about this turning point and what should anticipate for Indonesia especially? We have a rich of the materials natural herbs can produce in Indonesia.
Yes, starting from the turning of the century, there are significant fundings. From a long-term investment perspective, we think the using herbal medicine is becoming a more and more significant trend. Even those Western industries has already start locking up the sources of herb resources in a few countries in the Southeast Asia. It is a trend that turning the self-healing instead of taking chemical pills. It is good to for the true recovery. And Indonesia, in particular, has a lot of substantial resources of herbs, and I think it is perhaps the best country in the world to start to play. I think Indonesia should play an important role in the herbal medicine or plant-based medical food. I have proposed, I will propose establishing some research institute of the medicinal food or medicinal plant, and starting doing some deeper research, and we are more than willing to participate, and we can bridge some international biotech research to cooperate with Indonesia Institute. Let's break up the political boundary, break up the geographic boundary. This is a significant step for the entire human being of the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ting. I think this is very interesting for Indonesia because, you know, right, in Indonesia, the traditional medicines like jamu and many others herbs materials is common used by the Indonesian people. And when it's come to become industrialization of these herbs medicines, that's a very good opportunity in the futures. Thanks. Okay, because we have limitations, I think before we ending this second session webinar, I want to get 1 or 2 minutes from each of the speakers about how to improve the ecosystem, how to improve the investment opportunity in halal clusters, in halal industry, and also what is the suggestions for Indonesia governments to develop halal pharmacy healthcare ecosystem in the futures. Yeah, please, maybe Pak Ongki as a last point from you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Maybe I hope all institutions can collaborate from academia, businessmen, government. We can collaboration for successfully for industrial estate in Indonesia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bangki. The collaboration with the industrial players, we'll try to more collaborate here. What do you call that? Halal industrial estates, industry players, stakeholder, academicians, and the roles of the CAS. I think we can try to get move forward from this current condition. Thank you. Dr. Marco, please.
Thank you, Pak Afdal. I think 3 recommendations. So foremost, I think it's important to create a country study for Indonesia on the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare cluster. So looking at what is the existing foundation of Indonesia in halal healthcare and celebrating, of course, the strength you have already in herbal medicines and your culture in here. Also looking at the focus and design of the halal clusters in Indonesia related to pharmaceutical and healthcare, and also identify the building blocks for halal healthcare and halal pharmaceuticals in Indonesia. So cluster study is needed. Secondly, I think it's important that the Indonesian government creates special incentives to attract or develop important cluster anchors to make and fast track the cluster development in Indonesia in halal healthcare and halal pharmaceutical production. Thirdly, also to adopt the OSCE SMIC standards. OSCE SMIC is developing international standards. If Indonesia adopts the OSCE SMIC standard, it also will fast track also harmonization in the world. And I think that leadership of Indonesia is important as the largest Muslim population and very important in the Muslim world in giving direction to harmonization of halal standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marco. It's very, very significant recommendations. We will take note for that. Thank you very much. Lastly, Dr. Nuruddin Ting, some comment from you. Thank you.
Okay, so Alhamdulillah, thank you, Pak Abdal. The only suggestion is that maybe KNEKS can try to work as a one-stop shopping for facilitating the international investment funding can be successfully landed into Indonesia for developing those projects, and perhaps with a few government agencies need to work together. Number 1, OJK. Number 2, Ministry of Finance, and perhaps Bank Indonesia. We can work together to to harmonize from the regulational side to clarify. And the secondly is number 1 is the government agency. Number 2 is the banking sectors. This is a new financing scheme of using zero collateral for advance payment guarantee to assure the project funding to be safely administered by the Indonesian bank. So these are the key, very crucial for the successful channeling huge international funding coming into Indonesia for the development. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nuruddin Ting. I think this is very, very critical for us to get collaborations on the investment for the halal product development in Indonesia. Okay, all the participants, distinguished guests and speakers, I think we are entering the end of the second sessions, our today international webinar Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum. We know that to develop the pharmaceutical halal is a very long process, costly, so that we need to collaborate. We need to understand what are the needs from the players, what are the needs from the consumers, and how to collaborations all those initiatives together to make halal certifications to become more strengthened, and halal product will be produced, more vaccines, more medicines, halal, so we can serve the big economy, the Islamic big economy, not only in Indonesia, but also we can supply this to around the world. Thank you very much, Dr. Marco. Thank you very much, Pak Ongki Marta. Thank you very much, Dr. Nuruddin Ting, from all the sessions. I will close this with Alhamdulillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And back to MC.
Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there was 2 fruitful sessions that we've done all together, discussing the key drivers in sustaining the development of halal pharmaceuticals, and also regarding the investment opportunities in the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem. We've heard a lot of insights from our speakers in this forum regarding the halal by design approach, which is very crucial, and also we must work together, hand in hand, all together, collaborating with the world producers and also industry stakeholder in order to create a better healthcare ecosystem. Also, we've heard the regulation recommendation on halal product value change, introduction regarding the halal industrial park and smart city with completed facilities and services, and so many other insights from our speakers. We hope that this forum will bring beneficial impact, positive impact, significant changes for better regulation, for further collaboration, for the improvement, and also further development for the halal pharmaceutical and healthcare ecosystem industry, especially in Indonesia. This is, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session, of our forum today. Thank you so much for joining us. I will remind you once again that every single participant will get e-certificate once you've already filled in the link shared to you by the chat box. And also, don't forget to fill in the survey link so that we can create a better and also a better event, a better agenda for our next meeting. So you can also scan this barcode in order to fill in the survey of this event. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm Bayu Aditama, your host. Once again, thank you so much for joining us at the international webinar on Halal Pharmaceutical and Healthcare Ecosystem Industry Forum. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and have a good day.
Indonesia is a country full of diversity with abundant natural and cultural wealth. It is home to the largest Muslim population in the world. As a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has great potential as well as challenges in developing a Sharia-based economic system. An economic system that focuses on the principles of justice and virtue in all of its processes. Justice and virtue for every party involved. A system that covers all aspects of people's lives, from industry to financial services and investment, from halal food and halal tourism to digital media, from halal pharmacy and cosmetics to Muslim fashion and more. The development of Islamic economy and finance has developed significantly in the last 2 decades and will continue to grow in line with the increasing Muslim population in the world. The KNEKS, or the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, exists as a non-structural state strategic institution led directly by the President, serve as a mediator and catalyst in developing the Islamic economy in Indonesia. KNEKS is mandated to accelerate, expand, and advance the development of the Islamic economy to support national economic development. KNEKS, which was originally named KNKS, was a recommendation from the Master Plan for Indonesia Sharia Financial Architecture, formed through Presidential Regulation Number 91 of 2016, concerning the National Sharia Finance Committee, which later expanded its scope of work to become KNEKS through Presidential Decree Number 28 of 2020, concerning KNEKS. Having a vision to make Indonesia an independent, prosperous, and civilized Indonesia by becoming the world's leading Islamic economic center, KNEKS has four main strategies, namely strengthening halal value, strengthening Islamic finance, strengthening micro, small, and medium enterprises, and strengthening the digital economy. Indonesia Sharia Economic Master Plan was created as a common guideline for the Sharia economic system. As the world's largest Muslim country, Indonesia is ready to be the world's leading Sharia economic center.
Organization of Islamic Cooperation, also known as OIC, is an international organization that serves as a forum of cooperation among Muslim countries in various fields, with health as one of them. Vaccines are necessary in preventing a variety of infectious disease and unexpected turns of events such as pandemic, while other biotechnology products are used for treatment of numerous non-communicable diseases. Indonesia has been entrusted as OIC Center of Excellence for Vaccines and Biotechnology Products in December 2017 during the 6th session of ICHM in Jeddah. Supporting the Center of Excellence is Bio Farma, with its long experience in vaccine manufacture, having research and development capabilities and facilities. The facilities are equipped with the latest technology and equipment to facilitate research and development activities that extends from lab all the way to the pilot-scale production. Research and development covers upstream, downstream, and adaptive control quality process for the needs of new product development, whereas pilot-scale production serves as an upscaling process prior to entering commercial-scale production. Bio Farma has numerous WHO pre-qualified products, thus enabling supply to various countries through UNICEF, with more than 50 OIC countries among them. With competent resources, this Center of Excellence shall strive to address global health issues, particularly relating to vaccines and biotechnology product capacity building among OIC member states. Knowledge and technology sharing will enhance the autonomy of OIC's member states in producing high-quality vaccines and biotechnology products, thus contributing to the well-being of the global community. Indonesia is ready to carry the task as Center of Excellence with Bio Farma, among others, as a site for collaboration. Together with OIC and Indonesia, Bio Farma strives to innovate to produce new vaccines and biotechnology products for the benefit of mankind.
Indonesia is a country full of diversity with abundant natural and cultural wealth. It is home to the largest Muslim population in the world. As a country with the largest Muslim population in the world, Indonesia has great potential as well as challenges in developing a Sharia-based economic system. An economic system that focuses on the principles of justice and virtue in all of its processes. Justice and virtue for every party involved. A system that covers all aspects of people's lives, from industry to financial services and investment, from halal food and halal tourism to digital media, from halal pharmacy and cosmetics to Muslim fashion and more. The development of Islamic economy and finance has developed significantly in the last 2 decades and will continue to grow in line with the increasing Muslim population in the world. The KNEKS, or the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, exists as a non-structural state strategic institution led directly by the President, serve as a mediator and catalyst in developing the Islamic economy in Indonesia. KNEKS is mandated to accelerate, expand, and advance the development of the Islamic economy to support national economic development. KNEKS, which was originally named KNKS, was a recommendation from the Master Plan for Indonesia Sharia Financial Architecture, formed through Presidential Regulation Number 91 of 2016 concerning the National Sharia Finance Committee, which later expanded its scope of work to become KNEKS through Presidential Decree Number 28 of 2020 concerning KNEKS. Having a vision to make Indonesia an independent, prosperous, and civilized Indonesia by becoming the world's leading Islamic economic center, KNEKS has four main strategies, namely strengthening halal value, strengthening Islamic finance, strengthening micro
The world keeps evolving. The times keep changing. The new generation of technology. The new generation of information. They bring the future before us. Institut Teknologi 10 November, a place where the spirit of heroism underlies the new generation to research and innovate in technology. The University of Heroes, ITS. ITS is one of the best science and technology universities in Indonesia, which was founded by Dr. Angga in 1957. In every step, ITS focuses in advancing education, research, management, and community service. As an incorporated public university, ITS has been able to manage autonomously the policy of academics, organizations, finance, students' affairs, human resources, facilities, operational, and infrastructure.
In the spirit of Indonesian heroes, during the battle in the 10th of November 1945, ITS always makes efforts to be the best in education, research, and community services, especially in the fields of industry and maritime. ITS also actively contributes to the nation development, and in the future, ITS will become an entrepreneurial university with world-class reputation.
ITS has many achievements. Both national and international achievements prove that ITS keeps growing and gives the best contribution to the nation of Indonesia. ITS is a place for new hopes to grow. An ideal environment for the new generation to flourish in 3 strategic locations within the industrial city of Surabaya. As a smart eco-campus, ITS maintains harmony between technological advances and the sustainability of the surrounding ecosystem. ITS has 7 faculties with prospective scientific fields, including Scientics, INSIS, Vocation, Creabis, Martech, Electrics, Plan. ITS is a space for the new generation who are hungry for knowledge because it provides a wide range of references in both physical and digital form. ITS makes it easier for the new generation to access information by providing flexible classes. ITS keeps moving forward in facing future challenges by providing the best facilities for the new generation's activities. The facilities support both spiritual and physical needs. ITS also provides research facilities in the ITS Science Technopark, including ICT and robotics, automotive, maritime, and creative industries. Therefore, the excellent generations from ITS will emerge and make history. ITS is a space for the new generation to express themselves. ITS is a place where the new generation learns new things and finds their purpose. ITS has become a place where the new generations that carry the future will be born.
ITS is a campus of science and technology, which focuses on the research and innovation, presenting technology for prosperity.
With a spirit of heroism, ITS brings the future before us. ITS, the University of Heroes.
ITS juga tetap memperhatikan kelestarian budayanya loh. Salah satunya lewat TK ini. Gak hanya tari tradisional, tapi teman-teman juga bisa mempelajari karawitan dan modern dance.
Ada pusat kajian potensi daerah dan pemberdayaan masyarakat, pusat kajian halal, pusat kajian sustainable development goals, pusat kajian teknologi tepat guna, dan yang terakhir, pusat kajian kebijakan publik, bisnis, dan industri.
Ini dia tempat paling nyaman untuk diskusi dan belajar bareng teman-teman. Selamat datang di Coworking Space ITS. Gak hanya itu, di sini ada berbagai spot menarik buat teman-teman yang suka dengan tempat yang Instagramable. Hi everyone!
Hai. Selamat datang di kampus ITS. Selamat datang. Selamat datang ke ITS.
Sekarang kita sedang menaiki iCar, self-driving car, yang merupakan bukti nyata ITS dalam mengembangkan riset dan teknologi. Gimana? Keren banget kan?
Gimana? Keren kan? ITS ini juga banyak mempelopori penelitian, pengembangan, dan pendidikan dalam bidang robotika loh. Makanya, ITS sering banget menjuarai kontes robot nasional dan internasional.
Nah, ini namanya ruang teater perpustakaan ITS. Di sini teman-teman bisa nonton film yang berbeda loh tiap minggunya. Asik kan?
Ya juga banyak dan lengkap banget loh teman-teman. Ada puluhan ribu koleksi mulai dari buku teks, jurnal, majalah, sampai tugas akhir. Layanan corner juga banyak tersedia di sini.
Oh iya nih, kalian juga gak perlu bingung mau ngerjain tugas di mana, karena ITS punya banyak banget spot yang nyaman. Salah satunya coworking space ini. Tenang aja, ada wifi-nya kok.
ITS juga peduli terhadap mahasiswanya loh. Bagi kalian yang berasal dari luar kota Surabaya, gak usah bingung mau tinggal di mana, karena tersedia asrama mahasiswa dengan harga yang terjangkau.
Eits, gak cuma itu. Untuk urusan pelayanan kesehatan, ITS juga punya medical center sebagai wujud kepeduliannya terhadap kesehatan mahasiswa.
Teman-teman, kalau kalian mau belajar bahasa, nggak perlu bingung nyari loh. Kalian bisa belajar bahasa asing di UPT Bahasa ini. Nah, teman-teman, rasanya udah cukup ya kampus kita hari ini.
Gimana? Sudah tahu kan betapa luas dan lengkapnya fasilitas kampus kita?
Tetap semangat ya kuliahnya, jangan lupa.
Kamu ini dipanggil dari tadi malah sibuk main ini. Ayo, bantu ibu di belakang. Ayo, cepet.
Pak,
Bu, kampus ITS keren banget loh ternyata.
Loh, kata siapa? Kesana aja kamu belum pernah.
Susah dijelasin. Pokoknya aku udah pernah kesana.
There's a famous saying that to think creatively is all about to think outside the box. At CreaBiz, there is no box. We believe that consistency is no longer enough to do business in this competitive digital age. At CreaBiz, we teach, learn, invent, design, manage, collaborate, innovate with businesses beyond those boundaries, beyond limitation, beyond the box. The Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, also known as CreaBiz, is one of the faculties at ITS Surabaya.
Cek tes.
ITS
Cek
researchers collaborate with local,
Cek.
national and international institutions to drive further exploration for contributing to global development and advancing humanity. CreaBiz is settled on a credible and sustainable innovative ecosystem.
Cek.
The faculty CreaBiz was founded to translate ideas into actions, bridging technology to humanity, and moving our imagination toward a better future. We seize a different creative perspectives and approach to solve the problem, to be a solution, and to improve as we design, build, and manage.
Industrial design is an integrated approach which combines aesthetics, ergonomics, sustainability, manufacturing, and mechanics to solve product-related problems. Our digital laboratory is oriented to integrate digital technology and design process for the creation of new and innovative products. Meanwhile, in the Proto Model Laboratory, we explore materials, prototyping using modern and digital technology and engineering in the early stage production to be tested. we believe in a principle that great design in interior space will improve quality of life. These spaces should be aesthetic, functional, safe, comfortable, and sustainable. Our lab expertise in the optimization of space performance in buildings, the development of spatial-themed extended reality technology, building information modeling-based interior design, and intelligent technology practice. Visual is one of the most powerful mediums to communicating ideas. Visual communication works transcend beyond words and language, directly bridge human cognitive processes by controlling color, symbols, images, or even movement. We have now reached the point where the power of technology touches every corner in everyday life. We acknowledge the need for future managers, leaders, and professionals who can manage this power. We prepare future business leaders to organize, analyze, direct, and evaluate various business operations with an effective strategy and fundamental knowledge of business, entrepreneurship, marketing, and human resource management. We apply critical thinking, science, and technology to discuss what best solution to give in the global business environment. Development is about expanding the choices people have to lead lives that they value. Understanding how development impacts our environment or social forces will give us insight on how to reshape our future. At CreaBiz, it's our responsibility to show that creativity and innovation can solve our society's problems today and provide the best solution. We foster creativity for prosperity. Let's walk toward the future, beyond boundaries, with us.
Business Management, established in 2011 as one of bachelor programs at Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya. Our department became part of Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business. Business Management ITS is a unique management major which combines management science with ITS identity as an engineering campus. Students will gain technical skills and soft skills to prepare themselves as future business leaders. There are 4 concentrations in business management of ITS, which are operation management and business analytics, marketing and entrepreneurship, human resource management, and also accounting and finance. To familiarize students with real business circumstances, our department offers some project-based courses such as design thinking, new venture creation, sociopreneurship, business consulting project, internship, and many others. Business Management ITS offers International Undergraduate Program or IUP for both Indonesian and foreign students. Students will get lectures fully in English and have greater opportunities to take part in international mobility. Our department offers double degree programs. Our double degree programs are held in collaboration with the University of Queensland, Wren School of Business, and Vives University of Applied Sciences. Student will study at ITS and partner universities to get 2 undergraduate degrees. We provide students the opportunities to take international mobility such as exchange program, short course programs, international internships, and study excursion. Foreign students are welcome to our department to experience study life in ITS. While enjoying the beauty of Indonesia. To support those activities, Business Management ITS has several international partners. There are 2 laboratories to promote research at Business Management ITS. Business Analytic and Strategy Laboratory and Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise Laboratory. Business Analytic and Strategy, or BAS, focuses on operations management, strategic management, accounting, and finance. Entrepreneurship and Small Medium Enterprise, or ESME, focuses on marketing, entrepreneurship, human resource management, performance measurement, and data envelopment analysis. Our department have more than 500 alumni. They work at different fields and industries such as banking and finance, national and multinational companies, government institutions, and even became an entrepreneur.
Let's join Business Management ITS and trust your journey with us to be the future business leaders.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please, before starting today's event. Please allow us to announce some protocols of this conference. Please kindly adjust your name or ID screen using the format your name _ name of institution or public. During the video conference, we kindly ask all participants to turn on the mute mode or turn off the audio, and only turn on the audio when MC or moderator give the permission. We would like to recommend all participants to adjust the seat position comfortably and prevent the backlight effect. Please ensure your network has a stable internet connection for your convenience during the event. And we recommend all participants to use a headset or earphones for clear and better sound. And for the last, in addition, we kindly ask all participants to fill the online attendance and feedback click through the link provided in the chat room at the middle of the session. And you can also use raise hand feature and chat room if you have any question on Q&A session. And before we proceed the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to Distinguished Dean Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business ITS Dr. Imam Baihaki. Distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. Tantowi Yahya, Indonesian Embassy to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga. Associate Professor Dr. Yingyot Kiara Futi from Mahidol University International College, Thailand. And Professor James Stanworth from National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. Distinguished Head of East Java Industry and Trade Office, Dr. Dajat Irawan, and also authors, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome to all of you to the third International Conference on Business and Management of Technology, Icon BMT 2021. And may the blessing of the Almighty God be with us. So before we begin, we would like to walk you through the agenda this morning. The conference begins by opening remark by General Chair, the third Icon BMT 2021. So afterward, there will be a welcoming speech by Dean Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business ITS keynote session. The main agenda of this conference consists of 3 parts. Keynote session 1 by Mr. Tantowi Yahya from Indonesian Embassy to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga. Keynote session 2 by Associate Professor Dr. Yingyot Kiara Futi from Mahidol University International College, Thailand. And the last keynote session by Professor James Stanworth from National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. And after that, there will be a short break session before we go to parallel session for the delegates to present research paper, discuss, share knowledge and insight. And it's been a great honor for me, Lukman Ali, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in the third Icon BMT 2021. And we would like to announce that this conference are co-hosted by Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut Kalimantan Selatan, Indonesia. Also supported by Swiss German University Indonesia, University of North Sumatra Indonesia, and Victoria University Australia. To start this event, together, let's sing the Indonesia Raya song. Well, distinguished speaker, participant, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcoming greetings, we would like to present to you a traditional welcome dance choreograph to symbolize our dedication to welcome the guests as a way to show hospitality and respect. It is performed in a special dance called Jejer Gandrung Banyuwangi. So please welcome, this is Jejer Gandrung Banyuwangi dance by Komunitas Kuwu.
kehormatan dimulai. Kang nomor 1 ben tekon daung sar kawung urak termeno angkat sampur dimulai. Kang nomor loro pengen telu endase pundake nyang bokong itu angkat sampur sekarang dimulai. Nyepak dan angkat sempur timur ang nomor 40 yang kandangnya dek-dek angkat sempur sekarang timur
amazing performance from Komunitas Kumba Jejer Gandrung Banyuwangi Dance. Wow. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite the General Chair, the third Icon DMT, to give the opening remark. It is now my deep pleasure to introduce her, Dr. Janti Gunawan from ITS Indonesia. So, Dr. Janti Gunawan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Lukman. Can you hear me clearly? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon for colleagues in the southern part of the hemisphere. Yeah, because we have the some of the participants from the Australia and New Zealand, so most of us here. Okay. Welcome. It's my great pleasure to welcome you to the ICON BMT 2021. The third International Conference on Business Management and of Technology, the ICON BMT 2021. Our topic for this year is back through on track post-COVID-19 pandemic. How agile is your business? When we designed the conference, we expected that the COVID-19 is ended. While we know now that the pandemic is still happening, and we believe that this business agility plays a key role in our survival. It is not easy for most of us, most of the business, and we believe that our sharing today can strengthen our steps to sustain our business and how we contribute to the society. Our conference has been responded by 97 participants from 5 countries, including Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, USA, and Australia. We thank for the tremendous support from our institutional partner, our co-host Polytechnic Tanah Laut South Kalimantan, our supporting institutions Swiss German University and University of Sumatra Utara. Our keynote speakers, Mr. Tantowi Yahya, the Indonesian Ambassador to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga, Associate Professor Dr. Yingyot Chiaravuti, the Chair of Southeast Asia Chapter Academy of International Business, and also the Associate Dean for Finance and Human Resources at Mahidol University International College, Thailand. We will also thank for Professor James Stanward, Professor in Service Management, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan, Dr. Drajat, the Head of Industry and Trade East Java Office, for continued support. We are very fortunate to have unconditional support from our rector, Professor Muhammad Ashari, and the management team, our dean, Dr. Imam Bahaki, our head of department, Dr. Sarif Hanum, our colleague lecturer, students, and staff who have been working very hard to make this event possible. Thank you very much and great teamwork. And all participants today, thank you very much, and we would like to welcome you. And without further ado, I would like to pass to have the official welcoming remark to the conference. So Lukman, I pass it to you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Janti Gunawan, for the opening remarks. And distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite the Dean Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, ITS, to deliver the welcoming speech and officially open this conference. It is now my pleasure to introduce him, Dr. Imam Bayhaki, to deliver welcoming speech. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dean Faculty of Creative Design and Digital Business, ITS. Please give a warm applause.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, Lukman. Can everybody hear my voice? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. I need to check because my connection seems to have a problem a little bit. Okay, then, dear keynote speakers, His Excellency Mr. Tantowi Yahya, the Indonesian Ambassador to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga, Associate Professor Yingyot Chiaravuti, Chair of Southeast Asia Chapter Academic of International Business, Mahidol University International College, Thailand, and Professor James Stanward, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan. He's a professor in service management. Also to the General Chair, Dr. Janti Gunawan, the Head of Departments of Business Management, Dr. Sarifah Hanum, the Head of Industry and Trade Office, East Java Province, Dr. Derajat Irawan, professors, respected authors, our international and local partners, corporate executive, and all conference participants. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It is always my great pleasure to welcome you all to the third International Conference on Business and Management of Technology, which we call it as ICON BMT 2021. We are very grateful and proud to the Department of Business Management ITS Surabaya as the conference organizing committee whose members have put together this remarkable conference. The central theme of this conference is back on the track post-COVID-19 pandemics. How agile is your business? As we are aware, we are in the midst of the crisis like no other. This past year has been very challenging to all of us, no matter whether you are in developed countries or in developing countries. All of us in the world affected by this pandemic. We all experience an unprecedented situation with the global COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has been forcing us to find not only a new way of doing business, but also a new way of we live in this world. This crisis has been posing us to tremendous threats and challenges, but also we see many has turned this situation into hopeful sign. So in this conference, we would like to discuss this issue and learn from three respected keynote speakers, Mr. Tantowi Yahya, Associate Professor Yingyot Syarafuti, and Professor Jim Stenwatch. We look forward to hearing your discussion and learning from your insights. As has been reported by the conference chair, that today's conference has about 100 of participating from 5 countries in our virtual room. We have 97 papers submitted representing a wide range of topics from various fields in the business and management of technology. We are also so pleased to see many respected colleges, reputable practitioners in this conference events. On behalf of Institute of Technology's full November, I hereby declare the conference officially opens. I sincerely thank you to this conference committee, and I believe this conference will bring together as what it is a tough time for us. I wish you have an engaging and productive conference participation. Thank you very much. Have a very good day ahead. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Imam Bayaki, for the welcoming speech. And all right, with this, the third ICON BMT is officially open. So before we go to the main agenda of this conference, here's a video from co-host the third ICON BMT Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut, Kalimantan Selatan, Indonesia. Enjoy.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yarfa'illahu alladhina amanu minkum walladzina utul ilma darajat. Allah meninggikan beberapa derajat orang yang beriman dan berilmu pengetahuan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. On behalf of Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut, I am Dr. Mufrida Zain, SAG MPD, as the Director of Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut. It's honor and privilege to join to participate in third International Conference on Business Management of Technology On this great occasion, I would like to say thank you to Rector of Institute 10 November, Professor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Ansari, Master Engineering. Engineer Chair Dr. Insinyur Janti Gunawan, Master Engineering Science, Master Commerce International Business, and all of the committee. This conference is organized by the Department of Business and Management, Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, and in partnership with Polytechnic Negeri Tanah Laut. The conference is also supported by Swiss German University and University of North Sumatra. The theme of this year's conference is Back to on Track Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. How agile is your business? Personally, I think that is really great theme because we still struggle in this situation and condition. I am pleased to welcome you, and I am grateful to the keynote speaker who have come to share their knowledge on this conference. First of all, Mr. Tantowi Yahya, Indonesian Ambassador to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga. Then, Associate Professor Dr. Yingyut Shirafati, Chair of Southeast Asia Chapter, Academy of International Business, Mahidol University International College, Thailand. Also, Professor James Stanworth, National Cheng Kung University, Taiwan, Professor in Service Management. I also welcome to many representatives of governments, industry, association, and NGO who have joined us. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchange in this great occasion. I wish you every success with this important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. 1000 sungai ada di Kalimantan, maskotnya hewan bekantan. Niat baik insya Allah selalu dimudahkan. Semoga kita semua selalu diberikan kesehatan. Mufrida Zen, I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the main program of this conference, which is the keynote session. So the first keynote lecture will be led by Mr. Tantowi Yahya from Indonesian Embassy to New Zealand, Samoa, and Tonga, with the topic of presentation, How New Zealand Small Medium Enterprise Thrived Through the COVID-19 Pandemic. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our standing moderator, Dr. Imam Baihaqi. To Dr. Imam Baihaqi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Lukman. The honorable keynote speakers and all participants. Here against me, okay, I would like to welcome Dr. Tantowi, Mr. Tantowi Yahya, the ambassadors of New Zealand, including Samoa, Tonga. Sorry, there is a little problem with my computers. Okay. So before we proceed, I would like to read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Tantowi Yahya. Yeah, so in this morning, he will present insight from New Zealand entitled How New Zealand SMEs Thrive Through the COVID-19 Pandemics. Before I proceed, I would like to check whether the connections all okay with Mr. Tantowi Yahya? Mr. Tantowi Yahya, are you with me?
Okay, I'm okay. I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you. So, let me read the curriculum vitae of Mr. Tantowi Yahya. So, Mr. Tantowi Yahya has a lot of experience. He started his career in Intercontinental Hotel Jakarta, and then he moved into different industry, which is music recording, until he was become the corporate secretary of BASF Group in Indonesia from 1992 until 1994. He has also a lot of experience in music and TV host industry. He has a lot of recording artists in country music. He has produced 8 albums from 2001 until now. And he has been TV host in many television stations in Indonesia. And then he was also member of parliament from 2009 to 2014, representing South Sumatra. And then from 2014 to 2017, he was again elected as a member of parliament representing Jakarta. And then from 2017, he was appointed as ambassador to New Zealand, including Samoa and Tonga, Cook Island and Niue, until now. And also, he is a roving ambassador for Pacific region from 2020 until now. So, Mr. Tantowi Yahya was born in Palembang. So, we call all Palembang people as Wong Kitogalo. My wife is also from Palembang. I'm from Java. In terms of education, Mr. Tantowi Yahya has a professional degree from MIT Sloan, USA in 2010. And he has many training experience as well. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Tantowi Yahya to present his insight on the experience of New Zealand SME in navigating through COVID-19. Please welcome Mr. Tantowi Yahya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Before I start, I would like to greet some important people in this seminar. First is the conference chair, and the second one is the moderator, who is the dean of the faculty of the design and digital business. And certainly I would like also to say good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are, to our panelists, all keynote speakers, and most importantly to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, my friends that joined this seminar. Firstly, I would like to thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to share with you the success story, or to be exact, the actions that have been taken by the government of New Zealand to sustain their economy during the COVIDs with small, medium enterprises as the backbone of the economy. So what I'm gonna present to you this morning is more as the observation of myself as ambassador, as also somebody who was pretty much involved in the business in Indonesia before stepping into the politics. It's very interesting to observe how the economy of New Zealand can survive during the pandemics. It sounds very strange, especially when you are in countries where most of the business are badly impacted by the long pandemic. But in New Zealand, they make a comeback in a very short time, one of which due to the very strong small medium enterprises that, like I said earlier, has been the backbone of the economy of this country. Now, to make my presentations efficient, I have provided some slides for us to share, and I would like to ask my staff to start screening the slides. So the topic that has been given to me to share with you is how New Zealand's small medium enterprises thrive during COVID-19 pandemic. Yeah, next. I would like to begin with interesting facts. 97% of the industries in New Zealand are small, medium, and enterprises. So this is very much different from those in other countries, for instance, like America, China, and including Indonesia, where small, medium enterprises have not been too dominant compared to what happens here in New Zealand. More than 1 million, or represent 42.6 or almost 43% of workers in this country are working for SMEs, are working for SMEs. And then the small medium enterprises company contributes 28% of the GDP of this country. There are more than 460,000 SMEs in New Zealand, and 850 850 new SMEs are born every month. And SMEs developments are coordinated by Minister of Small Business under the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment. So from the first page, my dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, you certainly can capture how small, medium enterprises in New Zealand have been very important towards the sustainable economy of this country, especially during the COVID. From the first page, you also can learn how the government of this country gives support as maximum as they can, knowing that almost 100% of the companies in these countries are actually as small, medium enterprises. And there is a figure that I think the government of this country should be paying maximum attention to, is nearly 50% of the workers in this company are working for small, medium enterprises. So from the first page only, we certainly have a lot of aspects that we can discuss later on. Next page, please. Now, I would like to continue with the second interesting facts. More than 20% GDP of this country generated from cooperative. This is again very interesting fact that 20% of GDP of this country generated from cooperative, or in our language, koperasi. And one out of three Kiwis is term used for New Zealanders, are a member of cooperative. And that's the success story is that Fonterra Cooperative Group owns 30% of world's mix export with revenue of 19.87 billion New Zealand dollars. And Miraka is another cooperative, is a milk cooperative owned by Maori community, which is specialized in using the geothermal energy. And Miraka produces 250 million liters of milk per year and export to 23 countries. I'm sure my friends in Indonesia, you have been very familiar with Fonterra, being the largest New Zealand company in Indonesia and being the largest New Zealand investment in Indonesia. You know what? Fonterra is not a company. Fonterra is a cooperative with more than 3,000 members. And who are the members? The members are the farmers. So you can see here, how a cooperative, if it is managed very well, it can become much bigger than a commercial company, so to say. Now, if Fonterra is the milk cooperative, majorly owned and majorly joined by the New Zealanders, the white New Zealanders, and Miraka is another giant milk cooperative, but this is owned and pretty much joined by the Maori community. So this is very interesting. With the two cooperatives, which turned out to be a big establishments, these two cooperatives managed to dominate the export of milk to many countries in the world, including Indonesia. So from this page also, my dear friends, we can discuss about how cooperative can actually become the backbone of economy of a country. The good example is New Zealand. Next. Now, what does the government support for small, medium enterprises? First, they provide supportive business environment. Second, they provide online infrastructures network. I would like to mention 4 of those because these are the major ones. First is the business.gov.nz. The second is regional business partner. The third is Callahan Innovations. And the fourth one is New Zealand business numbers. And the third support that the government is offering is creating Go Digital program for SMEs digital journey and Connect Smart. So from this, my dear friends, you can learn that how this country relies a lot on digital business, on IT, on digital. So when we talk about digital economy, they have been doing that for many, many years, including their support to small, medium enterprises, because they know certainly that their biggest market is the world. So all companies here in New Zealand are aiming at export markets, because the country itself is a very small country. It's a country with only 5 million people, with a huge produce of agriculture and also dairy. So their target is, like I said earlier, is the world. Now, to reach the world, they depend a lot on digital. Next. So we proceed now to the next page, which is the continuations of the previous page, which is the government support for small, medium enterprises. If the first page was upstream, and this is the downstream. The first one is the encourages small, medium enterprises to participate in international trade. New Zealand has been involved with some quite a number of trade agreement. So in terms of free trade agreement, New Zealand has EU chair, and then Australia, ASEAN, New Zealand free trade agreement, and then they have also agreement with Hong Kong, and then they have FTA with China, and then they have FTA with Korea, and then ongoing negotiations of RCEP, or regional cooperation of economic partnership, and then TPP, and then NZ EU FTA. So by having all those, we can, all of the SMEs can be rest assured that they are in the good hand of the government, because by joining this free trade agreement, actually New Zealand opened wide its door for all economic cooperations to the world. Something that I forgot to tell you in the beginning, that New Zealand is a trading country. Okay, what they have to do, what they are doing every day, is thinking how they can sell all the products that they have to the world. The second support that they give to the SMEs is to encourage SMEs to actively participate in government's project. And the last one is to provide portal to ensure open and fair competition for SMEs to participate in government procurement or project. In this case, they could contact this address, gas.gov.nz or procurement.gov.nz. What I'm trying to tell you through this image is that beside helping the SMEs to reach the world by providing a lot of digital platform, they also give real support, or we call it downstream, by encouraging them to actively participate in government's project. Everything is very clear and everything is very transparent here. There is no need to be nggak ada gunanya gitu loh. There is no use to be close with the government official or politician or members of the parliaments in order to get projects. No, it doesn't work that way here. As long as you join all the procedures, your products are good and the price are acceptable, then you win. So you don't have to build a special connection with anybody in the government or anybody in the politics. So that's how everything works here. Now, knowing that government has projects, quite a number of projects from time to time, and they really encourage all SMEs in this country to actively participate in the government's project or tender. Next. Now, tourism. We are talking about tourism, which is one of the prime contributor to the economy of this country. As you all know, that there are two industries which have been producing the largest contributions to the economy of New Zealand. The first is the agriculture, and the second one is tourism. Actually, their position is alternating from year to year. Probably this year, again, agriculture is on the top of the list. But in 2019, when tourism industry was very blooming, tourism was on the first list of the economic contributor to New Zealand. Now, we'd like to discuss about tourism being one of the main contributors to the economy of this country. So total spending, total expenditure of tourists in this country is 41 billion New Zealand dollars. International presents 17 billion and domestic is 24 billion. It's very interesting figure, right? So the domestic tourists contributes a lot more than international tourists. So this is the fact that shows you, despite of the borders being closed for more than a year, which means that no international tourist is entering New Zealand from March last year, but the tourism industry still survives. The answer, what is the answer? The answer is that the contribution of the domestic tourists is a lot more than that of international tourists. In terms of employment, tourism industry employs as many as 393,000 persons, or represents about 14.4% from the total workforce. So it's quite huge, And then the government earnings from tourism industry 20.4% towards the total export value, or contributions of 3.8 billion in tax income. So it's quite big, right? And the percentage to GDP is 27.4 billion New Zealand dollars, or equivalent to 9.8% from the total GDP, surpassing the agriculture GDP earning of 6.67%. Next. Now, when COVID came in March last year, and then the government of New Zealand implied the policy of closing the borders up until now, the hardest industry is tourism. Why is that? Yeah, because when we talk about tourism, we rely on international tourists. You can imagine if you close your doors, if you close your borders to international tourists, so there is nobody coming in. So theoretically, that the business is dead. But look what happens here, despite of being hardly hit by the COVID-19, this industry can still survive. But I would like to share you why I say that the tourism industry is the hardest hit industry in the pandemic. Why? 1,619 businesses of the industry have to undergo downsizing, and then 27% of the industry hibernates, 6% pivoting to other business, 18% in the brink of bankruptcy, and then 37% did lay off, and 9% selling asset. So this is what happens in the first months of COVID pandemic here in New Zealand. The figure is very sad, and the figure is very discouraging. Like you know, almost 30% of the industry hibernated, yeah, and then almost 1,700 businesses of the industry have to undergo downsizing. So this is the figure, right? Now, let's go to the next page to see what happens. Right. So when the COVID-19 came, the governments then implement a very strategic, very clever strategy. The first, transforming crisis into opportunity. First, what they do is doing internal consolidations. Second, enhance domestic tourism. Third is selling the stillness. And the fourth is selling the success story of COVID-19's elimination. So this is very interesting. You know, how they are able to transform the problem into opportunity, how they are able to transform the crisis into opportunity. Like I said earlier, when you rely on tourism, it means that you rely a lot on the arrival of international tourists. But when you close your borders, nobody comes. So like I said earlier, theoretically, the business is dead. So what happened, you know, what they did, which I always say, this is very intelligent. They do internal consolidations. This is the time for them to consolidate themselves, because the time when they had international tourists all over the places here in this country, they never had time to do consolidations. And then they enhance domestic tourism. I should say to you frankly, not only in Indonesia and not only in other parts of the world, normally when the situation is normal, the attention is much given to international tourists than domestic tourists. And this also happened in New Zealand. So before the COVID, the tourism industry here in this country was pretty much complained by the domestic tourists, because they were not really taken care of. the industry put a great or more attention to the international tourists, probably because they paid more. But when the borders are closed, they got no choice. They got no choice. They have to rely on the domestic tourisms. Now, this is the time when the attitude of the industry completely changed. So they know for sure that for many, many years to come, their big business rely on the domestic tourisms. And when there is no tourist right now, New Zealand, which is already still or which is already quiet, becomes quieter, becomes more still. And this is what they sell. This is what they sell. And this is very interesting. So how they sell the silence of this country because of no people coming from the world, they can sell it to their communities here. How beautiful New Zealand in the stillness. And also they see what is going to happen next when someone is, really yearning for a very quiet, peaceful place. Then the first place that will pop up in their mind must be New Zealand. And they are selling the success story of COVID-19 eliminations. You know it for sure that New Zealand is the most successful country in COVID-19 response. They produce news and they sell it to the world. And you know what? All of the people, all over the world are very interested to go to New Zealand because they want to live in a country where the country is free from COVID. So even the success story of eliminating COVID-19 can be sold to attract tourists from the world. The second strategy is to provide stimulus to the industry during the pandemic. So the government give loan to Air New Zealand, being the national flight carrier, and then they maintain the tourism budget. Okay, so they don't decrease or they don't decrease the tourism budget, and they put additional stimulus package to the tourism industry. And the last one is the intensive communication with tourism industry stakeholders. So those are the three things that the government did to all industries in the tourisms to make it survive and even perform better during the pandemic. Thanks. I would like to share with you the subsidy given by the government during the pandemic, especially to the small, medium enterprises. So during the pandemic, when they did lock down on March for 6 weeks or 1.5 months, they give wage subsidy both to the full-time workers and also to the part-time workers. So it's not bad. So they give subsidy of 70% of their salary, and then they lower the interest rate of the companies impacted by the COVID, and then they give stimulus in terms of tax refunds for all small medium enterprises that experience losses due to COVID, and then they give loan for small business with small interest, and they allow business to place their existing debts on hold for up to 7 months to help them start trading normally again. So this is what they did to all the small medium enterprises that are dealing with the tourism industry. So they know it for sure. Those companies are impacted by COVID-19, and they give subsidy for 6 months. Thanks. Oh, there is the last page. So sorry. So, okay, thank you very much. I give the floor back. I give the screen back to the moderator. I hope what I have just presented can ignite questions from participants of the seminar. So, Pak Moderator, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tantowi Yahya. It is a very interesting insight from the SME's story in New Zealand, and it is very surprising that 20% of the GDP of New Zealand coming from cooperative or cooperasi. And it is also very interesting and surprising to us because being a cooperative in New Zealand can be a multinational investor. So can you imagine a cooperasi invested in Indonesia, billions of dollars. So many things that we can learn from the experience of New Zealand's government and also New Zealand SMEs. So for further discussion, I would like to invite all participants to ask questions to Mr. Tantowi Yahya. Okay. For the first round, I would like to invite about 3 questions. Could you please raise your hand or just turn on your mic? Okay, I got one question here, Mr. Tantowi,
Okay.
from Idewamade Adi from Bali. He is from Bali. Okay, I think he will learn. He would like to learn about tourism because Bali has been affected tremendously by this COVID-19. Pak Made, would you like to ask in person, please, Pak Made?
Hello.
Yes. Yeah.
The voice.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
We can.
Okay. Hello. For the committees and Mr. Tantowi.
Hello.
My name is Dewadi. You can call me Dewaji. I'm from Bali. Currently, I'm a PhD student of UniKL, Malaysia. I want to ask about the cooperative. I'm interested in the cooperative because now my research is about microfinance. And I want to ask. I want to synergize the microfinance, micro enterprise, and the Banjar. Banjar is some tradition in Bali. I want to ask the cooperative in New Zealand. Is it have same features like in Indonesia, like share profits, dividends, about the member and the regulation? That's all my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
Mr. Tantowi, please.
Thank you. Pak Dewadi, salam kenal ya. It's great to know you. I thought you were in Bali, so you are in KL right now. And I pray to God that you will be a PhD very, very soon. And
thank you so much.
And go back to Bali and develop the Bali, right? Develop the cooperative. Thank you very much. So, yes, cooperative has been a very interesting subject to discuss here in New Zealand. You know, when I came here 4 years ago, I was very surprised to learn that cooperative has been the backbone of the economy of this country. And unless you are here, you will never know that. People always believe that New Zealand is one of the countries in the world that just implement the normal economic systems. But when you are here, you will learn that almost 90% of all the business in this country are members of cooperative. And it's free to build or establish cooperative here. So you don't have to join a big cooperative which already exists in the market. You don't have to join, right? Even you, if you can convince some friends, you can establish your own cooperative. So this is a free country. Everybody is allowed to establish or to found cooperatives, and you are also very free to join any cooperatives that you want, and you can quit from those cooperatives the moment you think that they are not professional and they are not profitable. But despite of the freedom given by the government, to either establish cooperatives or join cooperatives, only small number of cooperatives survive, and two of which are Fonterra and Miraka. All right. So you know, China is expanding their business everywhere, including in New Zealand. So they are investing a big amount of money for agriculture and also for dairy, and then they establish a cooperative here. But sadly, no one joined. So it is not a successful project, so to say. So when it comes to cooperative for milk, then we talk only two big names, yeah, Fonterra and Miraka. Miraka is for the Maori. Now, answering your question on how they run cooperative, it's exactly the same. So they recruit members, all right, and then the members are given share. They are given share, and how many shares that a member can get is very much depends on the level of the output of their industry. So the bigger output of your farm, in this case milk, then you will get more shares. So I think the system is very is very fair, knowing that, you know, in certain countries sometimes a member is not even involved in that business, but they can dominate the ownerships of the share, so they can have a many share without being involved in this industry. Now, in New Zealand, cannot. When you are a member of a milk cooperative, first you have to be a farmer, you have a productions, and you have to buy shares. And the number of shares that you buy, again, is depending on the level of the output of your milk productions. Now, by having a share, of course, you get dividend every year. Okay, so dividend is distributed every 3 months, every 6 months, or every 12 months. So it depends. Yeah, it depends on the policy of the respective cooperatives. Now, when you are a member of a cooperative, what you have to do is to improve the quality of your products, nothing else. Marketing, selling is not your job. Okay, so marketing and selling the products at the best possible price of that day is the work of the cooperative. So it's easy. So if I'm a farmer, if I'm a milkman, what I have to do is to improve the quality of my products, and also to improve the quantity of my products. And I don't have to sell to anyone else, because every morning the tank from the Fonterra or from the Miraka cooperatives come to your farm and then get the milk from your tank, and then it's digitally recorded, and then you got your payment every month or every week. Much depends on the agreement that you have with your cooperative. And then every 3 months or every 6 months or every 1 year, then you get dividend because you are a member of the cooperative. So to me, you know, it's very profitable. It's very profitable to do a business through cooperative. I hope I answer your question.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Tantowi.
Okay, thank you, Bapak Dewa Adi and also Mr. Tantowi for very interesting discussions. Next one, I would like to invite another question from the participants. I see someone has raised his hand. Okay, one question from Ibu Yanti. Ibu Yanti, please. Ibu Yanti, are you still with us?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Pak Tantowi, thank you so much for supporting our conference. Yeah, I have two questions actually. One is about at the moment we are at ITS. We have a Sustainable Development Goal Center, and we have a local economic development project to develop forest tourism. So the question is, for the forest, first of all, forest tourism is not common in Indonesia. Yeah, to go on forest walk or something like that, exploring the forest. And my question is, in this situation, for the underdeveloped situation, what's your suggestion for improving Indonesia underdeveloped tourism, like forest tourism, or new like geological tourism, something like that? My second question is, learning from New Zealand, there are lots of opportunity for us to learn from New Zealand best practices in small medium enterprise development, and whether the embassy open to develop a pilot with the business school, our business school, to have a pilot for like developing a kind of a place for us to learn and improve startups, like incubator for international business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bianti. So, Mr. Tantowi, please.
Thank you, Bayanti. Yes, I absolutely agree with you. Forest tourism or nature tourism has been very popular here. There are so many reasons why it becomes so popular, including myself, who loves doing that every weekend, especially in summertime. First, because the forest here is so beautifully arranged, as if you are in the well-manicured forest, so to say. So the infrastructure is well built, and then it's not scary in a sense that there is no snake here. New Zealand is benefited by the fact that there is no snake and there is no predator here. So you can walk anywhere in the forest without being worried of predators like snake and like scorpions and other beasts. So that is the advantage of New Zealand forest. Second is that the infrastructure in the forest is well built. You can never get lost and you can never get troubled because everything is well built, like I said,